Chapter 51, A Request, Part 2. It was at Salia Castle. Currently, in the arena, the final for the King's Swordsmanship tournament was taking place. Riley was sitting in the stadium and chewing on snacks smacked his lips, but he furrowed his eyebrows. It appeared he noticed something that was an eyesore for him. That over there. Look, Sarah. Did you just see that? Riley bumped his elbow to the maid's arm as he asked. To the sudden question, Sarah, who was watching the final, gave a vacant response. Yes, I was watching at least. What do you think is the problem? As Sarah carefully observed the two young swordsmen in the arena swinging swords at each other, she tilted her head sideways while wondering if their techniques were correct. Their feet. That's right. You know well. Although she didn't finish her sentence, because she said the most important word, Riley said as he nodded. They are not using their feet, they are only using their hands, Riley explained as he looked toward the arena. As he advised to Sarah, the two contestants fighting hard in the arena were only swinging their arms diligently without moving their feet. Even just now, if he had swung the sword as he stepped to the side, he could have aimed for a little better part. Not directing his words toward anyone in particular, Riley murmured on his own. Sarah heard what Riley just said, and she narrowed her eyes to watch the flinging of the swords in the arena. Soon, she too murmured with her eyes wide open. Ah, it really is. It appeared that she also succeeded in noticing the shortcomings in the contestants' techniques. If it was before she heard the advice from Riley, she would have said something like, "They are incredible despite their age," and only applauded. It really is. At that moment just now, if he used footwork, certainly. Sarah felt like her eye for swordsmanship broadened compared to before. With her eyes opened, the sensation felt strange and new. It was something she would have never even imagined before. Excited by this, Sarah's eyes started to exude glowing light. Ah, young master. Again. There. He stepped wrong there again. Right. Riley slammed the top of his thighs in agreement. By the look on his face, it seemed he managed to take out and resolve his frustration a little. On the other hand, Iris, who was watching the two from the side, had a satisfied smile on her face. It was because, even as she thought about it again, she felt she made the right call on bringing Riley to the city. She put aside her smile for a moment, turned and looked at Ian, who was sitting beside her. She asked, "Ian, how's your body?" It was because his fight against Astroa yesterday looked pretty dangerous. "Yes, I'm alright. I was in debt to the Holy Temple's priests because my back felt a little stiff, but that was all." "There is no need for you to worry." Ian shrugged his shoulders and answered as if it was nothing. When it came to standing against a mage, Ian knew the methods. In fact, during the fight against Astroa, he either redirected or blocked the magic attacks with his sword. He was never once hit directly by the magic attacks. If I was just a few years younger, I could have dealt more damage to him. That's my only regret. Ian narrowed his eyes as he thought about yesterday. Until now, Ian didn't have much of a feel for the fact that his body was gradually aging. However, because of so many incidents happening in a row, he started to seriously worry. "Ian, there is no need for you to feel guilty about it. If you were going to criticize yourself by thinking that way, then I have done nothing at all when I was there." So, Iris fiddled with her fingers placed in her lap. Yesterday, in Lower Salia, when Astroa was running amok, all she had done was nodding her head when her son handed her the brown sugar beer that he was drinking as he said he will be back. "Ah, it's over." Pack. With an exhilarating sound, one of the contestants' swords was bounced off to the side. Soon, with the sound of the crowd going wild filling up the Colosseum, the King's Swordsmanship tournament came to its conclusion. The Master of Ceremonies, MC, said to the crowd, "Soon after this, there will be the award ceremony. Everyone, please keep the seats and congratulate the victor and send out encouragements to the defeated." Clap clap. With the final concluded. "It's over already?" Ian was sending applause toward the arena as he murmured quietly that the overall skill level of the contestants was lower than the past. "Ah, is that so?" So their skill levels were lower than the contestants of the past tournaments? Having heard what Ian said, Riley put his hands to the back of his head and locked the fingers. I thought something was up. It felt like they came to Salia Castle for sightseeing instead of having a business about swords. Ah ha ha. Sarah was showing a hollow smile as she watched Riley looking uncomfortable about something, but she noticed something in the distance. She pointed her finger toward the lower side of the arena. Young master, over there. Please look over there. When she pointed in that direction, at the same time, the MC of the tournament, who was standing in the middle of the Colosseum, looked over his shoulder and then started to talk in front of the voice amplifier device that the Magic Tower invented. As for the award ceremony, Prince Daniel of Salia Castle will be doing the honors. The swordsmanship tournament's MC bowed toward the people in the stadium and took his leave. Right after that, Daniel, the Prince of Salia, came up to the arena. He had a few red hair strands mixed in his blonde hair. Overall, his face was that of a handsome man's. It's a pleasure seeing you all. I'm Daniel. Unlike how it was when the victor of the tournament was decided, let alone sounds of applause, not even sounds of people breathing could be heard. It appeared that this was because all spectators were trying to show respect to the royalty. Those that are well informed probably already know this. But Daniel continued as he looked around the stadium, appearing to be intending to go straight to the main point. His voice was very serious. During this year's tournament. There was a contestant that used drug that is forbidden in Salia. The contestant that used drugs. He was probably talking about Rangium House. What the prince was trying to explain was simple. It appeared that the message he wanted to deliver was, during this tournament, Salia had nothing to do with the drugs that Rangium House used, and Salia will do its best to stop the use of drugs. Sarah hid her mouth with her hand and whispered to Riley's side, young master, what do you think happened to the Rangium House? I don't know. Sarah's whisper to his ear was making it tickle, so Riley used his hand to scratch it, and then he said he doesn't know as he shrugged his shoulder. Although I don't know, it probably didn't end well for them. At minimum, they would be suffering the loss of their titles, and in the worst-case scenario, their 3 generations of lineage would be going extinct. Riley thought those were within the realm of possibilities as the punishment. There is one more thing I would like to inform you about. Prince Daniel, the one standing on the arena who had the attention of everyone in the stadium, continued. It appeared there was something else in addition to the incident about drugs. I heard there is an exemplary nobility that uncovered despicable secrets hidden in the Magic Tower in addition to the drugs that I just told you about. Question marks started to float up on the faces of the people in the stadium. Even Riley, who was supporting his head with his hands and leaning against the chair in a comfortable and relaxed angle, had a question mark on his face. Felita House. Ian, Sarah and Iris flinched. I believe there are people from Felita, the House of Account, attending the swordsmanship tournament today. Where are you seated? Prince Daniel looked around the stadium. It was certain that he was looking for the group from Felita that was sitting somewhere in the stadium. That is. Having heard what the prince said, Ian became like a clockwork doll with his mouth repeatedly opening and closing, as if she didn't know how it came to this, with her eyes rolling all over the place. Iris wasn't able to sit still. As for Sarah, why young master, did you hear that just now? Prince Daniel said. She was about to look at Riley who was sitting next to her, but she opened her mouth with a vacant stare. Young master, Riley, who was sitting there until a moment ago, was now gone without a trace. Before he even realized himself, he kicked the seat and got out of there. He thought, What the hell? He was in Salia Castle's restroom. He hid in the very last stall at the end. He sat there with his eyes blinking in disbelief. Why me? The one to be praised for incredible exploits of uncovering the narcotics and horrid secrets of the Magic Tower was not supposed to be him. Nobody would have seen me? The overall composition of the work was perfect? Riley was thinking that the one to be accredited for the exploits was supposed to be Nanai. Not him. It was supposed to be that girl, the one who was taken advantage of over and over, just like how Riley had been in his past life. Why am I being brought up? During the battle against Astaroa that ended his life, It certainly was Riley who threw the sword that pierced Astroa's chest. However, in order to leave no evidence, he asked Nanai to use her most flashy magic so that it would completely vaporize even the sword that was stuck in Astroa's chest. In fact, because Nanai's magic perfectly vaporized the sword, if anyone that were not aware of the actual circumstances saw it, they would all have thought that it was Nanai that defeated Astroa. So why? Unable to figure out how it came to this, Riley was looking vacantly with glazed eyes. It was at that moment, tap tap tap, he could hear the sounds of footsteps. He is here. This voice? The voice belonged to a girl. Riley's eyes twitched. It was because he knew to whom the voice belonged to. Really? He's here? Yes. Then he could hear another voice. Riley also knew to whom this voice belonged to. In the past he took a leave just to avoid running into the owner of that voice. Excuse me, that is, young Master Riley. The muscles on Riley's face had flinched several times by the time he heard the priestess. Riley used mana to change his voice and responded, "Pam, this place is men's room?" The question was piercing the heart of the matter. He could hear someone flinching on the other side. It was a hard question for the priestess to ignore. "I'll be opening the stall door." And Nanai, wait. Unlock. Inside the stall, Riley was trying to figure out the situation. And now his gaze quickly turned toward the door's lock. Clank. By a shot of a magic spell, the lock slowly slid and the door opened on its own. Lunatic. Riley felt like he could understand a little why his own butler had such a strong hatred toward mages. Riley narrowed his eyes. Soon, the door opened, and Riley witnessed the two girls standing in front of the last stall. The funny thing was the fact that it was the priestess who had her face turned red and covered with her hands. "I'm going to file a lawsuit for sexual harassment." Unable to hide how uncomfortable he was feeling about the situation, with his face completely crumpled, Riley murmured, "Of course, there was no way that the girl would have known what Riley meant by the lawsuit, which was a concept belonging only to his past life's world. In response, Nanai only tilted her head to the side. "God damn it. You used that eye?" Riley asked Nanai as he stood up. He was asking about Nanai's dead white eye, the one that has the ability to track people. "Yes." Nanai nodded proudly and looked at Riley. Bling, bling. Although she only had one good eye, her clear and polished eye looked like it was begging Riley to hurry up and praise her for her deed. "It's not like I can do something about her." The way she looked right now felt like it was overlapping with how he was in his past life where he thirsted for praise. Riley ground his teeth loudly and gently rapped her forehead. "UK?" She touched her head as if it hurt. Looking at her, Riley sighed heavily. Still grinding his teeth, Riley directed his glare toward the priestess. "I don't have my pants down. So how about you get rid of those hands?" You walked right into a men's restroom without hesitation. Looks like the priestess in you died all the way. Excuse me? Also, didn't you say you were not interested in me anyway? TSK. Riley clicked his tongue, revealing how annoyed he was in all sorts of ways. Riley stared at the two girls. "What is it?" With a fist gently touching her lips, Pregia did a few cuffs to calm her voice and fixed her gaze on Riley. "That is, I think it is not right to bring up something like this so abruptly in a men's restroom, but you have been chosen by the goddess Ironetza." Riley's eyebrows twitched. The progression of it all, it was so familiar. It was similar, and also, he was sick and disgusted by it. "So, I'm telling you this, young Master Riley." "Hold on." Riley stopped himself from shaking out of agitation. "No way, it wouldn't be, right?" Riley murmured inwardly and interjected. "Pregia? By chance, are you going to ask me to hunt down something? Is that it?" "Pardon?" Yes. That is it. Chapter 52. Ain. Same thing again? If someone called God really did exist, and this being was standing in front of Riley, he would have asked if there was something wrong with the god's eyes. Having heard the answer, Riley let out hollow laughter and crossed his arms as if he was daring her to continue explaining. "According to the divine message, the reason you were chosen is," Pregia carefully continued, and Riley, with his eyes narrowed, glared at her as if he was going to pierce a hole through her lips. Go ahead. Why don't you tell me again to go kill a demon lord? Go right ahead. If, just like how it went in his past life, a pretty-faced priestess looked at him and said, "This world will be in a great danger soon, so please defeat the demon lord." In that case, even if she was a priestess or whatever. Riley was thinking he was going to turn everything upside down. As he was thinking such things, he repeated the motion of closing and opening his hand. "What's the reason?" Answering Riley's question, Prisia, who paused for a moment, said with a serious face, "It's because of a dragon." "A dragon? It's not a demon lord, but a dragon?" Riley asked back. "A dragon?" "Yes, a dragon." Based on how things were going, Riley was sure that she was going to ask him to kill a demon lord, but instead, it was a dragon. As Riley was not giving any response, Prisia continued first, according to the divine message from the goddess Ironetsa, soon a dragon will appear and it will bring terrifying disaster not just to Salia, but other cities as well. So, because the story was different from his predictions, Riley chose to postpone taking action. Instead, he asked Prisia, according to the goddess Ironetsa's words, "The one who will defeat that dragon is you, young master." "I will." Yes, this was definitely similar to a situation he heard in his past life. However, it was somehow funny. Also, this damn piece of work called God must have absolutely nothing else to do. Riley thought that, just how many cities are in this world, and how many people live in this world? To put it bluntly, for going this far, isn't this almost at the level of a stalker? By chance, is this a scripted scheme being filmed with hidden cameras? Riley thought of all sorts of stuff. Although the being that priestess asked him to kill was changed from a demon lord to a dragon, Riley still couldn't believe this. Moreover, he was sorely disappointed. "Excuse me, Lady Priestess, do you think that makes any sense?" Riley stared at the priestess with a gaze of disbelief. Prisia flinched. "Do you at least know what kind of person I am?" That is, avoiding Riley's gaze, Prisia fiddled with her fingers. It appeared that she had no idea. "The title I was given from my own house is Lazy Sword." Lazy Sword. In the past, present, and even in the future, I have always been and will be dawdling around without doing anything. Just how is someone like me supposed to kill a dragon? If he had a bit of luck, he might be able to kill a dragon just by tricking it with words like how a main character in some fiction would. Greater than. However, that was just a story in fiction. From how other people saw, Riley was just the youngest son and a spoiled master in the house, who has achieved or trained in absolutely nothing. It was absurd that anyone would expect someone of such a reputation to kill a dragon. After all, how would he? It was nonsense. Also, have you forgotten what you said to me last time? What are you? You asked if I was impotent. Me. Prisia flinched as her face turned red. Meanwhile, Nanai, who was watching the two from the side, tilted her head to the sides. It was because she didn't understand where the conversation was flowing toward. Instead of looking for hope from a dawdling impotent young master, go look for someone else. No matter what kind of reaction the priestess showed, the expression on Riley's face did not change. Pat pat. Riley patted her shoulder a few times and started to walk away to get out of the restroom. Please wait, I haven't finished telling you the whole story." Prisia rapidly turned her body as she called Riley to stop him. Noticing that it didn't stop him from walking, Prisia brought up what she didn't get to earlier. Astroa. Now that the name of the Grand Mage who died yesterday was mentioned, Riley's steps came to a stop. "I heard it was you that managed to stop Astroa." "What?" "I heard exposing the laboratory and narcotics hidden in the basement of the magic tower were actually your exploits." "Just who said such? Who spread such ridiculous rumors?" Riley was about to ask that, but he looked at Nanai. She only had one good eye, but her wide-open eye was definitely directed toward Riley. "It was you?" "I believe I have told you not to say anything anywhere." Riley was outside of the restroom, but he turned around and walked toward Nanai. Thump thump. Riley was approaching Nanai one step at a time, and there was terrifying aura being exuded from him. Prisia was unable to continue her words. Instead, all she could do was to gasp for air. Then what you did can be considered as an act of betrayal, right? Because Riley could see his old self from the past life in her, and because that conjured up sympathy in his mind, Riley didn't warn Nanae with deadly aura like how he had done to Iplock. You sure have some amazing guts, or did you not know that it was going to turn out this way? If he had known she was going to cause such a huge accident like this, Riley would not have left her alive. Cuck. Riley grabbed Nanae by the neck and immediately pushed and hung her up against the restroom wall. Who else knows about this? With her neck held up by Riley, Nanae grabbed onto his arm with her eye barely open. Her legs, which were struggling in the air, had stopped moving before anyone noticed. Soon, Nanae started to strain herself to sound her voice as she looked at Riley. They were not my deeds. Riley's eyebrows wrinkled. Because they were not my accomplishments. What happened in Lower Salia? Or uncovering the things in the basement of the magic tower. Because I only watched you. Because I don't deserve the credit. That's why. All Nanae thought was that the one who should be rewarded was someone other than herself. She could not stand the fact that the person who should be credited for the deeds were not getting any rewards, and she also could not stand that she was the one, despite not having done much, who would be getting all of the rewards. Having heard Nanae slowly voicing her reasons little by little, Riley's grip on her neck became weaker. Cuck. Kuyuk. With her neck grabbed by Riley, Nanae was held up in the air against the wall. Now, with his hold weakened, she slid down, fell on her knees and started to cough. The expression on Riley's face turned bitter. It was because what Nanae said earlier was so similar to what he had once said in his past life. Please do not worry. As Riley's suffocating aura subsided a little, Prisia, who was barely able to breathe again, carefully opened her mouth. I am the only one who heard from Nanae. Riley slowly turned his head and looked at Prisia. It appeared she was telling the truth. Riley couldn't see or feel the presence of any holy knights or priests nearby who were supposed to be guarding her. Although he couldn't know, he figured everyone in the holy temple must be panicking right about now since the priestess suddenly disappeared. In that case, what was that about? Riley pointed his index finger toward the outside of the restroom, toward the arena. He was talking about the Prince Daniel. I didn't mention anything about your powers. I just informed them about your good deeds. Initially, I was going to inform the castle about everything I heard from Nanae, including your strength, but Prisia looked at Nanae, who was still unable to stop coughing. Nanae objected. She insisted that I keep that a secret. With his eyes narrowed, Riley glared at Prisia. It appeared she was still wary of how Riley's atmosphere changed suddenly in a blink of an eye earlier. Her tone of voice was a bit more cautious than before. Young master, regardless, as Nanae said, it seems the fact about your incredible power has been proven already. Should I just bury them all? What if doing something in the castle leads to something else even more bothersome? As he racked his brain, Riley asked the priestess as he glared at her. So, it's about that dragon that I told you about earlier. Kill the dragon for them. In the end, the main point that the priestess was trying to make was just that. Actually, to Prisia, it was probably not important if Nanae told her about Riley or not. Recalling his experience in his past life, the priestess that Riley knew did not care about terms or conditions. No matter what, once she received a divine message, the priestess that Riley knew from his past life had an extreme tendency to bite on and never let go. It meant that, regardless of Riley's skills, she would have come and made a request to him about killing the dragon. We would greatly appreciate it if you could please slay the dragon, as the divine message said. Although Prisia continued, Riley was not heeding her words at all, not even with the backside of his ears. Instead, all he was doing was just remembering how he acted in his past life. Could you please hold the holy sword? Please save us. In his past life, to a request from a priestess to slay a demon lord, he said, yes, I will do it. The Riley in the past life answered like that so willingly. In that case, how about now? Even now, am I supposed to answer like that? Ha 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 ha. Having asked himself the question, Riley started to give off hollow laughter. It was not certain for how long he laughed. The laughter did not last for very long, but Riley barely managed to hold in his laughter and said, "Why should I?" Riley answered with a question. Why? It was a simple question. Prisia tilted her head to the side and explained once more. As I explained before, you have received a sign from the goddess Ironetsa. So, the dragon. So, why? Riley asked again like that. Why do I have to do it? I am not religious. What I'm saying is, I don't believe in the goddess or whatever. To put it bluntly, even if the world is going to be destroyed tomorrow, I'm a bastard that would not care much about it. It looked like Prisia was not expecting that such an answer would jump out of Riley. In panic, Prisia gathered her hands together and held them firmly as she started to try convincing Riley. Because you have a great power. Great power? You possess a great power. Enough to stop Astroa with a single blow. Power, huh? I heard from Nanai. That's not all. What you just showed earlier. I remember it clearly as well. It looked like she was talking about how Riley, out of frustration, acted toward Nanai, the one who didn't keep his secret. Prisia continued. If you have a great power, if you have received a divine sign. Then surely, you should be using your power to protect people, isn't that right? Clap, clap, clap. Riley slowly applauded as he nodded and said, those are magnificent words. Riley kept on nodding as if he was impressed. Prisia looked relieved. It was just about when her face started to become brighter. But what should we do? Suddenly, Riley stopped nodding. Instead, in a deadly and violent voice, Riley asked back, I don't think that way at all. Pardon? What are you going to do if I still say no after all that? Riley took a step toward Prisia and started to exude his aura. It was the aura similar to what he showed toward Nanai earlier. That is. Are you going to yap to everyone all over the town? Tell them that the youngest master of the Felita house has astonishing powers, yet all he does is just dawdling and leisurely enjoying himself playing around? Under normal circumstances, nobody would have believed a claim about the lazy sword Riley, the youngest of the Felita house, actually being an incredible top-notch warrior. However, if the one making the claim was the priestess, it was possible that things could go differently. Or are you going to follow me around everywhere and pester me? By pouring in your holy power into a dying body, by giving blessing to a cursed body, are you going to force me to fight? As you say something like, you are the chosen one who received a sign by the goddess. You mustn't fall here. Prisia was gazing at Riley's eyes, but her shoulders shriveled. His eyes were filled with unbelievably huge rage. It was pure rage that included the anguish that was oppressed and held up inside Riley since the past life. Goddess? Fuck. What a bullshit. This goddess must have her eyes rolled the wrong way. She thinks I'm some kind of tool. She is doing this just to work me and take advantage of me again. Isn't that right? Doesn't she know this is a stark violation of the labor's standard law? What a lunatic. In my past life, even the horrible bosses who were called sons of bitches would not have been this bad. Labor's standard law? Prisia had no way of understanding all of the harsh, bare-knuckled words pouring out of Riley's mouth, but she could not dare to ask what he meant by that. It was because deadly aura, the kind that made her fear that one wrong word could result in losing her head, could be felt from Riley. All she could do at the moment was to look at Riley approaching her as she shook in fear. Fine, go ahead, expose my secret or follow me around. When you do, Riley brought his face right up to Prisia's and warned. His warning message was loaded with his deadly aura as well. Because of his deadly aura, without realizing it, Prisia hunched her shoulders and took steps back. Then you will be hearing an urgent message from your goddess telling you that you will need to find a brave warrior who could stop me. As Prisia's face turned cold and hardened, Riley continued, I don't know if there really is so-called God or not, but deliver this message to your goddess. No, maybe she is watching from somewhere. To the goddess that must have a serious problem with her eyesight. The video mail that Riley was sending had a simple message. Just let me be. Let me rest a little now. No, his message of response could also be summarized in those two letters. Prisia was still frozen solid. Leaving her be, Riley turned his head. And you? Before anyone realized, Nanai was not coughing anymore, and she was looking at Riley. Riley locked his eyes with Nanai, cracked a smile, and said, "You, let's have a word, shall we?" It was a terrifying smile that felt like a warning. Chapter 53. It was during the evening at the Felita house. Things no different from the usual continued. The scenery of maids taking their shifts to carry out their tasks inside the mansion, servants using their break time to occasionally swing swords in the dueling arena, the eldest and second sons exchanging words with each other about swords, or Stein, the master of the house, taking care of simple paperwork inside the office. Everything was as usual, at least that was the case until Stein, who was sitting inside the office, found a document with an unexpected content. Instead of calling it a paperwork, it was more appropriate to call it a summarized newspaper. On the top of the newspaper, in gigantic letters, there was the following question written: "Last night, what happened in Salia?" With his youngest son currently visiting Salia, it obviously drew Stein's attention. Last night, horrible crates were discovered in Right Salia's magic tower. The crates contained mass amount of grass with psychedelic properties. The one that had been hiding these was revealed to be Astroa, the Grand Mage of Seven Circles magic, who was famous for being the leader of the magic tower, and the citizens and the nobilities are not able to recover from the shock from finding out about the incident. Grass with psychedelic properties. Stein furrowed his brows as he read that particular part of the news. He thought about the old butler that he sent with Riley, because Stein knew very well how much that butler hated, despised and was disgusted by that grass. He started to worry that his youngest son may have gotten swept into this incident. Also, a young master from a count's house, who reported the outlawed grass hidden in the magic tower and also provided big assistance in neutralizing Astroa and search of the magic tower's basement, received a Medal of Honor from the Prince Daniel today. Wondering what this was about, Stein started to wiggle his eyebrows. He continued reading what the newspaper said below, which read: "From a house that holds an extraordinary position in the world of swordsmanship in Salia, from the famous Finn Felita house, the third Barn young master." Bam! Stein was diligently reading the newspaper, but he smashed the desk while holding the paper in his hand. He still could not believe what he just saw. With a vacant stare, he just kept on blinking his eyes for a moment, and then he raised the newspaper again. Riley, he is the hero in these incidents. Afterwards, a girl, who had been abandoned by the magic tower and also accomplished quite a commendable deed in efforts of apprehending Astroa by using her magic. Immediately, having confirmed Riley's name in the newspaper, Stein abruptly stood up from the chair. He shouted, "Willa, Willa!" Stein's loud voice calling for a servant was echoing in the mansion. It was at Salia Castle. After roughly taking care of the business at the restroom, Riley returned to the stadium. But he asked Ian as he stared at the Medal of Honor that was placed in his palm. "What's this?" "Go up, Kuyayuk," sob. It's not like he was a little girl, yet Ian had burst into tears. It was apparent that Ian was not able to answer Riley in the current state. "Sarah, what's this?" So, Riley turned his head and asked Sarah. "It's a Medal of Honor bestowed to you by Salia Castle, because you suddenly left in middle of the Prince Daniel's speech. Our Lady received it for you." "Anyway, where were you?" Sarah explained, and Iris asked. Riley, who had the answer already prepared, replied with a smile, I just went to the restroom for a bit." Having threatened the priestess at the restroom, Riley returned to the group for now. I never knew that you were working so hard in places we could not see." Sob. Hearing the sound of someone sniffing up the runny nose mixed in with tears, the gazes of the three, including Riley, turned toward the man. The one crying was not even a little kid. It was the old butler. "What the? This Medal of Honor? This is for reporting to Salia Castle, isn't it? Then shouldn't Ian be the one getting it?" "Why are they giving it to me?" Not convinced, Riley asked while fiddling with the medal. Sarah responded, "That's why the lady asked if they are really giving it to you, not Ian." When she asked, The prince said that this is correct. He said the medal is being given to the young master for his great exploits. The way Sarah was scratching her cheek as she looked with gleaming eyes was not too different from how Ian was doing. It appeared that even Sarah was proud inside that the young master who she is serving had received such a reward of recognition. That young master is the one? Yes. I heard he is the young master who received the Medal of Honor. Have you heard? It seems he is from the Felita house. As expected. I thought there was something about him. You said he is the youngest, right? He is different from the rumors. Even now, among the nobilities leaving the castle, there were people whispering to each other as they looked at Riley. They were somehow tickling Riley's ears. In a way. She did practice my advice down to the letter. Riley did advise her to avoid situations where it would bring the attentions to her and also to take a step back and watch. Riley, the one who had given Nanae such advice, gave out a hollow sigh. In a way, all she did was properly carrying out Riley's advice. I'm sorry. But I don't regret what I have done. Even if you died right there by being choked to death, in the end, I haven't done anything and that's the truth. So, when Riley asked Nanae, she responded like that. Riley, yes. Riley, who was thinking about the conversation with Nanae, turned his head as he heard his mother's voice. Iris was gently smiling at Riley. Why don't you just take it? Yes, I'm talking about the Medal of Honor. Wouldn't your father be happy about it as well? Riley hesitated for a moment, and as if he understood his mother's words, he nodded and grabbed the medal placed on his hand. Yes, I understand. I'll take it for now. He did so because he figured it was not a bad idea to be nice to his mother this way. According to Prisia, they didn't tell anyone about his skills. Also, to Nanae, who was the biggest problem for him, he explained clearly and politely, so others would just think that Riley had a pretty good luck that led to his accomplishments. Well then, shall we start heading back as well? There was supposed to be a festival a day after the winner of the swordsmanship tournament was decided. If it was going to be as Sarah explained before, then the festival would also be the time when the city would be at its busiest with the crowds going about their businesses enjoying their time in the festivities. Right about now, it is probably quite loud over at the main plaza with the festival already started. As Sarah stepped forward to lead the way, Ian and Iris followed her. If the schedule doesn't change a lot, as the closing ceremony, we may be able to see fireworks tomorrow night. Young master, Sarah was going off about how beautiful the fireworks were when she saw them every year during the tournaments, and she slowly turned her head. At the same time, also with question marks on their faces, Ian and Iris turned their heads and looked at Riley. It was because Riley was standing still there. Hey, I didn't tell you this sooner, so I'm sorry about that, but there is something I must tell you. After making an apology out of the blue, Riley made a hand gesture toward a corner of the stadium. It was a gesture calling for someone to come over. Soon, a girl, who was hiding at the corner on her knees, stood up and walked toward where Riley was. Riley, who is that child? Yes, mother, that is. As Iris noticed the girl, she looked at Riley and asked. He answered, I picked her up at the restroom. Nanae's appearance could not be expressed in a single sentence. She was a girl whose white, high-class dress and her pale white skin, which looked as if she was someone with an illness, were making quite an impression. To point out a problem, it was the fact that those were all of her appearance's nice qualities. Excluding them, all that could be seen in her appearance were drawbacks. That child. Could it be that she can't see in one of her eyes? It appears to be the case, because it was awkward, with her eyes narrowed. Sarah asked Ian and Iris, who were walking in front of her in a row, as she looked at Nanae. Is that a burn mark? What do you think happened to her face? Sarah, why are her fingers like that? The length of her middle and pinky fingers are a little odd, don't you think? Sarah, mumbling and mumbling. Sarah was mumbling as she stared at Nanae, but her shoulders flinched from Ian's voice. Yes, regardless, she is the child that the young master said he would like to take care of as a servant. So it is not going to look good to mumble about her from the back. You're a smart girl, so you understand what I'm trying to tell you, right? Hearing Ian's advice, Sarah lowered her head and fidgeted. She felt he hit the heart of the matter. Oh, Sarah, You need to fix that habit of yours." Sarah was about to say that she is reflecting on her wrongdoing, but she flinched as she looked at Yin's profile. "Well, about the fact that the young master's reason for taking her in is about her being a mage. It is a little dot, and the fact that she will be teaching magic to our young master is really just a little unsettling to me, but..." Sarah flinched because the old man's facial muscles were twitching violently, exuding deadly aura. It was to the point that people, who just passed by him and took a glance at his face, were whispering to guards that the old man looked like he might do something troubling right now. "Excuse me, Sir Ian." Hearing Sarah's voice calling for him, Ian turned his head and looked at Sarah. "What is it?" Looking at his face directly was even more terrifying, and that made Sarah's shoulders to shrivel, but she continued with a smile. "Your face." "It is scary." Having heard Sarah's words, Ian did a loud fake cough and finally straightened his expression. It appeared he was not aware of the expression on his face. Anyhow. No matter what we say, it looks like the young master won't change his mind about this decision, so all we can do now is just watch and see how it goes. Still, she is a girl too, just like you, so Sarah, you should be more mindful and be sure that the child, Right behind the three in the front, which included Riley, Ian was following the group from the back, but he stopped talking and tilted his head to the side. It was because, in front of them, he could feel the presence of many people. What is that?" "They are people from Salia's holy temple, aren't they?" "Wow, even the Archbishop came. What could this be about? Why are they in a large group like that?" Mumble. From the voices coming from the main plaza's direction, Ian realized that the presence of many people that he felt was coming from the Holy Temple's people. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. The Holy Temple probably don't have anything to do with the swordsmanship tournament. If they came all the way here to the main plaza in a group like this, the reason for it wouldn't be. Ian was making conjectures without knowing that the priestess came by to the restroom that Riley was hiding in during today's event. He was thinking about the reason why there are people from Salia's holy temple gathered along the path that Riley was walking at the main plaza now. Sir Riley. Before Ian could finish his thoughts, a dignified voice could be heard. "Excuse me, Sir Ian." This voice, although Ian didn't recognize it, Sarah knew to whom the voice belonged to. It was a beautiful voice, like a smoothly polished pearl rolling on a golden plate. She also knew that her appearance was even more blindingly beautiful than her voice. "Lady Pregia, what brings you here?" Of the three, Riley, Sarah and Iris, who had to stop walking because of the people from the temple blocking their path, Iris, the eldest of the three, stepped forward and inquired. Pregia omitted the response to Iris's question. Instead, she took a step forward and looked at Riley. Riley was also steadily staring at Pregia, and at that moment, Nanai took a step forward and narrowed her eyes. A sense of wariness could be seen in her gaze. It was the look of a servant who stepped forward with intention to take care of a trouble before her master had to. Wait. Riley extended his arm to grab Nanai's shoulder and stopped her, as if she was trying to ask why he was stopping her. Nanai turned her head toward Riley and looked at him with a question mark on her face. Once she met Riley's eyes, as if she understood the reason, Nanai politely lowered her head and slowly stepped back to stand behind Riley. Chapter 54. You are people from the Holy Temple, but does that give you the right to block a path where people walk through? Looking at the priest's information in front of him, Riley asked, but no response could be heard. It looked like Pregia still remembered the threat she received from Riley when she was in Salia Castle. Without saying any words, all she was doing was slowly shifting eyes around to avoid Riley's gaze. What's this? Riley furrowed his eyebrows. Judging from her reaction, it looked like his warning was definitely received. It appeared Pregia was not here out of her own accord. All this, really? My apologies. After a long while, finally, an awkward voice could be heard. It was the old man standing next to Pregia. Our lady priestess is still not skilled in having conversations with people, so she makes mistakes like this occasionally. Please be generous and understand. young Master Riley. Toward the old man standing next to Prisia, Riley narrowed his eyes and glared at his face. He remembered the old man. Riley definitely had seen his face during the first day he visited Right Salia. Ah, Archbishop Rabathra. Like how the old man was standing next to Prisia, Iris was standing next to Riley. Iris identified the old man's title. Lady Iris, it's good to see you again. Rabathra, the archbishop representing the priests of Salia's holy temple, bowed his head and paid his respects to the two standing in front of him. Because of his respectful gesture, Iris lost some of her wariness toward them and started to look around the people from the temple who were blocking her path. Why are all these people here? Ah, it's none other than. Rabathra turned his body to the side and gestured to the priests who were prepared and waiting at the back to come this way. What is this? Following Rabathra's hand gesture, 3 priests, each in both hands carrying a box that was richly decorated, came to the front. These are about the recent exploits. The 2 people, they left these things at the holy temple. They are supposed to take these with them. 2 of the priests walked toward Riley, and 1 walked toward Nanai, as if they were trying to ask what these were. Riley and Nanai floated question marks on their faces. They held the boxes given to them by the priests and checked the contents inside. They don't look like anything special. After checking the contents, Riley raised his eyebrows and looked at Rabathra. This is. On the other hand, Nanai vacantly opened her mouth as if she didn't expect the content to be what it was. It did not mean that she was impressed and thankful. It meant that she was shocked. It is a loot or a spoil, if you will. Rabathra opened his mouth. A loot? Riley wondered if an archbishop that represented a temple should be talking like that. Riley pulled his chin and stared at Rabathra. What Riley and Nanai received were a cape that was neatly folded into a square shape, an ordinary-looking silver ring that didn't have any decorations, and a leather bracelet with unknown engraved patterns. These 3 things. Because we are out in the public, I can't explain the specifics directly, but these belong to the. Rabathra paused for a moment and looked over the shoulders to gauge Salia citizens watching them. Rabathra continued, yes, these are belongings of that man. As for his staff, it broke completely, so it could not be helped. Rabathra was careful about the discussion because the death of that man was a fact not revealed to the public. If I refuse these? With a concerned and reluctant face, Riley asked back. Nanai was feeling the same as Riley. She was going to die soon, so she felt that receiving these were probably not going to make a big difference. Also, they were belongings of a mage that experimented on her. She was not feeling right about having such things. Please accept them. The Holy Temple determined that it would be better to present these to you two instead of delivering them to the castle. I swear under the goddess Ironetza that we have not done anything odd. Rabathra bowed his head once again. Riley shifted his eyes toward Prisia, who was standing next to the old man. The expression on her face looked pretty uncomfortable. It felt like she wanted to get away from this place right this instant. It was probably because of Riley. Is this just the Archbishop acting alone? Earlier, Riley warned Prisia that he will turn everything upside down if they pestered him, and it looked like his threat worked. It was evidenced by how the priestess was keeping her mouth shut. If he is acting alone, then why is he doing this? Assuming the Archbishop knew about the divine message that Prisia received. In that case, if she told him that they shouldn't ask me, then why? After making conjectures on the reason behind the Archbishop's action, Riley turned his head. Young master, are you going to take these? Nanai slowly came next to Riley and whispered to him quietly so the Archbishop couldn't hear her. By the looks of them, how are they? I checked them already. I don't sense any magical interferences in them. To Riley's question, Nanai responded that she already checked, but she realized that she made mistake in choosing the tone of her words. She was still too used to the crass language used in Lower Salia. I mean, I have checked them for you, young master. Is that so? There is some description at this point about how Nanai was using non-honorific form of language and then realized her mistake. She corrected them immediately afterwards. However, it is simply impossible to describe these in English because honorific, non-honorific word forms do not exist in English language. So instead, I added words of formality in how she could address Riley in her revision to give it a similar effect. Riley looked like he was a bit impressed that Nanai took a notice. Is she intending to work hard as a servant? Riley figured that her crass language could not be helped because it became a habit for her from her time in Lower Salia. Still, Riley was impressed that Nanai knew what he wanted and went ahead and did things even before he asked. So, this means these are just simple gifts. In that case, thinking about the situation and making a conjecture, Riley figured that Rabathra chose an approach of taking a long time with Riley instead of abruptly showing up and making a request. He was sure that Rabathra was trying to work him from that angle. The fact that Rabathra was not bringing up the dragon at all was the evidence. So, what you are trying to do here is, let's make an impression in person first at least. Is that it? To Nanai, Riley handed over the 2 boxes that he was carrying and then took a step toward Rabathra. Thank you. Since you are giving us these gifts, we will take them with appreciation. Toward Rabathra, Riley smiled like a good person and continued, but, are you going to keep the road blocked? It's a little number. It's a big hindrance for the citizens. Shoo shoo. As if he was trying to tell them to hurry up and get out of the way. Riley was making fanning gestures with his hand. In light of Riley's gesture, Rabathra broke in cold sweat and stepped back. Pardon? The thing is, we haven't had our dinner yet. Ah, yes, my apologies. Even though Rabathra was the elder here, he was overwhelmed by Riley's gaze staring down at him from above. Rabathra got out of the way by taking steps back. At the same time, other people from the temple broke into 2 groups and got out of Riley's way just like how Rabathra had. Mother, let's get going. Ian, Sarah. Without a moment of hesitation, Riley started walking confidently through the pathway that the people from the temple formed by stepping away for him, but he suddenly turned his head toward his back and called for the maid and the butler who were just standing there with vacant looks. Ah, yes. Pardon? Just for how much longer are you going to stand there with blank faces? I'm so hungry that my stomach is about to stick to my back. Ian and Sarah exchanged looks without saying anything and rushed to follow Riley, who was walking far in front of them. As for Ian, because he saw how it went with the priestess last time, and also because he was thinking she came here to block the way on her own accord, Ian was surprised that she didn't say anything. That young master. He is different from what I have heard. What I'm saying is not the rumors about him being lazy sword. I'm talking about what you told me today evening. After returning to the temple, the Archbishop Rabathra, who was standing in front of the stone statue with Prisia, asked as he tilted his head to the sides. There was a shadow cast deeply on the priestess' face that he had not seen before. Archbishop Rabathra, I think it would be best if we just left him alone. However, didn't you say you received a divine message? If that young master is really the hero that could stop the dragon we are concerned about, then it is too early to give up. It is futile. His eyes are a problem separate from the divine message, Prisia murmured as she shook her head. Archbishop Rabathra, you probably don't know this, but that man's eyes have something. It was a small voice that would be hard to hear unless someone really leaned toward her to listen, because he was pretty hard of hearing. Rabathra didn't hear what Prisia said. Instead, he sent a prayer in front of the statue and walked away. It was because, just like Riley, he did not eat his dinner yet either. Haha, priestess, you worry too much. Anyway, we just need to take our time and talk to him slowly. As we do, I'm certain that he will heed to our words, the goddess Ironetsa's words. Rabathra smiled like a good man and turned away, and Prisia was glaring at him with her eyes narrowed. Rabathra. Prisia's eyes turned golden for a moment before returning to normal. I don't know what you are scheming, but Prisia was thinking about the very first divine message that she received after becoming a priestess, the one well before the message about Riley and the dragon. The very first message she received was about the trial that she must go through as a priestess. The divine message was telling her that Archbishop Rabathra, the one that appointed her as the priestess, is going to be her first trial. She had kept the first divine message about the trial as a secret all this time. While looking over her shoulders to be cautious of the Archbishop's gaze, Prisia had been diligently gaining experience as a priestess. The second divine message that she received was already well known to the Archbishop. Also, the third divine message told her that Riley, the one who visited the temple while the swordsmanship tournament was still in full swing, was going to resolve the problem with the dragon. Rabathra knew about the third divine message as well because he heard about it from Prisia. Rabathra, regardless of what you are thinking, Rabathra only knew two of the divine messages, the second one about the dragon, and the third one about Riley, a nobility, being the one who would stop the dragon. This man, as Prisia looked at the back of the Archbishop, who was certainly scheming something, she suddenly shook her body as if she was creeped out by something. It was not because she was afraid of the Archbishop, it was because she remembered the terrifying aura from Riley when she ran into him in Salia Castle's restroom. Dud is beyond you. Although Prisia didn't know what the Archbishop was plotting, she was still more afraid of Riley, who she met only a while ago. Because Prisia was certain that it was not going to work no matter what the Archbishop tried to do to Riley. It was because, at the main plaza, when Rabathra made a bow to Riley by lowering his head, Prisia was able to see it while she was standing a step back from him and looking at Riley. She saw that Riley was looking at Rabathra's back as if he just found a useful tool he could use, and he was smiling. Here, having arrived at the restaurant, before Sarah could make a move, Nanai picked up the container that had forks and knives, and set them on the table for everyone. Oh my! How kind of you. Iris gave a refreshing smile toward Nanai as she received the fork and knife from Nanai. Thank you. It seemed it didn't matter to her that Nanai had burn marks on her face, cannot see with one of her eyes, and was missing a couple of her fingers. It appeared that Iris thought of Nanai as just a friend of Riley around his age. Oh, somehow, Sarah lost it to Nanai with the silverware. Sarah had no choice but to just sit there and twiddle her thumbs. She sat down and blew up her cheeks. Sarah felt that, unlike Nanai's emotionless face, Nanai was quite sneaky. Unlike Sarah, who had her cheeks blown up, Ian was observing Nanai with his arms crossed. Young master, I did super job, right? Having finished with laying down the silverware on the table, Nanai turned her head and was about to ask Riley, but she flinched. It was because her eyes met Ian's. I did super job, right? Because of the lack of formality in her words, Ian's eyebrows kept twitching. The sarcastic, deadly gaze from Ian felt like he was threatening to turn the table upside down if she said I did super job, right? Again, I mean, young master. Have I done well? Nanai carefully corrected herself. Nanai's eye was beaming like a little puppy's asking for praise. Looking at her, Riley cringed as he moved his finger toward her forehead. Tack, an upbeat sound could be heard. Because of Riley's gentle tap on her forehead, Nanai's head tilted toward the back. Just make sure to keep the gifts safe. He was talking about the Astroa's belongings that the people from the temple gave them. By the way, weren't you going to refuse those gifts? Nanai slightly opened the cape she was wearing on her shoulders as she asked. On her waist, there were 3 bags tied to her, each of which contained the things they received from the temple. Well, they smell rotten, so I was going to refuse them. But after thinking about it carefully, I had no reason to refuse them. It also looked like this was not going to be the last time they are going to give us gifts, so, as if she didn't understand very well, Nanai tilted her head to the sides. Meanwhile, Riley murmured as he twisted the corner of his mouth. Well, they insist on showering us with gifts, so, why not? Who hates getting stuff for free? Riley enjoyed the taste of the beverage placed inside the cup on the table. Appearing to be satisfied, he took a few more sips. Judging from its color, aroma, or taste, it was a honey drink. Chapter 55. Returning home. With the King's Swordsmanship Tournament events all concluded, Riley's group was on its way back to the mansion while riding in Felita House's carriage. The atmosphere inside the carriage was a bit odd because the group now had one more person, unlike how it was when they first came to visit Salia. However, it was not the case for Felita House's young master Riley and Lady Iris. The fireworks on the last day, they were gorgeous, weren't they? Yes, mother, This is the first time you saw the fireworks, right? They were so pretty. I think I'll never get bored of it no matter how many times I watch them." The mother and the son were busy chattering about the events during the last day of the festival. On the other hand, unlike the young master and the lady that he served, the old butler was not feeling all that comfortable. With his arms crossed, he glared at the driver's seat as he tapped his fingers. Regardless, if you are going to serve our young master from now on, in the direction that Yin was looking in, there were two little girls sitting in the driver's seats of the carriage. They were Sarah in maid dress and Nanai in white dress. It looked like Sarah was in middle of providing Nanai with private education. Instead of casual language, it would be better to use a respectful language. Listening to Sarah's advice, Nanai, who was sitting right next to her in the driver's seats, nodded her head as she said, "Got it." Sarah, who was driving the carriage, turned her head toward Nanai and narrowed her eyes. Spark. Nanai felt the heat somehow coming from the gaze. She tilted her head to the side as she wondered if she did something wrong. Soon, she realized her mistake and corrected her response. I understand. My apologies." It seemed she still didn't quite become fully aware of the mistakes in her language. Nanai, with an awkward expression on her face, was fiddling with her fingers. "That is, my old habits are still there." So, in Lower Salia, a place full of people with foul mouths, she had been indebted to that place for quite a while, ever since she was abandoned by the magic tower. It appeared that she was so accustomed to Lower Salia's foul language that she was currently having difficulty adjusting to respectful language. Sarah, who was driving the carriage, sighed heavily enough to make the ground sink. In her opinion, actually, with all things considered, Nanai's language was in a pretty good shape. Despite having spent quite a while in Lower Salia, Nanai was not carrying disturbing and vulgar swears in her mouth. Instead of complaining about Nanai having problems with adjusting her language, Sarah at least found it to be fortunate that Nanai didn't swear like that. "Although I didn't want to be understanding of her over something like this." Sarah knew well about the old habits that Nanai spoke of earlier. It was because there was a time when Sarah lived in Lower Salia and it also took her quite a while to correct her language afterwards. Moreover, the foul language she had back then was far rougher than how Nanai's language was now. "I'm not liking this." Although Sarah was someone who had experience living in Lower Salia, because of her experience, she didn't like Lower Salia and people from that place. The slightly scrunched expression on her face was revealing that fact. "You need to use respectful language." It appeared Nanai was at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say, so instead, she was focusing on fiddling with her fingers. Her slightly lowered head was showing signs of reflecting upon her mistake from the bottom of her heart. Because Sarah was sitting right next to Nanai with almost no distance between them, and because Sarah was looking at Nanai from Nanai's left side, the side where she could not see Nanai's scars on her right, the expression on Sarah's face looked mesmerized. One side of her face is normal at least. Her skin was whiter than milk. According to Riley, Sarah heard that Nanai was subjected to all sorts of cruel experiments at the magic tower. Right side of Nanai's face had scars, but other than that, Nanai had a spotless, white and smooth skin. It was the kind that Sarah, as a woman, could feel jealous about. Sarah. Nanai was still fiddling with her fingers while giving a blank stare straight ahead, but she suddenly called Sarah's name. The look on Sarah's face expressed that she was thinking this was unfair. While pouting, Sarah was staring at Nanai's face from the side, and she was not able to hear Nanai's voice. "Sarah, Lady Sarah, in the front." Nanai raised her right hand, which was missing two fingers, and pointed its index finger towards something. Because of Nanai's movement, Sarah finally woke up from her useless thoughts and looked where Nanai was pointing. Surprised, Sarah quickly fixed her grip on the rein. Sarah had her guard down all this time because she was distracted by Nanai's face. Now, Sarah's eyes were open wide. She had no idea since when the object was there, but there was a large boulder blocking the way. Danger. Sarah pulled the rein with all of her strength to change the carriage's direction. Horses turned their heads as they screamed with beastly neighs, but because of the rapid change in direction, the carriage was starting to tilt to the side. You, Sarah. Inside the carriage, Riley was holding Iris. Sarah could hear his voice calling her name. Ian stuck his face out toward the driver's seats and yelled at Sarah, "You ah!" If she corrected the tilted carriage, the carriage would collide with the boulder. On the other hand, if she changed the direction to avoid the boulder, the carriage would tilt over to the side. Literally, it was the worst situation where all of the available options would lead to disastrous results. It was when Sarah was screaming, "Air cushion!" Nanae tightly grabbed hold of the driver's seats with her right hand, and she shouted a magic spell as she put forth her left hand toward the ground the carriage was tilting toward. Cuck. Right at the moment the carriage was about to flip over, Sarah had her eyes tightly closed. However, as she realized there was no sound of crashing noise following after, she narrowly opened one of her eyes and looked at the ground that was almost at her nose. On top of that, after noticing Nanae's arm obstructing the view in front of her face, Sarah finally understood the situation. She used magic, and thanks to that, the carriage did not flip over. It regained balance. Ugh! Clank! The carriage was about to kiss the ground, but then regained its balance thanks to Nanae and made loud noises. Another alarmed voice could be heard from inside of the carriage. Sarah, the rain. Got it. Whoosh! Thanks to the wind blowing from the direction where Nanae had her arm directed toward, Sarah barely regained her senses and grabbed hard onto the rein. Clank! The carriage was tilting to the opposite side in order to regain its balance, and it produced yet another loud noise. Finally, the carriage was balanced successfully. Ugh! A cold sweat fell down riding on Sarah's cheek. Whoosh! Nanae's magic tickled her face once more as if the wind was trying to wipe off the sweat from her face this time. Now, Sarah finally sighed in relief. That could have been a disaster. Feeling a terrifying glare from Ian on her back, Sarah murmured like that inside and pouted. Nanae asked, "Are you alright?" Nanae corrected her words. She was tilting her head to the sides. She was worried about Sarah. Before she realized, Sarah's cheeks were red. She started to mumble around, appearing to be bent on not making the same mistake twice. Sarah had her gaze fixed to the front and held tightly onto the rein. "That is, Sir Ian, I think Lady Sarah might be ill." It appeared that Nanae was worried. She had her head turned toward inside of the carriage, and she was about to call for Ian, but she was stopped before she could call him. As Nanae looked at Sarah blushing, Nanae tilted her head to the side with an expression on her face that questioned if Sarah was really alright. "Are you really alright?" Of Nanae's face, which was full of concern for Sarah from the bottom of her heart, Sarah's gaze went toward the right side of Nanae's face. Although it was for a brief moment, Sarah ended up thinking how appalling it was, and that made her blush even more. Nanae was genuinely concerned about Sarah, yet Sarah was having such a thought in her head. Sarah thought her own behavior was unacceptable, and she felt ashamed as well. "Yes, I'm alright, I'm completely fine." Sarah quickly turned her head and responded in a loud voice. After visiting Salia to watch the King's Swordsmanship tournament for almost a week, having finally returned to the Felita mansion, Riley came down from the carriage as he tapped his back. "Oh, finally, we are home." Having realized there were servants lined up left and right to welcome him, Riley made a dumbfounded face. "What is it?" "Welcome home, young Master Riley." When Riley asked as he furrowed his brows, lined up servants bent their upper bodies all the way to bow and welcome Riley. Some servants' gazes had that young Master Lazy's sword really did look. I was wondering why, but is it because of that?" Riley was wondering why the servants were acting like this, but soon he realized why. It was probably because of the Medal of Honor that he received from Prince Daniel when he was at the Salia Castle, which was in his pocket now. When Riley was thinking carefully about the medal, he could hear a dignified voice in front of him. At the same time, Servants fixed their postures and lowered their heads slightly. It was to pay respects to the master of the mansion. Father, step. Having discovered Stein approaching this way, Riley also slightly lowered his head and showed that he had returned to the mansion. I presume you enjoyed the tournament? Unlike the last time, when Stein insisted on Riley entering the tournament, Stein asked if Riley enjoyed watching the tournament. Riley nodded as the replacement for a reply. What about the medal? To confirm what he read in the news article, Stein went straight to asking about the main subject. It was Salia Castle's Medal of Honor, something even Ryan, the eldest, or Lloyd, the second eldest, had not managed to receive yet. On top of that, it was a medal that the prince bestowed in person. It was unbelievable. It's in my pocket, Riley answered. When Stein could only hear the response without the medal being shown, Stein narrowed his eyes and ordered Riley, show it to me. Riley lightly breathed out and put his hand in his pocket. It appeared there was something inside his pocket. By the sound of something clanking inside his pocket, the servants of Felita Mansion, who were lined up and standing to watch, gulped. Here, from Riley's pocket, the Medal of Honor, which was bestowed to him from Salia Castle, was revealed. It was to recognize and show his accomplishments for uncovering the dirty secrets of the magic tower that were hidden for a long time, and also for providing assistance to people of Salia Castle and Temple in apprehending Astroa. After seeing the medal, servants gasped. One thing surprising about it was that Ryan and Lloyd's servants were gasping more than the others. It was not just a fluke, right? Stein asked as he looked at Riley. Again, Riley leisurely shrugged his shoulder as a replacement for a response. His looks were truly becoming of a nickname Lazy Sword. You were out here. When Riley and Stein, the father and the son, were having a strange psychological warfare, from inside of the carriage, Iris's voice could be heard. Anyway, you were worried about his well-being more than anything, yet your inability to be honest with yourself is a quirk of yours. Following Riley, Iris also came down from the carriage. She was smiling with her lips covered by her hand. Stein didn't have many weak points, but now that one of them made an entrance to the scene, Stein groaned and cringed. Was it inconvenient to have just Sarah and Ian? Of course not. The two have fulfilled their roles well. They were more than enough. As Iris smiled and turned toward the back, Sarah and Ian, who were waiting in the back, lowered their heads and paid their respects to Stein. Also, having discovered a girl sitting next to them, Stein showed a question mark on his face. Who is that child? Not just Stein, but others of the house had their gazes focused on Nanai. Their gazes were making her feel hesitant, and she lowered her head. It looks like there is much to talk about, so why don't we have the rest after going inside? Iris gave a refreshing smile and looked at her son. Riley. Yes. Could you please go inside first with Nanai? Riley nodded and gave a hand gesture toward Nanai to come this way. Nanai looked like she was able to calm down a little from the young master's gesture. She relaxed her face and carefully came close to his back. After Nanai came next to his back, Riley stopped walking for a moment and looked back at his mother. It appeared that Riley was concerned about his mother after all. You don't need to worry. Your mother's lips are heavy. The mother and the son had their eyes meet, and after quickly reading her son's face, Iris winked. Finally, Riley cracked a smile, relaxed his face, and was about to walk inside the mansion. But, oh, Riley, so you returned at last? At the entrance of the mansion, they ran into Lloyd, the second-born. Chapter 56. From what I've been hearing, you returned with a magnificent medal. Clap clap. Lloyd walked toward Riley as he clapped. He opened his arms wide, gave Riley a tight hug and took a step back. How about showing it to your big brother too? I'm talking about that medal. With his hands on his waist, in a pose full of confidence, Lloyd looked at Riley. It appeared he could not care less about Nanai, who was following behind Riley. Why are you acting like that? As Riley stood there with a blank stare while suppressing his expression that wanted to say what a bother this was, Lloyd started to look at Riley as if he was concerned for him. By chance, it's not like the news about the medal was a lie or anything, right? My little brother would never do that. Isn't that right? Lloyd asked the servants who were standing to the side in a line. Because the servants were here from the beginning to welcome Riley, they already saw Riley's medal. However, despite that, the servants were sparing themselves of speaking any words and only looked over shoulders. It was because they became aware of the public secret that the two were competing to be the heir of the Felita house. Now, hurry up. Lloyd immediately put forth one of his hands. His gesture was saying to hurry up and bring out the medal. Riley sighed quietly. Nanae glanced back and forth between Riley and Lloyd. Soon, as if she realized that the older young man with blonde hair was not a good person to Riley, she narrowed her eyes. Nanae was going to give Lloyd a shot of her magic, the kind that won't require her to recite a spell, and all she had to do would have been just concentrating mana. She was going to prepare it in secret and shoot it, but she could hear Riley's voice in her head. Why? Nanae moved her eye and looked at Riley from the side. She couldn't figure out exactly what he was thinking, but there was a little bit of the expression on his face that showed he was finding all this to be a nuisance. That much was certain. So, to make sure she doesn't end up getting in Riley's way, she put away the mana that she focused and decided to just quietly watch the situation. Yes, well, I'll show it to you. Riley put his hand in the pocket again and brought out the medal. It was a golden medal with Salia's insignia engraved on it. It was certainly the medal that Daniel, the Prince of Salia, bestowed to Riley. Now that he was looking at the medal in person, Lloyd's eyes widened. It looked like he never thought Riley would really bring a medal. This is the medal that you received from that old man? As Lloyd stared at the medal, which was shaped just like the one hanging in Stein's office, he narrowed his eyes as if he grew suspicious and asked, "How should I say this? I find this quite surprising." Don't misunderstand me. It's just that I can't imagine how you would have done it. I find it hard to believe that you received it, Lloyd said as he waved his hand around and smiled. Watching Lloyd, Nanae's patience reached its limit. She crumpled her face. It was difficult for her to stand still when Lloyd was making a mockery of Riley about his accomplishments. The servants watching the second-born and the youngest of the house were also drenched in cold sweat. Of course, this wasn't the first time Lloyd made mockery of Riley for him being lazy, but they were worried because the situation now was a little different. Is it okay to do that? They were thinking that, no matter how things led to Riley receiving the medal, it was a medal of honor that was bestowed on him by the royalty. Lloyd doubting the medal that Riley held could also imply that he was doubting the judgment of Salia Castle's royalty. This was the reason for the servants' concerns. By chance, can you please explain it to me? How did you get the medal? I wonder why you can't just answer. It's frustrating. Riley, by chance. You, listening to Lloyd's provocation, to how he was blurring the end of his sentence as he narrowed his eyes, Riley opened his mouth. Big brother, Riley was holding the medal in his palm and had stretched his hand toward Lloyd to show it to him. Now, Riley slowly grabbed hold of the medal. Riley held the tip of the medal's tail with his thumb and index finger and swung it left and right in front of Lloyd's face as if he was performing hypnosis. If you like this so much, shall I give it to you? What? In leisurely tone, with a smile, Riley made the proposition. At this, not just Lloyd, but the servants, who were watching them also, closed their mouths without even being able to make gasping sounds. It's just that you seem like you really want to have it. Riley brought back the medal, which he was lightly swinging around, close to his face. He carefully observed Salia's insignia on it, and as if he got bored of it, he held it toward Lloyd and said, "For me, it's a bother to have it anyway." The expression on Riley's face was tinged with annoyance. Hearing Riley's tone of voice, which sounded like he was saying Lloyd should take the medal if he really wanted to. Lloyd seemed like he was doubting Riley's words. He moved his hand toward the medal that was swinging in Riley's hand. It felt like slight convulsion of his hand was expressing how he was feeling inside. It was when his hand was about one hand's width away from reaching the medal. Well, if you don't want it, then it cannot be helped. Riley took back the medal and promptly put it away, with a leisurely expression on his face that stated he had moments and nerves to spare. Riley was tilting up the corner of his mouth. Watching this, Lloyd finally realized that Riley was swinging the metal around to mock him. You runt. How dare! The fact that he was ridiculed by Riley, not someone else, seemed to be unbearable to Lloyd. Lloyd was about to extend his arm and grab Riley's neck. At that moment, Lloyd, Stein, who was having a conversation with Iris until now, walked toward the two brothers and stopped him. That's enough. Yes, I understand. Hearing his father's order, Lloyd ground his teeth inwardly, took care of the expression on his face and slowly lowered his head. Shoving down the rage inside, Lloyd raised his head. He just had lowered and noticed Iris, who was sticking right next to his father. Lloyd lightly twitched his eyebrow as he lowered his head again. Lady Iris, have you had a pleasant visit to Salia? Thank you for your consideration, young Master Lloyd. Thanks to you, we had a good trip. Iris responded to Lloyd's greeting by lightly fiddling her chin with her hand. She immediately turned her head toward Riley and delivered "Why don't you take your leave now?" with her gaze. I'll get going now. Heeding to his mother's goodwill, Riley, who just put the medal away into his pocket, stepped into the mansion. Young Master Lloyd, have you been well? Yes. To turn his gaze away from Riley, Iris asked how Lloyd had been. The thing is, my swordsmanship is improving daily. Lady Iris, it would be hard for you to believe it because you have Riley, but now, besides father and big brother, there isn't anyone in the house that could beat me. With his chin all the way up, as if he was boasting about himself, he was going off about himself as he walked, but suddenly, when he stepped onto the polished surface of the mansion's entrance, he started to slide. Did someone oil the floor or something? At least, how he was moving looked like it was not by his intent. After realizing the surface was excessively slippery, Lloyd started to wave his hands in the air chaotically. What the hell? Why is the floor like this? Since childhood, he had exceptionally good sense of balance, so no matter how slippery the floor was, if it was like any other day, he would have been able to balance himself immediately. However, for some reason, his seriously compromised balance was not coming back to its stable state so easily. In the end, until the moment he tipped over completely, he was still not able to regain his balance, and, kick, he plummeted with his ass to the floor in an embarrassing way. Why, young master, are you all right? Having watched Lloyd falling in a grand way, the servants who were on standby on the side quickly rushed to him and checked. From a pretty far distance, Sarah watched it all, how Lloyd was going on and on boasting about himself and fell all of a sudden after a brief dance of struggle. She was not able to hold it anymore. She broke into laughter. It was because she had a pretty good idea who it was that made it happen. Kuo. She turned her head away and hid her mouth with her hands so others won't see her laughing. Looking at Sarah making suppressed laughter, Ian, who was standing next to her, made a light hem and poked her with his elbow. Sarah. Poke. His elbow lightly tapped Sarah's arm. Ian was trying to scold Sarah to make her stop laughing. I'm sorry, Kuo. Sarah was barely containing her laughter. With dew hanging around her eyes from laughter, Sarah turned her head to the front again. Sarah forced herself to think about depressing matters. She took a quick glance at Ian. It turned out, Ian too was trying to hold himself from laughing. Still, his facial muscles were occasionally twitching toward laughter. The look on his face was quite a sight to behold. Sarah broke into laughter once again. How clumsy and embarrassing, big brother. That's not how it happened. The floor was a little odd. There was really something. I got it. Lloyd was trying to explain himself as he rubbed the part with which he hit the floor. Looking at Ryan, who smiled at him gently as if he was trying to say he is giving in, Lloyd cringed. So, how is Riley? As if he was checking on things, Ryan asked as he turned his head. Lloyd shrugged his shoulder and responded, same as always. There wasn't much that changed about him. Same as always, unfocused eyes, lassie-like smooth palm, the way of walking that lacks any strength. And right down to how he runs his mouth since he has no physical skills. Everything was as they were. It looks like there won't be a need to worry so much. By the way, as Lloyd explained, he brought up the part he forgot that he found amusing. He brought some weird lass with him. A lass? Yes, her presence was weak, and her face was grotesque, so I didn't look carefully. Anyway, one thing for certain is that she is an odd-looking one. It bothers me inside, Lloyd remembered as he scratched the back of his head. As he said, to him, she looked really odd. It was not sitting right in his mind. Not just her appearance, but her atmosphere as well. Although I can't know what would come of this, I think that girl being here is only going to help us in the air competition. It didn't look like she was going to be a hindrance. If she is a daughter of a nobility, then perhaps. But it was hard to find any trace of nobility in the way she acts or walks. As Ryan listened to his explanation, Ryan fiddled with his chin and nodded as if he understood. Ryan said, "It seems like it would be best if we continued to find out more." "About what exactly?" "I'm talking about that lass. Something is fishy about it all." "But big brother, that lass is..." As if it was not sitting right with him, Lloyd was going to object, but his gaze met with Ryan's, which looked extremely serious. Lloyd promptly shut his mouth. "Riley, that rascal is not the horny scoundrel type. You know that well too. Money, not interested. Power, not interested. Women, not interested. Other than reading books or resting against the trunk in a tree's shade, his youngest brother had no other particular interests. He brought a girl that nobody knows into the Felita house. Also, not any girl, but a girl who has quite a horrid appearance." It was certain he had something he was scheming inside. He has something up his sleeve. This isn't a matter you should just ignore because she had an unsightly face. I understand. After hearing Ryan's explanation, as if he was thinking it was plausible too, Lloyd nodded his head and responded, "I'll find out about it on my own." "Okay then, why don't you go back for now?" "Yes." Lloyd bowed and left the room. Ryan, who was alone in his room now, started to fiddle with his chin again. A medal from the castle. He didn't know how Riley received the medal when he went to Salia Castle just to watch the swordsmanship tournament. However, one thing for certain was that this was a sign. Ryan was concerned. Ryan's plan was about to be forced to take a wrong turn. Chapter 57. It was a dress with white and black colors mixed in. It was a dress with loose frills decorating its skirt. From today on, Nanai was officially going to work as a maid in Felita House. She looked around at her maid uniform here and there, and she turned to look at Sarah, who was standing in front of her. "Do I look all right?" With her mouth tightly closed, Nanai asked Sarah with her gaze. With her arm resting on her waist, Sarah thoroughly checked Nanai's appearance from top to bottom. Looking satisfied, Sarah nodded and said, "Fortunately, there was one that fits you perfectly." It looked like Nanai was not used to the dress's lace decoration. Not knowing what to do, Nanai fiddled with its thin and soft fabric. Looking at Nanai in panic, Sarah mumbled inside, "If we could do something about her face, that would be nice." For now, she had it roughly hidden with her long hair. However, one side of her face was burned and peeled off red due to experiments at the magic tower. Her scars could invoke either sympathy or disgust. Regardless, it looked like it was going to make anyone cringe if they laid their eyes on her scars. "I really think just her hair is not going to be enough." Sarah developed a pretty good immunity to Nanai's disfigurement. Now, she was able to maintain her facial expression when she looked at Nanai's face. Sarah breathed out lightly and fixed Nanai's clothing. As for Nanai's face, it seemed like she had to think about it some more. "Although our young master said he picked it up from..." "I mean, he wants to take you in because he wants to learn magic. Still, you should do your job, right?" Because Sarah's face came right up to her face, Nanai flinched and turned her head away. The pleasant smell of Sarah's shampoo was tickling her nose. Somehow, it was making Nanai feel embarrassed. The rules for being a maid in Felita House are pretty strict, so prepare your mind for it. Do you understand? At first, the maid thing was Iris's idea. The idea was that, if Nanai was going to support Riley from the back anyway, instead of just sticking to Riley's side and only teaching him magic, Iris thought Nanai working in the mansion with Sarah might be a good idea. I'm saying this because you might misunderstand me. This part was also approved by young Master Riley, so, from now on, listen carefully to me. Your big sis Sarah, and tighten. Sarah tightened Nanai's clothing around the neck area and looked at her. Perhaps it was to show her who is boss. Unlike her usual self, the look in Sarah's eyes was violent. Let's work well together. Do you understand? Inside, Sarah resented Iris for putting her in charge of educating Nanai. At the same time, Sarah showed a refreshing smile toward Nanai. Yes, Nanai felt something bad would happen if she did anything that wasn't to Sarah's liking. Nanai gulped and responded in a quiet voice. It was in the main garden of Felita Mansion, by the trunk of the apple tree, the one designated as his sanctuary. Riley had leisurely taken the place and was lying down, but he turned his gaze toward the direction where a loud voice was coming from. I'm telling you that's not how it is done. In that case, like this, no, the other way. If I just use magic. Who said you can use tricks? Please don't. Magic is forbidden. There were Sarah and Nanai. By the Iris's proposition, Nanai was receiving maid lessons from Sarah. Riley cracked a smile as if he found it amusing to watch. Are you going to keep on thinking about ways to use tricks instead? No, it is not like that. Riley didn't hate passing the time by just lying down idly, but it was not a bad thing for him to watch something entertaining while lying down in his designated sanctuary. How should I put it? She was still not used to the work. Also, Nanai's crass language was popping out once in a while. Frustrated, Sarah was pounding on her chest as she admonished Nanai. Watching this, Riley mumbled with a vacant stare. It's like watching a new recruit and a senior in the army. This scene felt familiar as if he saw it somewhere in the past. With intrigued eyes, Riley watched the two girls struggling as he thought the situation felt similar to how things were in army in his past life where senior soldiers gave new recruits a hard time just for the sake of it. Are you going to keep talking back to me? No, I'm not. I'm not trying to talk back to you. It is just, Again, there was Nanai breaking in cold sweat and not knowing what to do. There was also Sarah on the verge of exploding from frustration. Regardless of which one he watched, the situation was entertaining for Riley. And here, we even have an officer too. Riley turned his head as he murmured. Next to Riley was an old butler with a stern face standing with his arms folded behind his back. It was Ian. Becoming of an officer, the title that Riley mentioned. Ian was glaring at Sarah and Nanai with a serious and disciplined eyes. It looked like he was going to take action on the first sign of a mistake that wasn't to his liking. In that case, am I the most senior officer who is in his last year of the army service? Entertained by the current situation, Riley cracked a smile and murmured. Having heard what Riley just said, Ian, who was looking at Sarah and Nanai, turned his head toward Riley and asked, Young master, did you just say something? No, it is nothing. It was a culture that didn't exist in this world. It was something Riley knew from his past life, because there was no need for Riley to exert his brain in attempt to explain it all to Ian. Riley chose not to talk about it anymore, so he closed his mouth. Anyway, young master, Having finished their business at the garden, Sarah and Nanai went back into the mansion. As he watched this, Ian slowly turned his head toward three pouches that were laying next to Riley. Those items. What are you going to do with them? The three pouches. They contained items that the people from the Holy Temple delivered to Riley. They said the items were spoils for defeating Astroa. Ian was asking what Riley was going to do with them. I don't know. A purple-colored cape, a silver ring, a leather bracelet. The pouches contained those three things. They were items that used to belong to Astroa, the Grand Mage, the one Riley defeated. Riley chose to take them since the Holy Temple said they will give the items to him for free. However, Riley didn't know exactly how to use these items. I guess it would be a little odd to sell these things, right? After all, the items were something a Grand Mage used. On the other hand, Riley was from Felida, a house that was renowned for sword. There was a chance that a rumor could spread about Felida selling items at high prices that used to belong to a Grand Mage when he was alive. Therefore, it was hard to pick that as the option. That would be indeed. Riley opened a pouch, brought out the cape from inside, and narrowed his eyes because of the blade that Riley threw on Nanae's magic during the Lower Salia incident. The cape had a hole in it, but the rest of it looked fine. By chance, like that cape from that wizard school movie, is this going to make me invisible if I cover my body with it? Is it something like that? A wizard school, sir? What, a wizard school movie? Ian was not able to understand what Riley was mumbling about. As Ian tilted his head to the side and asked, Riley shook his head and corrected himself. It's nothing. I was just talking to myself. After he shook his head, Riley judged that the cape couldn't be like that. He fiddled with the cape and felt the quality of the fabric. There is no way it could. If this cape could really do that, Astroa would not have been defeated so easily during the battle in Lower Salia. These things, how are they used? Look at that one's face. Felita House has a standard and class. That scar is a little. What's wrong with her fingers? With that, could she even do her work properly? Inside the mansion, other maids or butlers in the hallway glanced at Nanae, who was tying the curtain, and clicked their tongues as they passed by. I should do it like this, right? Ms. Sarah, just like how Sarah was a few days ago when she was introduced to Nanae for the first time. Her colleagues were passing by while saying bad things about Nanae. Hearing their voices, Sarah stared at their backs with an expression on her face that protested against their behavior. Eventually, Sarah turned her head toward Nanae and responded, Pardon, Nanae, after tying the curtain in the way Sarah taught her, asked Sarah, tying it like this is correct, right? Ah, yes, that's correct. At least you are pretty good at this. They were currently standing in the hallway that was in front of Riley's room. To be precise, it was the cleaning area that Nanae will be in charge of from now on. Now, the next thing to do on the list is, if it had been like her normal routine, Sarah would have been walking around Iris's room or the corridors nearby to organize things. However, currently, she was sticking by Nanae for the sake of her adjustment to the work inside the mansion. Sarah was teaching her things Nanae was going to be doing. Cleaning up the footprints on carpets. With the hallway's curtain arrangement now complete, Sarah moved her eyes to check if there were any footprints or stains on the carpet. One thing good about the assignment was that, compared to other places, the front of Riley's room had relatively few people coming by, so it looked like it was not going to be too hard for Nanae to maintain the place. Well, as for the carpets, it looks like it just needs to be dusted off a little. And, Sarah, you are here. Sarah was organizing the day's schedule in her head, but she turned her head because of the voice coming from the back. The owner of the voice, which sounded pretentious somehow, was someone who was holding a pretty high position in the mansion, the second young master of the Felita house. Young Master Lloyd. Having noticed him, Sarah lowered her head. Who was that again? Because Lloyd was walking this way. Nanae, who momentarily tilted her head to the side, also followed Sarah and lowered her head. Ah, that young master from before. The one that makes me lose appetite for food. As Nanae lowered her head, she realized that this young master with pretentious voice was someone she ran into in the past. Nanae hardened her face. It was definitely from when they just arrived at the mansion. It was that man who insisted on trying to pick a fight with Riley, the one who she served. It was the young master on whom Nanae used grease magic, which eliminates friction on the floor, in secret to make him plummet on his butt for pestering Riley. What's this? Are you in middle of educating a new family member of the household? Yes, I'm showing her around the mansion, and I'm also explaining to her about her tasks. To Lloyd's question, Sarah replied politely, and then she did the reverse and asked him a question. By the way, what brings you here? The place was in front of Riley's room. It was pretty far from Lloyd's room, so Sarah asked, wondering why he came all this way. It's nothing. Is he trying to harass young Master Riley again? Or is he here to run his mouth in front of me? I rather have it be that he is here just to boast about himself again. Sarah was agonizing about it in her mind. At that moment, Lloyd continued, I came to see you. It looked like, of all the scenarios she was thinking about, it was the one Sarah hated the most. Having heard what Lloyd said, Sarah's eyebrows twitched a little and she tried to divert the conversation. Young Master Lloyd, As I said earlier, because I'm currently in middle of training Nanai, I cannot see you at the moment. Also, after this, I have to go tend to cleaning my lady's room, so I can't come to see you at your roomie. Come on, why are you acting like that when it's between us? I called for you like this, so isn't it about time you came to me at least once? I think I asked you to come and hang out with me at my room a few dozen times by now, isn't that right? When Sarah turned her head away showing that she was not interested, Lloyd didn't miss the chance and took a quick glance below to take a good look at Sarah's cleavage. He smiled with his eyes and hid the lewdness that was revealed in his eyes. It's not like I'm going to roast and eat someone. I'm only asking for a cup of tea together, so why? Ah, right. While at it, the new recruit, why don't you come too? When Lloyd suddenly looked at Nanai and continued, with a displeased, protesting look on her face, Nanai tilted her head to the side. Are you talking about me? That's right. What's your name? It's Nanai. Good, Nanai. If you are in middle of training by Sarah, I think it won't be a bad idea to come by with Sarah to have some tea with me at my room, have a conversation together and have the opportunity to get to know each other, right? Lloyd suggested with his arms wide open. What do you think? Nanai made a quick glance to check Sarah's face. She did because it had been only a day since she started working here. It was still difficult for Nanai to know what's going on in these kinds of situations. Although it looked like Sarah was trying hard not to let it show, because Nanai was also a woman. As Nanai observed her face from that perspective, she noticed that Sarah looked displeased. As if she decided to do something, Nanai turned her head toward Lloyd and looked at him. Nanai responded to his proposition. We are not going. I said we are not going. It appeared she still had the habit of her crude language from Lower Salia. With her unique dry expression on her face, Nanai glared at Lloyd as if she was going to burn a hole through his face. Chapter 58. What did you just say? Wondering if he misheard just now, Lloyd tilted his head to the side and asked Nanai, what did you just say? We are not going? Nanai's answer was nothing in lines of we apologize, but I'm afraid we are not able to attend, or anything similar. Also, after giving her initial response, Nanai repeated herself to Lloyd as if she thought maybe he didn't hear her. All that made Lloyd's facial muscles to twitch. Hey, perhaps you don't know because you're new, but if you shoot your yap off like that, because of the difference in height, Nanai was looking upward to Lloyd with her chin up. She pulled her chin slightly, glanced at Lloyd's chest and said, you mean like this? With demonstration, Nanai was tossing an advice to Lloyd. By Nanai's act, which was out of the blue, Lloyd fiddled with his fingers as he thought about how he moved his eyes in front of Sarah. This bitch. Lloyd was here under Ryan's order. He came here, at the hallway in front of Riley's room, to observe Nanai, the new maid that Riley took in from Salia. In the process, he also ran into a maid he lusted after with his eyes occasionally. So he invited her for a cup of tea to his room, and took a quick glance at her cleavage while at it. It appeared Nanai noticed him in the act. She may look the way she is, but she is quite street smart, at least it seems. Nanai tilted her chin up slightly again and looked at Lloyd. As his eyes met with Nanai's, Lloyd's face crumpled. TSK, just look at that face. He was cringing not because of her way of talking or her advice that hit the heart of the matter. It was a cringe that felt like it was out of disgust. Young master, my apologies. Nanai is from Lower Salia, so her crude language habits were not corrected yet. Lloyd's face changed as if he just chewed on something awful. Noticing this, Sarah, while breaking in cold sweat, came in front of Nanai and lowered her head. I'll educate her separately to correct this, so please. She was saying Lloyd should generously forgive her. Watching Sarah properly bowing and asking for forgiveness for the mistake of her new recruit, Lloyd laughed as he wiggled his brows. Just a maid glaring and talking in such a crude language toward a young master of accounts house was a problem that could not be forgiven so easily. Alright, well, I'm a generous guy. His facial muscles were still twitching slightly, but he slowly managed to regain composure. Lloyd took a step closer to Sarah and looked at her face. But in return, as her senior, You can take the responsibility, right? Sarah was holding it in well until now, but finally, her face crumpled. Just like Nanai, she wanted to say I'm not going. Get lost. However, she couldn't do that. How did I end up? She thought she had a bad feeling about this from the start, and it came to this. Sarah sighed heavily enough to make the ground sink. Instead of resenting Nanai, she was resenting herself for not warning Nanai in advance. When I became a maid, it's not like I didn't know a situation like this could happen, but when she became a maid, she had thought about the possibility. Until now, while serving Iris, she managed to avoid a situation like this, but it looked like her luck finally ran out. Still, this is, Sarah was biting her lips as she thought it could not be helped, but she relaxed her narrowed eyes after hearing a quiet voice from the back. Nanai, mumble. The one quietly mumbling was Nanai, the one Sarah quickly hid away behind her back just now. Following a certain someone's advice, Nanai was standing a step behind. From a place where Lloyd's field of view cannot reach, she was mumbling something. Sleep. After whispering for a few seconds, Nanai finished reciting the spell. She put forth her hand over Sarah's shoulder and activated the magic she prepared. Well then, Sarah, when you are finished with your work in the evening, come to my room. Blink. Lloyd was in the middle of a sentence, but he faltered from his eyelids rapidly becoming heavy, and soon, he slowly collapsed down as he leaned against a wall. Phew, what just happened? As if he was suffering from narcolepsy, Lloyd fell asleep while leaning against the wall with his legs spread out. He was drooling. He will be asleep for 30 minutes. Nanai, who was hiding behind Sarah's back, walked to the front of Sarah and shrugged. Nanai dusted off her hands. Now, she was beaming with a look in her eye that said, I did a good thing, right? Please praise me. And Nanai, did you do this? Sarah, with her eyes wide open, asked Nanai. Nanai simply nodded as the replacement for a response. Yes, as expected. He is a young master from a high nobility's house. He had strength to resist it. But, because I'm at 6 circles. Hearing Nanai mumbling on as if she had nothing to worry about, Sarah looked at Lloyd. He was asleep with his mouth open. Just what were you thinking? How are you going to handle things afterwards? Out of concerns for what was going to happen later, Sarah was breaking in cold sweat. Nanai shrugged her shoulders and answered, it doesn't matter. If you just toss him on top of a bed, he will just think he had a strange dream. From the time when she used crude language at the young master she didn't like, from the time when she mimicked his act of glancing at Sarah's cleavage showing that she didn't like it, it appeared Nanai had thought of everything, including how to handle what would happen afterwards. I actually wanted to give him a bucket full of foul language for being randy and daring to ogle, but Nanai lowered her head. Although the scars on her face were very noticeable, her saddened face was like any other 18-year-old girl's. If I did, I figured I'll get scolded. So, as if she was afraid of checking the expression on Sarah, who was staring at her, Nanai was hesitating to lift her head. Excuse me, Ms. Sarah. After gathering some courage by fiddling with her hands, Nanai struggled and lifted her head to look at Sarah. Having confirmed the look on Sarah's face, Nanai smiled lightly and asked, It's all right to use this much, right? Felita House had an extreme hatred toward assassins. However, when it came to mages, the house was pretty generous in their opinion. Ian, the old butler who served Riley, was the only one who had a strong disgust toward mages for some reason. With exception to anything underhanded, Sarah also had no objection to Nanai using magic. Yes, because Nanai started work today without any separate introduction to everyone. No one in the mansion, other than Riley's group that went to Salia Castle, had an idea that Nanai was the one in the newspaper that was mentioned as a girl, who had been abandoned by the magic tower and also accomplished quite a commendable deed in efforts of apprehending Astroa. It is all right. Looking at Lloyd who was asleep, Sarah answered with a vacant look on her face. Although the girl was wearing a maid uniform, Her true nature of existence was certainly fierce and overbearing. She was a mage of 6 circles magic, maybe. Sarah turned her head and looked at Nanai, who was standing there with an awkward look. Sarah was thinking that perhaps she could change the prejudice of other people who clicked their tongues after looking at Nanai's face. Nanai, breaking the brief silence. Another boy's voice could be heard behind them. Sarah and Nanai quickly turned their heads around. "Why, young Master Riley?" Sarah sighed in relief as she saw her young master leisurely walking down the hallway. She thought about how it would have went if it was the eldest young master that showed up. Just thinking about it made her feel frightened. "Why are you so surprised?" Riley tilted his head to the side as he asked. He asked another question before he even got a reply. "The time is up now, right? Can I take her now?" With his finger, Riley pointed at Nanai. It was 4 in the evening. Riley was talking about the time when Nanai's maid training was supposed to end for the day. "Pardon?" Nanai, as if he couldn't even see his older brother Lloyd sleeping while leaning against the wall of the hallway. Riley was not even glancing in that direction. Instead, he only gestured toward Nanai to come to him. "Ms. Sarah, about handling the rest about young Master Lloyd, I'm counting on you." Of all replies Nanai had given today, she gave the most high-spirited one to Riley's gesture. Nanai lightly bowed to Sarah and started to walk. Ugh! All Riley did was to arrogantly call out her name and ask her to come. Yet Nanai went straight to Riley like a puppy with light steps and sparkle in her eye. Sarah looked at her with a vacant face for a moment. Soon, as if she was trying to say she is finally giving in to Nanai's attitude, Sarah broke into laughter. It was at Felita Mansion's library. As if he missed his sanctuary that he was away from for so long, he dived into the soft sofa and stretched out as if he was on top of the world. Ugh, it's been ages since I lay down here. Because reading was one of a few hobbies she had. Instead of watching Riley stretching out, Nanai's eye was chasing after books in the library. Soon, she shook her head hard to calm down and asked, "That is, should I bring you something like a tea number?" "It's fine. You know you would stink at it, so why bother?" Riley said it casually as he cracked a smile, but the expression on Nanai's face quickly turned to disappointment. "Number, it's only been a day. A day. I'm sure you will do better later." Riley figured it would be also not a good idea to kill her spirit, so he corrected himself. In order to get to the main point, Riley tossed the 3 pouches on the table. "These are, you were the one that had been keeping them safe while we were on our way back to the mansion, so you know what these are, right?" "They are what you think." They were Astroa's belongings, a cape, a ring, and a bracelet. "I laid down and spent the whole day examining them here and there, but no matter how long I stared at them, I couldn't get a feel on how these are supposed to be used." Yes, as if she understood what Riley was trying to say, Nanai nodded. However, when she was fiddling with the 3 objects on the table, the look on her face was not looking all right. "Excuse me, young master, I understand what you are trying to ask. However, I can only tell things such as mana or a trap contained in objects. As for their usage methods, I cannot tell." Looking apologetic for not being able to do what Riley hoped for, Nanai responded with a disappointed face. She wished she could tell him that she knew, but it was not right to tell such a lie to the young master she served. "You haven't seen that bastard using them either?" "From how I remember, he did wear the cape when I was in the laboratory, but he never used it." Nanai was fiddling with the cape, she continued as she moved her hand toward the ring and the bracelet. "As for the ring and the bracelet, he didn't have these back then." "Is that so?" Riley had his fingers locked and his hands placed behind his head as a pillow. He looked away with a face that looked like he was thinking it could not be helped. "In that case, for now, you hold on to these. I know someone that knows a lot about these kinds of things, so I'll ask him then." "Someone that knows a lot about these kinds of things?" "Don't try to get to know him. That rascal is not a very pleasant guy to hang out with." "Yes." After Nanai replied and gathered the items that were on the table, Riley, who was lying on the sofa, looked in Nanai's direction and said, "In that case, Why don't we get the lesson started? We have been postponing it for a while. Riley brought Nanai to the library because he wanted to learn how to pick apples from the apple trees without using his hand. This was the technique which that rascal absolutely refused to teach him. Chapter 59. Excuse me, young master. Nanai was fiddling with Astroa's belongings on the table, but she looked at Riley, who was lying down on the sofa with his legs dangling around, and asked, "Before I start, I wanna ask you something." "What?" Nanai was about to teach Riley the basics of magic, but there was one thing that floated up in her mind that made her curious. To resolve this curiosity, she asked the question. So far, she was barely managing to adjust her language to the respectful tone. She was feeling complicated, so she started to spit out crude language again. "Why me? Why did he choose me of all people?" Nanai's question was rather vague. Riley couldn't quite figure out the reason behind her question. He tilted his head to the side to show that he needed additional explanation. With her voice lacking in confidence, Nanai provided supplementary explanation. "I may have reached the 6 circles magic at a young age, but it was through the use of experimental drugs. Even if you claimed my magic mastery as my strong suit, I have not learned the magic through proper training, so, unlike other, proper mages, it will be difficult for me to teach someone efficiently. Also, I don't have the face that's suitable for a teacher." Still, Nanai was an 18-years-old girl. Instead of saying it, she swallowed those words back down and grabbed on tightly on the folds of her skirt. "Back in Salia Castle, if you spared my life just to learn magic from me, you don't have to choose me. You can learn it from someone else." It was not certain if Riley knew this, but Nanai's life was limited to this autumn. That was the reason why she thought it would be more efficient for him to find someone else if he was looking for a teacher to give him lessons in magic. It was the logical choice no matter how she looked at it. In the end, Nanai was wondering why Riley chose her instead of other accomplished mages when Nanai had a horrid face and numbered lifespan. Do I need to tell you?" Riley was scratching the back of his head. He looked at Nanai and asked back. Nanai was facing an expression that said all this was such a bother. Having looked at Riley's face, she pursed her mouth. Nanai finally realized she was using crass language. She shook her head and replied in respectful language, "There is no need for you to explain, young master. It's not absolutely necessary. There is no need for you to tell me." Her voice sounded like she could collapse at an instant. Nanai was looking for a goal or meaning in her life before her death. She decided to invest the remaining time she had in Riley, the one who sought her out and asked her to teach him magic. That's right. That was the reason why Nanai was standing here at this moment. She was intending to do as she was told. If Riley praised her for her efforts, then that would have made her happier. Things like reasons are irrelevant. Nanai recalled the words Riley said to her on a certain morning back in Salia. Back then, Nanai asked Riley what was the reason why Nanai was never acknowledged or rewarded for her efforts when she did her best to live up to others' expectations and requests. Recalling Riley's answer and his solution, Nanai was agonizing over them. "I don't need to take a step back and watch." Riley told her that. She was not sure what the true intent of Riley's answer was. She just thought that the only thing she could do now was doing exactly that and watching Riley from a step behind him. This was the reason why she made up her mind to give up her life of her own and give her everything to Riley so willingly. Back then, she made up her mind to help him and teach him magic as he wished. And that was the reason. Actually, there is a rascal that is better suited for teaching magic, but Riley was keeping silence until now, but he finally opened his mouth. Having heard his words, Nanai woke up from her useless thoughts. "I have a friend I had been in communication for quite a while. When it comes to giving magic lessons, that rascal would be better suited for the job than you are. That friend has heavier mouth than you as well, young master." She had no idea who this rascal friend was. She was about to say her lips are just as heavy, but she blurred the end of her sentence. It was because she thought about her other shortcomings that could not be made up for with just that. But the problem is, watching Nanai's disappointed face, Riley cracked a smile and continued as he dangled his legs on the armrest of the sofa. "That rascal essentially said over my dead body, and stubbornly refused." Nanai gave a vacant stare to Riley. With a leisurely expression on his face, Riley was swinging his legs. He continued his explanation with a look on his face that said he found the friend's reasoning to be so ridiculous. "I tried asking, I did, but that runt said this. Hey, you are already a master swordsman. If you learned magic too on top of that, are you scheming to take over the world or something?" And sounded really annoyed. "I see. I told that rascal I'm too lazy to do something like that, but that runt told me to stop with the bullcrap." It appeared he was pretty close with this friend. Riley was making suppressed laughing noise as he mumbled about the past conversations. The corners of his lips were tilted up. There was a smile drawn on his face. Because the one she was serving was smiling, it was making her feel excited too. Riley noticed Nanai was relaxing her face. He got up and sat on the sofa and continued explaining to Nanai. "Well, that probably wasn't enough to explain why I chose you, but I do have a specific reason. I understand it is not going to be all that pleasant to learn about it, so, what I'm saying is, let's just skip over it. You understand, right?" Nanai noticed that the look in Riley's eyes showed emotion for a brief moment. She stopped asking. Instead, she lowered her head. Yes, she figured that she would learn the real reason when the time came. Even if Riley was not going to tell her, she felt that it was only right for her to figure it out on her own. When it came to test questions, instead of looking at the answer on the supplementary section or the back, working hard to find the answer on your own was far more beneficial. "Alright, then what shall we start with?" "From what I heard, the very first magic you learn is light. The first circle magic's light element type spell." Coming back to the main subject, in order to start the magic lesson, Riley clapped his hands together once and asked Nanai, the one who became a teacher, although it was for a brief moment. "Yes, I was going to explain things assuming you are already skilled in controlling mana. Is that alright with you?" Mana. A swordsman used it to increase the sword's power. An assassin used it to hide one's presence. An archer used it to increase the piercing power of the arrow. A summoner used it to summon spirits. A mage used it to cast magic. Nanai was asking if Riley knew how to handle the resource required for a skilled practitioner of a discipline. Riley picked up a feather pen that was rolling around on top of the table and picked up a piece of blank paper that was rolling around on the floor. "Here." Riley brushed the paper with the feathered portion of the pen. After a moment, the part of the paper where the feather just brushed through was cut clean as if a knife went through it. The cut paper fell to the floor as if it was a falling leaf during autumn. Nanai nodded as if she understood. She continued, "To use magic, first, you need something called a circle. It is an act of weaving mana and making a link to the heart. If you can make one link to the heart, that's one circle. If you can make 6, then that's 6 circles. So, that means you have 6, right?" "Yes." Nanai nodded and raised her palm to the front. It was to demonstrate light, the basic magic that Riley was going to learn and use first. Light. Once she recited the spell, a sphere floated up on top of her white palm. The way it gradually materialized looked like a firefly, except that the color was tainted in dark color because of the side effect from the drug experiments that was done on her. This is the light magic that all mages learn as the basic spell. It's a magic where you float up a light sphere on top of your palm. It demonstrates the miracle of suspending something in midair or making something materialize in an empty space. Literally, it is the basics of the magic. Nanai explained that all other magic starts with mastering the light spell. She gave the simplest example. The most famous one you can advance to from this spell would be a fireball. Fireball? Yes, you probably have seen it before. Nanai placed the light sphere on her hand a little further away from her and started to spin the mana circle that was clumped near her heart. "I'll show it to you step by step." "How should I explain this?" First, have the light magic float on your hand, change the mana according to the formula and inject it into the sphere. That's how it feels. Like this. Once she finished her explanation, The dark-colored firefly light started to burn with a noise like a flame. It grew in size and became a complete fireball. Wow! As a small light sphere became a large lump of flame, Riley's eyes opened wide. It felt really mysterious. Perhaps it was because the entire process was explained and then demonstrated, but it felt different from how it was when he experienced them in Salia. To be able to use light magic. First, Nanae opened her mouth as she extinguished the flame on top of her palm. It was because there was something Riley had to know as the basic before being able to use light magic. Young master, I need to know your elemental type. Elemental type? Yes, elemental type. Fire, water, wind, earth. And among many others. You need to start with knowledge of your elemental type so you can learn light magic method that fits your elemental type. You have to know it so you can also obtain more circles efficiently. How should I say this? It's like saying you need to have a strong foundation. Riley was tilting his head to the sides as he listened to Nanae's explanation about elemental type. What's your elemental type? I don't have one in particular that fits me. You don't have one? That's right. My affinity toward all elements were generally measured to be high, so they mostly fit me regardless of the element. That's why I don't have an elemental type in particular. With a scrunched face, Riley glared at Nanae as if she was an eyesore. Are you showing off, number? This is all because of the experiments in the magic tower. I wasn't trying to boast about it. I'm sorry. Her affinities were high toward all elements because of the experiments in the magic tower. It was a result that was accomplished because of a substantial luck. However, unlike other mages, her mana was depleted faster. And there was also the negative side effect of cutting down her lifespan. In the end, it was not possible to call it a positive result. I got it. Got it. I won't ask anymore. So please, enough with that depressed look. TSK. Riley clicked his tongue and continued. So, how do I find out this elemental type? We need a tool. By chance, do you have a mana measurement sphere in this mansion? When she mentioned the mana measurement sphere, the one he saw at the magic tower's first floor, Riley gave a blank stare for a moment. Number. There isn't any. There was no reason for such a thing to be in the nobility house of proud swordsman lineage. When Riley shook his head and answered, Nanae asked, in that case, have you been measured? Yes, I have. Back then, because he didn't want to reveal his mana capacity at such an official place, he intentionally tricked the sphere into giving an ordinary result. This was the reason why he blurred the end of the sentence. That is, I didn't do a proper measurement. In that case, not sure of what to do, Nanae looked at Riley with a concerned face. It was because she could not start teaching him without a clear measurement result. She was teaching magic to her young master that she served. She had no intention of going about this haphazardly. She started to think hard about it. In that case, we should go back to the magic tower and, number. We shouldn't. Getting the mana measured again by going to the magic tower? Riley cut down the idea in an instant. In magic tower, there were Peruta and others watching. Also, above all, it was such a bother to him. He came back just 2 days ago. The thought of going all the way back to Salia made him cringe. Now that it has come to this, Riley got up from the sofa and scratched the back of his head. Tomorrow, I think I'll have to stop by at the village. A village? I have to go to find out about those things anyway. Also, there is something else, personal, that I need to check. So, I think it actually turned out well. Nanae looked at Astroa's belongings that were packed up. Meanwhile, Riley stretched widely by bending his upper body backward as he made a noise. Tell Sarah in advance that it looks like you will have to ditch the maid training tomorrow. Ditch? I'm saying you need to clear your schedule for tomorrow. He figured he could go and check if the matter he left behind was cleaned up properly. He figured he could go check what Astroa's belongings are for. He also figured he could go see that rascal as well. So, Riley decided to set foot in the village again, a place he hadn't visited in a long while. Chapter 60. It was a few hours after the sunrise. The youngest master of the Felita house said he wanted to go out. It had been a while since he had done so. Excuse me, young master. How about just letting us accompany you? Ian, having heard Riley saying he wanted to go to the village, far away in the outskirts of the area, Ian dropped everything he was working on and rushed to see Riley in order to convince him. Nanai only just started working. She also still needs to receive the maid training. If you went there by yourself, it could be dangerous, so even if it is someone other than myself, please take another servant to accompany you. He was saying all that because the one he picked to accompany him was Nanai, the new maid who had been working in the house for less than a week. Dangerous? Why would it be? It is. Having just Nanai would be dangerous. Instead, allowing me to accompany you would be. Ian was saying all this because he heard Riley intended to take only one person, just Nanai, to accompany him. Since Ian was making the complaint from that angle, Riley actually had a lot to say. Whenever Riley was inside the mansion or outside somewhere, it was none other than Ian who accompanied Riley, and he always had done it by himself without any other servants. Ugh! Unlike how the man looked, Ian was overprotective toward Riley. He cared for Riley like one would care for a fragile little baby. That was the perfect way to describe Ian. When it came to this, Ian was more overbearing than Riley's mother. As Riley thought that, he sighed and asked Ian, "Ian, didn't you say my father was calling for you?" Still, it's dangerous." As he listened to Ian, Riley looked at Nanai. She was waiting quietly with the carriage ready at the back end of the mansion where an entrance was. Riley sighed again and said, "Come on, I have a 6 circles mage as the bodyguard here. Isn't that enough?" Nanai might still lack the delicate skills as a maid, but when it came to functioning as a bodyguard, there probably wasn't anyone in the mansion that could be more efficient at it than Nanai. After all, she was a 6 circles mage. A mag. Ian was about to say a mage's and say something to object, but he crumpled his face and quickly lowered his voice. It was because there wasn't anyone, besides the few that went to Salia with Riley, who knew that Nanai was a mage. Ian looked over the shoulders and checked other servants. There were a few cleaning up the garden area. He figured he should keep this a secret. Ian scratched his head and came back to the main point. "Anyway, I'm against this idea." "But you said before that I should stop sitting around and move a little, didn't you?" But that was. It looked like Ian was going to explode from frustration. With tightened fists, Ian pounded at his own chest like a gorilla. He continued, "That was about swords. Your skill is. You have a rough idea from what you saw at Salia Castle." Riley interrupted Ian. Riley could no longer deny his own abilities to Ian. Making silly excuses, such as practicing some moves just in case, was not going to work either. Back in Salia, at the castle's restroom hallway, Ian clearly saw how Riley handled Drangium's eldest son by demonstrating his real power. It was overwhelmingly flawless. Ian was completely lost for words. He looked like someone who couldn't speak because his mouth was full of sweets. To be exact, what Ian saw that day was not just flawless, it was to the point Ian was having a hard time believing. Let alone any training. You never once grabbed a sword, so how? Well, that's that. Now that we are on this subject, I have to ask, what you did that day, how was it possible for you to do it? I'm not sure. Could it be that you already have mastered mana long ago? I'm not sure. I also think the mana measurement you did last time was odd. Did you adjust your mana when you were getting it measured? I'm not sure. As Riley kept on spewing out "I'm not sure" as the answers, Ian quickly took steps back. "Young master, by chance, you haven't been using..." That's right. Why don't you go get a narcotic sniffing dog and raise it?" Riley was thinking Ian's idea was ridiculous, and that showed in his mumbling reply. "A narcotic sniffing dog? There isn't one in this world." "Well, think whatever you think it is," Riley answered as he shrugged. He was innocent, so there wasn't anything that was poking his conscience. Riley was skilled in swordsmanship because he had been swinging it until he got sick of it when he was in his past life. As for the mana, it was possible because Riley still remembered the blessing he received from his last life. With it, just by breathing, he could reach new heights faster than others using dedicated training methods. Still, I'm against this. Instead of having just Nanai to accompany you, it would be better. Mr. Ian. Ian was going to try to convince Riley again, but his shoulders flinched. It was because, while he had his guard down, A sharp voice flew by and stabbed him in the ears from the back. "I was wondering where you were." "You were here? Count Stein is calling for you." Sarah. It looked like she must have been running around the entire mansion in search of Ian. She was sweating all over. Sarah came right next to Ian and grabbed him by the sleeve. "Instead of holding young master here, just come quickly. Count Stein is calling for you. Didn't you hear?" Sarah. "Wait. You stop young master too. He is going to the village, but having just Nanai to accompany him is too dangerous." It looked like the roles of the junior and higher-ranking officers were reversed. Ian was starting to be dragged away by Sarah, who held him by the sleeve. Sarah directed her gaze toward Nanai, who was waiting at the mansion's entrance. She winked at her and said, "I don't think so. I think Nanai alone is more than enough." Cuck. Ian held his ground with all of his might and gritted his teeth. With desperate eyes, he started to stare at Riley. His eyes were pleading with Riley to take him along. "Young master." Riley looked at Ian and then moved his gaze. When his gaze met with Sarah, she said with her eyes, "Hurry." "Thanks." Riley expressed his gratitude with his eyes and turned around without any hesitation. At that moment, Ian's face darkened. "Young master." Ignoring Ian's desperate cry, Riley went straight to get on the carriage that Nanai had prepared and waved as he smiled. "We'll be back later." "You said the village, right?" Perhaps inside of the carriage was too confining for him. Riley was sitting on the driver's seats and watching the sceneries passing by. With an uninterested face, he nodded and said, "We'll be there if we go for about another 5 minutes." "Is it the very last village we saw on the way back to the mansion?" "That's right." Noticing the carriage rumbling, Nanai used twin magic to gently sweep away low-hanging tree branches that could get to Riley. She slowed down the carriage when she saw the village gradually coming into her field of view. "What should I do about the carriage?" "You can park it near our destination, so take it all the way there for now." It appeared Nanai understood Riley. She nodded. Following Riley's order, she drove the carriage methodically. They successfully arrived at the destination. "Oh, you got here on the first try?" It wasn't obvious if this was due to her extraordinary senses of figuring out what her master wants or her sheer brilliance. She hadn't even been doing this for a very long time, but she drove the carriage to the destination without asking Riley any questions. Riley looked impressed. Did she use her eye? Riley looked at her white eye and cracked a smile as if he was impressed. After dismounting from the carriage, Nanai tied the horses to a pillar at the destination, checked the tightness of the tie, came to Riley in puppy steps and put forth her head toward Riley. "What?" Noticing the top of Nanai's head suddenly coming right at his face, Riley tilted his head to the side and asked, "That is, I was wondering if you could please praise me, as a reward for getting here on the first try." Nanai wanted a compliment. Hey, if Sarah was here, she would have said, "A maid asking for compliments from the master she is serving? That's unbelievable. Just focus on your work." To scold Nanai. Nanai slightly lifted her head. It looked like she figured that wasn't going to be enough. Now, she showed a disappointed look on her face. "Ugh." After sighing, Riley raised his right hand and put it on top of Nanai's head. Here. It seemed Sarah was personally taking care of Nanai, compared to how Nanai was when Riley met her for the first time. The smell of her hair was significantly improved. Thank you. It wasn't like he said anything complimentary. All he did was patting her head. Despite that, Nanai looked like she was happy like an innocent child. Watching this, Riley too cracked a smile as he started to walk. "Now, are you satisfied?" Perhaps she was too happy that she couldn't move her lips. Instead, Nanai nodded in response. "Let's get inside then." Riley and Nanai came out of the mansion toward the end of the morning. This place, the place they arrived around lunchtime, was the third biggest pub in the village. "This place is?" Nanai cast simple search and alarm magic spells around the area and followed Riley's back. "Hey, Andal." Squeak. Perhaps it was a very old door. The wooden door opened with a hated noise. Riley stepped inside as he called for someone. "Mana measurement and artifact identifications in a pub? Why, wait. Perhaps that's not it. Did he come here for a different reason?" Nanai followed in after Riley. She looked once at the floor, which was making squeaky noises, and then inside of the store, which was in shambles. Andal, are you sitting on your ass again? Bam! Riley kicked one of the empty chairs and called the name again. It seemed the owner of this pub was named Andal. There aren't any customers. She wondered if this was a pub where nobody came to during lunch for a reason. She murmured as she noticed the empty scene inside the pub. Still, it is pretty busy during the dinner time, and that's why I came during the lunchtime. After answering, Riley walked toward a table that looked like there should be a bartender standing behind it. He extended his neck toward other side of the table. Andal, he is not here. Is he further in back? From inside of the store, they could see 3 doors. One was a restroom for men, the other was a restroom for women. The last one was a storage and changing room for people working at the store. I thought I made it clear that I don't do business during the lunchtime. Who is the runt that didn't get the memo? Soon, they could hear an annoyed voice. The unwelcoming voice was coming from the changing room. The changing room's door opened with a squeaky noise, and a man with red hair walked out of the room. The man walked out of the door as he scratched his head. His eyebrows twitched when he noticed Riley leaning his upper body on the bar table. Watching the man with twitching facial muscles looking at him, Riley raised a hand and greeted him. Wow, you finally woke up? You have gotten really lazy. Shut up, you lunatic. To think I'll be hearing something like that coming from you of all people. Extremely annoyed, the man scratched his head with all of his might. With a displeased face, the man walked behind the other side of the table that Riley was leaning toward. It appeared this was Andal, the pub owner. About cleaning up after Ts's higher-ups. Did you do it right? Andal washed his hands immediately after coming inside the kitchen. When he heard Riley ask the question, he turned his head for a brief moment toward Riley and then went back to rubbing his hands under the running water. Don't even bring that up. Because of your stupidity, I had to do all sorts of bullshit stuff that weren't even becoming of me, all in order to round up what you did. Because the man kept on spewing out swear words at Riley, unable to stand it any further, Nanai was about to step in, but she was stopped by Riley. There is no need. He is an old friend. He is a friend? Could it be that these swear words are different from how they are in Lower Salia? Because Riley gestured toward Nanai to stay put and sit down, Nanai lowered her head a little and sat down. I understand. What's this? Is it a new servant? She sure listens well. I'm sure he had a good look of my scar. So why? Andal was not batting an eye despite having noticed the scar on her face. Surprised, Nanai stared at Andal's back. So, what would you like to drink? The usual? Yes. Having heard Andal's question, Riley smiled widely and nodded. Andal sighed heavily, turned his body and complained. TSK, if you are called the lazy sword, why don't you go chug a bucket full of sleep aid drink and sleep? You really have mastered the art of causing annoyance to others while having everything to be convenient for yourself. You are a master at it, I tell ya. Mumble, complain. The way he talked was somehow similar to Riley. Noticing this, Nanai shriveled her shoulders and started to be cautious of the atmosphere. Riley, about that incident, you owe me, you know that, right? Hey, that one doesn't count as a debt. Bullshit, I'm serious. Nanai slowly turned her head and looked at the inside of the pub. She observed it with her eye, and then examined it with her search magic. Either way, it was an ordinary store. She was wondering if it was not her place to sit next to her master at a pub like this. So, instead, she was torturing the tip of her skirt that was innocent in all this. She started to stare at the back of Andal and listen to their conversation again. Right. Let's hear a reason. If you are trying to scam me, you better be prepared to eat my burp. You know that, right? Hey, I absolutely don't want your burp, Riley answered as he giggled. Andal served 2 cups of beverages to Riley and Nanai. Riley said as he grabbed the cup, I was at Salia recently, and I heard an interesting story when I visited the Holy Temple. So what does that have to do with how you are trying to scam? Can you guess what they told me to do? As if he was trying to say Andal should just hear the whole thing first, Riley interrupted him. Riley lifted the hand that was holding the cup and opened just the index finger to point it at Andal, who was standing inside the kitchen. Andal was furrowing his brows. They looked like they were saying, What did they say? They told me to slay you. Can you believe that? Having heard what Riley said, Nanai's lips became shaped like a circle. It looked like Nanai was having a hard time understanding what she just heard. Nanai, with a confused face, went back and forth looking at Riley and Andal. Chapter 61. Just now, what did you say? It looked as if Andal was smacked on the back. Nanai was not the only one who had the mouth open with a blank stare. Andal, who was standing on the other side of the counter, also had a look of disbelief. Breaking the brief moment of silence, Andal asked, "Which place again?" Riley replied with a smile, "Salia Holy Temple." "The Holy Temple? To whom?" "They asked me." "The Holy Temple? They asked you to slay me?" Riley smiled steadily and pointed at Andal once more. "Yeah, you." "Me?" Andal, the one who Riley pointed with his finger, tilted his head to the sides. Andal's eyes were saying he could not believe this. Andal was lost for words. He looked as if he had his mouth full of sweets. Mouth full of sweets means the person is dumbfounded and lost for words in a ridiculous situation. With hollow eyes, he gave a vacant stare to Riley, and then, fup, he started to laugh, as if the fuse on a dynamite was ignited. Andal started to bang on the table. Foo ha 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 ha. It didn't look like Andal was all that muscular, but every time the smashing sound boomed, the table shook as if it was about to break. Foo up, foo ha 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 ha. Wondering what's happening, Nanai gulped quietly. All she could do at the moment was trying hard to understand the situation. Wow, Andal's fist was red because he had been banging on the table for so long. He had tears in his eyes because he was laughing so hard. Hey, that was really funny. After a while, Andal looked satisfied. It looked as if it had been a while since he laughed so hard like that until his stomach was on the verge of exploding. Andal put his hand on his waist and looked at Riley. Riley was cracking smiles. Noticing this, Andal asked again, "By chance, is this true? I thought they were bullshitting too." Hearing Riley's prompt response, Andal, who was keeping silent for a few seconds, mumbled as if he found all this to be silly. "Are people in the Holy Temple gone completely wacko? How old is the priestess in that place now? Is she about the age when she would be having dementia?" Hook, because Nanai made a strange sound with her voice. Andal's gaze moved toward her direction. Nanai quickly covered her mouth. Realizing what happened, she held her breath to stop the hiccup. "The priestess there now is around the same age as me," Riley answered to Andal's question about the priestess as he laughed. "In that case, is she a dumbass just like you?" Hook, Nanai hiccuped once again. Although she had her mouth covered, the sound that leaked through was pretty obvious. "Yeah, she is a dumbass like me." Riley smiled widely and responded as he patted Nanai's back. Andal's face crumpled naturally. "Bullshit." In the end of the conversation, having realized that Riley was not joking, Andal continued the conversation with a look of disbelief on his face. "Of all people, why did they ask you?" "I'm not sure. How should I know that?" "So now what? Are you going to do it? Should I make you into a dragon slayer? Have you gone insane? Why would I want such a bothersome title?" "I knew you would say that," as if he also found it funny. Not just Riley, but Andal was cracking smiles as well. "Slay a dragon? What nonsense. Are they not realizing who they are really up against because the dragon is sitting quietly?" Andal chewed and spat out swears about the goddess. Meanwhile, Riley finished the cup before anyone realized and handed it to Andal. "Andal, around here, you are the only dragon, right?" "That's right. There's only one dragon in Salia. Blackie is in Anzirium direction, and Bluey is in Rainfield direction. I don't know about the others, but, for now, there is just me near Salia. It's been a while since I have seen their faces." "How long has it been?" "About 3,000 years." Andal took the empty cup from Riley and refilled it. He gave the cup back to Riley and took a glance at Nanai's cup. Her cup was still full as if she had not taken a single sip out of it. "Have some. It's not an alcoholic beverage, so it won't cause any problem with serving your master." "Pardon?" "Ah, yes." After nodding, she finally rushed to pick up the cup. She was still having hiccups. In order to stop them, she held the cup with both hands and chugged the beverage. "Anyway, Andal. Yeah? Riley was looking at Nanai chugging the beverage, and now he turned his head. He tossed a question as he looked at Andal, who had his arms crossed with a displeased look on his face. By chance, are you planning on causing ruckus in Salia? Still, it was a divine message delivered to the priestess. If the divine message had a similar role as it did in his past life, there had to be a reason for the message. Riley asked, because of this reason. You think I'm insane? On the other hand, unlike Riley's worries, Andal asked back with scrunched up face. Hey, I'm on my 17th amusement trip. 17th. I finally managed to start enjoying a little bit of human lifestyle. Why would I go cause a ruckus? Do I have any reason to mess all this up? With a completely crumpled face, Andal rambled on. He was mad at Salia's holy temple for giving such a ridiculous divine message. He was mad, however. Andal was a dragon. Words like making one's head to spin to describe one's intelligence was unbecoming and couldn't even begin to describe him. His high intellect was far beyond human. It was at a different dimension. Also, he could use 9 circles magic. Dragons were truly supernatural beings. It's not like there's any particular treasure I want in that place. Why do something that would only bring negative consequences? It's such a bother as well. Andal did have things he wanted, but he hated bothersome things. In a way, Andal was the kind of dragon that was similar to Riley. That is, young master. Is Mr. Andal really? Nanai was finally able to stop her hiccups after emptying the cup that Andal prepared for her. She inquired carefully. Riley responded as he nodded. That's right, he's a dragon. He transformed into a human form, and he is on an amusement trip. With a look of disbelief, Nanai stared at Andal. No matter how she viewed him, he didn't look like a dragon. Not just the physical appearance, but his mana felt that way as well. Perhaps, the parts I cannot detect. All of it is. Nanai was petrified with a blank stare. She only read about dragons in books. People said dragons were only in legends and did not exist. However, there was one in front of her. You, Riley's servant, don't go running your mouth somewhere. Andal suddenly warned Nanai as he glared at her. It looked as if he was going to make a hole through her with his gaze. Until a moment ago, his eyes looked ordinary, no different from other people, but it looked like the dark irises in his eyes were gradually changing. Soon, they started to exude golden light and deadly aura. They were literally the eyes of a dragon. Facing overwhelming pressure all of a sudden, Nanai was not able to open her mouth easily. Instead, she barely managed to nod her head. It felt far scarier than how it was in books. Hey, stop scaring a kid. Just take a look at these. Thanks to Riley talking besides her, Nanai was barely released from Andal's gaze that felt like it was chaining her down. Feeling the sense of relief, Nanai dropped her shoulders all the way. What are they? Andal turned his eyes back into human form and looked at the bag Riley pushed toward him. These are some items I picked up recently, but I couldn't figure out how to use them, so I came to have these identified. They were the 3 items that used to belong to Astroa. Identifying these items was one of 2 goals Riley had in visiting Andal today. Andal took his eyes off the bag and stared at Riley while murmuring, Riley, yeah, I think you have forgotten this, but this place is a pub, you know. It's a place that serves drinks or appetizers. You know that, right? I know that, Riley added with a smile. But you do side jobs too. What a dumbass. This runt is, really. As if he was trying to say he was giving in, Andal scratched his head hard and opened the bag. Perhaps Nanai had them neatly arranged. Inside the bag, there were a neatly folded cape with a leather bracelet and a silver ring carefully laid on top. You want me to look at all of them? Yeah, you brought money. Come on. Between us, as I thought. You really are a dumbass. You are trying to get a freebie from a dragon. You are like a thief, you runt. Hearing Andal's line, Nanai looked at Riley's face from the side. Although he introduced Andal as a friend, what was in front of them was a being with power close to that of a god. He was a dragon. Despite that, Riley was having a conversation with him with a leisurely face. On top of that, he was working the dragon with a smile. Young master. You. Just. With eyes full of disbelief, Nanai stared at Riley. Riley's face was still as leisurely as ever. I finished identifying them. About which one do you want to know first? Already, Nanai had her eyes wide open and turned to Andal. It was as expected of a dragon. Start with the cape. I was curious about that one the most. Riley pointed at the cape. Andal nodded and opened the cape as he started explaining the powers contained within. It's nothing much. If you wear this and shoot magic, your magic will not be affected by the season or the weather. What is that supposed to mean? Riley tilted his head to the side as if he didn't understand very well. Nanai, who figured out what Andal meant, explained it to Riley in an easier way. For instance, imagine that it is raining right now. If I used a flame magic against you right now, would its effect be stronger or weaker? Weaker, of course. That's it. Even on a day with dark clouds where lightning magic would be extra harder to control, if you have that cape, it would make up for it to some extent. It seems that cape has that kind of function. In other words, it's only for a mage? Having heard Nanai's explanation, Riley fiddled with his chin as if he understood. Andal, who was watching the two, smiled and said, "How could the servant be smarter than the master?" "Shut up. What about the next one?" Riley flicked Nanai's forehead. Acting frustrated, he looked at the leather bracelet. "This bracelet is like a storage room." "A storage room?" "By injecting it with mana in the way that the original owner made it to be. Like this." Andal stopped explaining and injected his mana into the bracelet. Woo! A horn flute-like sound could be heard, and along with it, a semi-transparent box appeared. It was a pretty big box, big enough for a person to fit inside. You can summon a small storage room. It's really interesting. It's pretty well made for something a human made. Inside, there is nothing in there. Astroa was a Seven Circles mage. He probably had it made so that nobody else could open it. If it wasn't someone of Andal's level, it would not have been possible to even summon the box in the first place. As Nanai thought about this, she gave a blank stare and her mouth opened on its own. She had heard all dragons were Nine Circles mages, and it seemed to be true. Because it is a leather bracelet, if it is torn, the workings of its magic will scatter as well, so use it carefully. If it is torn, how do I use it? How to use it? You can't. You will lose it. Is there a way to fix it? Even if you repair the bracelet, its original workings of magic will not come back, so be mindful of it. TSK. Hearing from Andal that this one requires a delicate care, Riley clicked his tongue. "What about the ring? Try wearing it." Andal tossed the ring to Riley as he answered. Riley grabbed the ring that flew toward one of his hands. With an awkward look on his face, Riley put it on. "How is it? How is it?" "Whatever." "What's this ring supposed to be?" Andal sighed immediately and looked at Nanai, who was sitting next to Riley. "In that case, you, servant, you try it on." "Pardon? But Nanai blurred the end of her sentence as she hid her hand behind her. It was because the two fingers on her right hand were horrible to look at. She didn't really want to show them to him. It doesn't matter if you wear it on your left hand, so try it on." As if he didn't understand such concerns of humans, Andal crumpled his face and waved his hand to say Nanai should hurry up and try it on. "Here." Riley took off the ring and tossed it to Nanai. Although it was tossed to her from a short distance, she didn't manage to catch it right away. She demonstrated juggling in the air a few times and barely managed to grab it. She was still hesitant. "Hurry up and try it on." Yes. By the young master's order, Nanai, who lowered her head all the way down to hide her facial expression, used her thumb and index finger that were left on her right hand to put the ring on her left hand. As soon as she put it on, Nanai's eye opened wide. "This is?" Nanai murmured as she looked down at the ring. "What is it?" "Why?" Riley crumpled his face as if he was trying to ask Nanai to let him in on the details. He looked back and forth between Andal and Nanai. Andal sighed heavily again. "That's a mana ring. Just by wearing it, it automatically collects mana from surroundings little by little. It's an accessory that has that function. It collects mana just by wearing it." Hearing his murmured question, Andal glared at Riley as if he was sick of it. "You understood what I just explained, right?" "That is, I understood it, But, Riley murmured as he looked at the ring on Nanai's left hand, that thing is really collecting mana? Yes, it really is collecting mana. Even now, Nanai responded with a surprised voice. It was slow, but the ring was diligently collecting mana from the surrounding by itself and delivering it to the owner. It was unbelievable to think there was a ring that could help its owner's growth by sending mana just from wearing it. Is that so? Riley tilted his head to the sides and murmured, I didn't notice anything. Pardon? Ugh. I knew that would be the case with you. With a curious look on her face, Nanai turned to look at Riley, annoyed. Andal said with a frustrated voice as he sighed heavily enough to sink the ground. That's because, it's just that you are a monster. Chapter 62. It made no difference. Having heard what Riley said, Nanai's mouth opened vacantly. Even as they sat there, the ring that Nanai was wearing was collecting mana from the surrounding and diligently piling it in her heart, near her circles. Young master. Just what are you? It was an accessory that collected mana just by wearing it. It was certain the item was priceless. He didn't notice anything from wearing it. Looking at Riley's uninterested face, Nanai's gaze was getting filled with shock. By the looks of it, the servant lady here still doesn't know what a monster Riley is. He is powerful like a monster. You don't know, don't you? Right? There is no need to tell her that, isn't that right? Nothing good would come from telling her anyway. As if he was trying to say Nanai should get a hold of herself, Riley raised his right hand and placed it on top of her head and started to mess up her hair. As if that was the right medicine for it, Nanai, who had her mouth open like a bass, closed her mouth. Well, I kind of figured as much because they are all belongings of a mage, but, so, in conclusion, all three items are more or less useless to me. After having gone through Nanai's hair to turn it into a mess, Riley shrugged and said, well, you take it. Wearing a ring is a bother because it only tickles my finger, young master, and no, I couldn't accept something like tea. When Riley said he would give the ring to Nanai out of the blue, Nanai shook her head to say she couldn't accept it. In that case, just hold it for me for a while. It's a bother to have it with me. Riley's face genuinely said he found it to be a bother. Actually, it was less efficient for Riley to wear the ring. It was correct to say he didn't need it. Because of the blessing he received from his past life, he could collect even more mana just by breathing, and the mana he collected was of a higher quality than what the ring could gather. I understand, Nanai, unable to refuse, answered. For now. Riley handed all of the items to Nanai. Riley looked at Andal. Is that all you came for? Riley shook his head. Andal's face was crumpled again. Now what? There's one more thing. Riley asked about the second favor as he looked at the changing room that Andal just came from. Can I have mana measured? Mana measurement? Andal asked as he tilted his head to the side. There is a mana measurement boulder that was presented by some guardian runt. But why? It seemed Andal thought it was odd. With his face scrunched, Andal changed his question in the middle. You want to use it? Nah, why bother with getting it mezzo? No, Riley answered as he shook his head like a fool. That's not the reason. I was pretty sure that was the reason. After hearing what Riley just said, Nanai had a curious look on her face. This kid is going to use it. Riley nodded toward Nanai. Naturally, Andal's gaze moved toward her. Why, young master? Nanai's lips started to quiver. It was because she was not expecting things to go this way. Andal leaned all the way forward to Nanai and started to look at Nanai's face. Soon, he started to wiggle his nose and sniff to smell her. He wasn't trying to smell her shampoo or skin, he was going after the smell of mana inside her. Oh, that is odd. It's certainly unique. Sniff sniff. Having confirmed the smell of mana coming from Nanai, he mumbled as if he found something precious. At the same time, Nanai's shoulders shriveled. To think I'll be examined by a dragon? Nanai was frozen solid, but in her head. Hey, don't shrivel. You are my servant. Are you his servant? Greater than. She could hear Riley's voice directly in her head. She was embarrassed. She thought Riley must have figured out what she was thinking. Having concluded that Riley, the master who she served, was a greater existence than a dragon standing in front of her, Nanai corrected her posture and upheld her shoulders with pride. Let's see. There is something special mixed in? Andal extended his hand toward Nanai's bangs. It looked like he determined that there was something around her right eye. Nanai's hair was lifted gently. Andal scrunched up his face after he discovered the horrible scars and dead white eye. Why are there so many things mixed in? It's really busy and complicated here. He didn't cringe out of disgust for her appearance. He cringed because of the complexity. Andal was trying to analyze the inner workings of her white eye, but he shook his head. Even I can't figure it out. Andal was gently brushing Nanai's scars with his hand, and he took his hand back after he declared he was giving up on trying to figure out the white eye. The way he responded seemed like he didn't care at all about her scars. Nanai asked as she fiddled with her bangs. Sir Andal, should I ask? Should I not ask? Nanai went over this question and hesitated a few dozen times in that brief moment. She carefully inquired, "That is, my face. Is it not uncomfortable for you to look at?" It was a question that she asked Riley once as well. Back then, Riley answered, "No, not really." Having heard Nanai's question, Andal cracked a smile and said, "Hey, servant." "It's Nanai," Riley corrected Andal by telling him her name, as if he was trying to say he will yield. Andal corrected himself. "I got it, you rascal. I got it, okay." Nanai blushed. "Servant Nanai, I'll ask, when you see several tens, hundreds or thousands of ants passing by your feet, are you the type that observes each of the ant faces one by one?" It seemed Nanai realized what Andal was trying to say. Nanai shook her head left and right in response. Andal continued, "It's like that." Having answered Nanai's question, Andal leaned back and moved his hands toward two empty cups on top of the table. "Certainly. There are a lot of convoluted things there, mana and other things." Andal determined that it would be difficult to exactly observe Nanai just using his eyes. He tossed the cups into the kitchen sink and continued, "All right, try using it. I'm curious about the result too." Andal waved his hand in the air, following his hand movement. Although nobody touched the door, the changing room's door opened on its own. As Riley watched the changing room's door open, he inwardly murmured "all right." However, he asked Andal with his face still maintaining an unexcited look, "Even you can't see it?" The nature of mana is decided by how one's born, so it's hard to examine it just by looking at it. On top of that, that eye is a type that's different from her natural mana type. How should I say it? A chaotic mix was forced in there. The inborn nature of mana was something even a dragon could not see. Having heard Andal's explanation, Riley asked what he was curious about. "So, is that why all of her magic has ash color?" "What? I'm talking about the color of her magic." "Her magic has ash color, in all elements?" "That's right. Fireball, chunk of ice, lightning. They were all stuffy gray colored." Interesting." Andal, with a curious look on his face, stared at Nanai. Andal walked further into the room. It was to guide Riley and Nanai to the space below the changing room that was prepared separately. They were under the pub's changing room. While they were walking down to the secret space underground, Riley asked, "Even if it is just to change the mood, say something." Having heard what Riley said, Nanai carefully brought up a question. "How long have you been friends with each other?" Perhaps it was a question with a pretty high difficulty. Both Riley and Andal just dragged on without being able to answer promptly. "I'm not sure." "I don't know." "Me too." Andal and Riley both mumbled. It was certain Riley and Andal met when Riley was young, but they couldn't remember when exactly it was. "I can't quite remember well." Nanai was giving out a hollow laughter. Riley gave a quick look to Nanai behind him and asked, "Why do you ask?" Nanai answered as she faced Riley, "By chance, young master, I was wondering if you were also a dragon." "What?" It was not just Riley. Andal, who also quickly turned his head to look at Nanai, also had his face scrunched. Both of them looked very displeased about it somehow. "You think I'm something as lowly as— you think this dumbass could be one?" they both asked at the same time. Their stern faces felt like they were advising Nanai to correct herself. "I'm disappointed." Nanai, are you also a dumbass following after your master? Nanai was walking down into the underground by following them. She bit her lip. She felt certain the flames would splash to her if she said anything else. Andal, that was a little too harsh. You called her a dumbass? You were the one that was harsh, don't you think? As lowly as? What do you mean? As lowly as? Nanai was watching the two from the back. She smiled quietly. It was because she could confirm two things from their conversations. First thing was that Riley was not a dragon. The second thing was that they were very close friends. After a long bickering, they finally arrived at the end of the stairs. Having reached another wall, Andal murmured, Now, we are here. No matter how I look at it, this place seems like a dead end. We are here? What did he mean by that? Nanai was tilting her head to the sides. Meanwhile, Andal waved his hand toward the wall. Welcome, Sir Andal. It felt like a thick voice was coming from the wall, and soon, the wall opened to left and right to reveal a path. Nanai's eye opened widely. Golem, living, moving walls. In other words, having witnessed two well-made golems, Nanai was impressed. As she saw the scenery inside the cave, she opened her eye even wider. This place is? I used a simple magic to connect the basement of the pub and my cave. Oh my. Hey, Riley, did you see that? Your servant knows how incredible this is. So, what the hell are you doing? Andal's face crumpled. It was because, before Andal realized, Riley already left his side. Instead, Riley was already standing in front of the monomeasurement boulder. Soon, Riley put his hand on the boulder. Andal yelled, "What the? Hey, why are you doing it?" Riley responded as if he was trying to excuse himself. I want to try it too." Hearing his sleazy voice, Andal realized why Riley was looking for a monomeasurement boulder and why he had his hand on the boulder. Finding it all to be unbelievable and nonsensical, Andal murmured, "This rascal." "I was wondering why you came." As Andal started to walk toward Riley, Nanai, who was standing next to Andal, also rushed toward the young master. "I was wondering why he hired a mage as a maid." "So there was a reason after all." "Hey, we had this conversation before too. Just what do you want to do with it after learning magic?" Riley didn't answer. Instead, he just had his hand on the boulder and waited. "Are you really trying to take over the world? Have you gone insane?" It seemed Riley could not stand that question. He asked back if Andal was insane. "In that case, what's all of this ruckus about?" When Andal asked again, Riley answered quietly, "Picking apples are such a bother." "What? It's such a bother to go pick apples. Climbing trees is a pain too. You have all that physical strength and abilities and also all that mana, but you think picking apples is too much of a trouble?" Of all stories Andal had heard in his life, this was the most ridiculous and nonsensical one. Andal looked like he was staring at a lunatic. Andal mumbled, "You dumbass rascal." He continued, "You are a young master of a count's house. What all the servants are for." Andal had a point. Riley opened his mouth like a bass as he thought why he didn't think of that. If he only had Ian as the servant, Ian would have said, "Young master, please go pick it yourself and eat it. How long are you planning on sitting and rolling around?" However, now, he had Nanai. "You have a point, you crazy dumbass rascal." Andal complained once again. Regardless, Nanai was standing next to Riley and observing the boulder. Having noticed that the monomeasurement boulder was not showing any particular response, she tilted her head to the side and asked, "Young master, you do have your hand on it, right? Can't you see? I have it touching the boulder right here." "That's odd. There should be a response." The boulder was not showing even the slightest movement. It wasn't showing any gentle, steady light. It wasn't shaking either. Realizing this, not just Nanai, but Andal also tilted his head to the sides. Perhaps about 5 to 10 seconds had passed. A cracking sound could be heard, and the boulder started to crack from the bottom. What's this?" Its response was a little late. "This is." With a look of disbelief in her gaze, she stared at the boulder. Meanwhile, the boulder was still cracking further. "Andal, is this one defective?" "Number, this one isn't defective. This is correct." After the boulder finally responded, Riley cringed and turned away. Andal shook his head and said it was not defective. It is time, Nanai murmured. What, young master? Your innate type is related to time. Time? Riley asked with a question mark above his head. Andal nodded and confirmed. That's right. Time, not fire, water, wind, or earth, but time. What do you mean time? Riley didn't understand, but he took his hand off from the boulder and asked Nanai and Andal, is it something good? And then, the mono-measurement boulder that Riley had touched crumbled and collapsed. Chapter 63. Time. It was the innate type that was at a whole another dimension in comparison to the other elemental types. This was the reason why only the extreme few were born with this innate type. So, is it something good? Looking at Andal and Nanai who were breaking in cold sweat, Riley asked with his face completely crumpled. Since you're asking if it is something good, I'm not sure. To Riley, it was not a matter of whether it was rare or not, good or bad, useful or inconvenient. To Riley, these were the most important factors. Hey, are you guys bullying me because you two know a little bit of magic? Hurry up and tell me before I turn this entire place upside down. You crazy rascal, you better not do it here. Please wait a minute, young master. I'm trying to organize in my head how to explain this to you. Riley decided to ignore Andal who was all agitated and angry. Instead, having noticed Nanai in deep thought with a serious face, he felt like he could trust her, so he nodded in agreement and chose to wait. First, I was thinking about explaining each of the innate types. Innate type, according to Nanai's explanation, when it came to the use of magic, the special characteristics of innate type were surprisingly easy to explain. If a person's innate type is fire, then it will be beneficial when using a fire element-based magic. If a person's innate type is water, then it will be beneficial when using a water element-based magic. It makes sense up to this point, right? Hey, you think I'm stupid? I understood. Continue. Most of magic that mages use are made of things found in nature: fire, water, wind, earth. Lightning and so forth. Riley nodded as he heard Nanai's explanation. Riley had already read that much from a book that he read because he was interested in learning magic. So, most mages are born with an innate type among those elements. Still, there are cases where a mage is born with an innate type that is outside of those common elements. The best known examples are gravity, light, or darkness. Of those people, the people who were born with light as the innate type were known to work in the holy temple and worship the goddess Iranetsa. This too was something Riley already knew about. Young master, your innate type is time. The proof is in the fact that the measurement boulder appeared to be unaffected initially but gradually cracked and crumbled apart. It weathered away. So, with time as the innate type, it will be beneficial when using magic related to time. However, time magic is a little unique kind. It appeared she was not sure how to explain the rest. Nanai lowered her head as if she was ashamed. What's wrong? You look like a doctor who just failed a surgery. Having noticed that Nanai was unable to continue explaining, Andal shrugged and explained in her stead. To go straight to the point, it is impossible to use any other magic besides time magic. What? Actually, number. You could use other elemental type magic, but you won't be able to bring out even half of the magic's full potential. Andal stopped talking and moved mana inside his body. It looked like his body was giving off a red haze. Instead of explaining it in words, I'll just show it to you. Watch. FSHHH. A large chunk of flame materialized on top of Andal's right hand, as if it was mimicking Andal's red hair. It looked fearsome. It looked like it would be difficult to survive a direct hit from this lump of flame. As expected, it was a flame from a red dragon. I didn't hammer in all of my innate type's potential to create this. Anyway, this is a fireball within the normal parameters of what human beings know about. Andal added that if he created a flame that was fitting of his innate type, then the inside of the cave would be like in middle of summer. Andal lifted his left hand. And in comparison, this is how a fireball would look like if you created it. Spark. Instead of the sound of something flaming up, a sound of something being ignited was heard. Riley's gaze moved toward Andal's left hand. What's this? Is it a lighter? Looking at the tiny seed of flame on Andal's left hand, Riley asked as he squinted his eyes. What's a lighter? Anyway, this is the fireball that you can create. Andal asked what a lighter was because he didn't know about it. He couldn't since it was an object that was from Riley's past life that Andal was unaware of. Andal put his left hand closer to Riley so he could observe it better. Compared to the flame on Andal's right hand, the tiny seed of fire on his left hand was so tiny, it was pathetic. Still, Riley wanted to have some hope, so he asked Andal, "What about its power?" "Watch." Andal slowly turned his body toward a wall inside the cave, starting with the fireball on his right hand. "This is what you know as a fireball." Andal swung his right hand and threw the fireball. The fireball left Andal's hand and flew toward the wall with a fearsome sound. It generated a huge explosion with a loud boom as soon as it hit the wall. The fireball's size blew up the moment it exploded. Soon, hot wind blew toward Riley and Nanai. Riley narrowed his eyes. This was the fireball that Riley saw last time in the Salia's main plaza when he ran into Nanai and Astroa, who launched fireballs at him. "And this is the fireball that you will be shooting." With his left hand, Andal threw the tiny seed of fire. Instead of calling it a lump of flame, it was better suited to be called that. The tiny seed of fire left its owner and flew. The way it faltered as it flew had no power. Riley felt like he knew how this was going to end. Inside of Riley's mouth dried up quickly. What was that? Cheek. Although Andal threw it to the wall, it didn't even get to the wall. Instead, it fell along the way. It burned for a few seconds and started to wither. "What do you mean what?" "It's the fireball you will be shooting." As Andal grinned, Riley furrowed his brows. "You call that a fireball?" "It was just a lighter that was thrown." "Just what is this lighter?" Riley turned his head and looked at where the tiny seed of fire fell. The spot was stained a little. There wasn't an explosion. That was it. That tiny bit was the full extent of its power. "Did you throw a match?" Having remembered that this world doesn't have a device called a lighter, he changed the word and asked Andal. Riley looked like he was threatening Andal, saying "cut this bullcrap." However, Andal cracked a smile and responded, "In that case, can you please spread a rumor about me?" The red dragon Antilobina uses a match instead of his own flame. Riley slowly turned his head and looked at Nanai. It was to ask if what Andal just demonstrated was the true extent of what Riley would be able to do. Nanai could not respond in words. Instead, she only nodded. Andal shrugged and started to make fun of Riley. "Well, it's like being an impotent man in magic." By the word impotent, Riley's head quickly turned to Andal. "Impotent? Fuck, who's impotent?" "Just give up." "I can't." "So, what kind of magic spells are there in time magic?" Grinding his teeth, Riley asked about the time magic to find other potentials. "I'm not sure." "Time magic? What kind of spells are there?" "There are probably a lot of magic spells related to speed. Things like hastening spells that would enable you to make something faster and slowing spells that would make something work slower. That would be speed magic instead of being time magic, wouldn't it?" "Ahaha." Nanai laughed awkwardly. Andal shrugged and started to explain time magic that he knew. "Well, back when my grandfather was alive, I heard there was a human that could rewind or fast forward time to travel through the past and present." "Hey, you rascal, don't bring up stories about your grandfather. It makes me dizzy." "It was not a matter of it being several hundreds or thousands of years. If he was talking about Andal's grandfather's time period, he was talking about a world that was several tens of thousands of years ago." It was so old that Riley was having a hard time believing it. "Anything else?" "That is, young master, as I explained earlier, only the extreme few have time as their innate type. On top of that, even smaller fraction of people learn magic with time as their innate type." So, when Nanai blurred the end of her sentence, Andal added, "What she is trying to say is that the number of magic spells related to time are very limited." I read in a book that my teacher Peruta gave me. Currently, most of the time magic spells are dead. There are a few that are commonly used still. There are things like hastening and slowing magic. There are also magic for increasing or decreasing the speed of time. Alchemists sometimes use such spells when doing their experiments. Having realized Riley's face growing more violent by the minute, Nanai's voice became tinier than a rat's tail. Is there a magic that can rewind time? Riley turned away from Nanai and looked at Andal. Andal was a dragon after all, and he was a mage that had reached 9 circles. Riley wanted to ask Andal because of this reason. I don't know either. Andal heartlessly crushed Riley's expectations. How about a magic that will stop time? I don't know. Do you know anything? Are you really a dragon? Should I swear to you in the dragon language? I'm telling you, I really don't know. Now it was Andal what was cringing. He started to explain about the time magic that could rewind or stop time. Well, I think there is a magic spell for rewinding time to fix a broken object, but when it comes to time magic that could affect living things to rewind or force it to be held in a stop time, such spells they belong to the 10 circles magic. Even at the absolute minimum requirement, you will need 9 circles. 10 circles. It was a height that even dragons could not reach. It was quite literally the realm of gods. That's assuming such magic existed at all. Andal murmured as he shrugged. Andal looked at Riley. Even if such spells existed, it is not like you are going to work hard to find them. You are not the type. Go to hell. As if he was frustrated, Riley aggressively scratched the back of his head. Not knowing what to do, Nanai in the back said with a forced smile, "Why, young master, still, at least you won't have to touch the apple tree." What? If you cast a time-hastening magic on an apple, it will mature quickly, and when a matured apple falls on its own, you can eat that one. Now that I think about it, it looks like you won't have to wait for apple seasons either. Clap, Nanai said as she clapped. Riley gave a vacant stare at her face. As for other magic, although it will not be powerful, I can teach you a wind magic that will be still strong enough to catch a falling apple. Something like an air cushion. Listening to Nanai trying to convince him to settle down, Riley sighed heavily enough to make the ground sink and said, "You pick them." "Pardon?" I said, "You go ahead and pick the apples." Riley had a serious talk with Andal about time magic that he could use and the cleanup of its merchant company. Having finished the conversation, Riley and Nanai started heading back to the mansion in the carriage. Riley was trying out magic while riding on the carriage. Light. Riley managed to float up a small ball of light on top of his palm in just 3 tries. Nanai, who was driving the carriage, took a quick look at Riley and opened her eye widely. "You can already do it? Oh, so this is how it feels." It's quite mysterious. The light that Riley created was rather small, but it was carrying out its task to the full extent. Before they realized, there was already a link in his heart that was spinning. It meant Riley had succeeded in achieving the 1 circle. "That was going to be your practice tomorrow, but you already did it." It looks like I'll have to think hard about this." Think hard? They say getting started is the hardest part. Actually, generating the 1 circle's light is very difficult. This was the reason why I thought we should figure out your innate type today and focus on the light magic tomorrow. But you already succeeded in it. As she drove the carriage, she used wind magic to push away tree branches that could reach Riley's hair. Although it is not very effective, there are time magic spells even for 2 circles. So, tomorrow, I think it would be good to practice by focusing on that. We can practice other elemental magic here and there as well. 2 circles. You can think of it as taking steps that fit your innate type. Riley noticed the mansion could be seen in the distance. He turned off the light he had floating on his palm. The carriage bumped once and arrived at the mansion's entrance. Riley narrowed his eyes. It was because there was a carriage that he had never seen before that was parked in front of the mansion. That carriage is? Chapter 64. It was a carriage that Riley had never seen. Riley tilted his head to the sides and went straight to the new carriage as soon as he got off from the one he was riding on. Who could it be? He wondered if it was someone he thought it might be, so he quietly went next to the carriage to check its side. Is it from the Salia's holy temple? Number. It does not appear to be the case. Having confirmed the crest on the side of the carriage, Riley mumbled. Instead of the holy temple, it appeared that someone from a nobility family came to visit. Its overall red color was eye-catching, but black color mixed in here and there gave the carriage a flashy look. Even at a glance, it looked like an expensive carriage. I parked the carriage. While Riley was checking out the carriage's crest, Nanai went to tie the carriage to where it should be and returned. I have never seen this carriage. Have you heard anything from Sarah? Riley still couldn't figure out what this was all about, so he asked Nanai. Nanai took a quick glance at the carriage, shook her head and said she didn't know about it. Well, I'll get to know what's going on soon enough. Riley gave up on trying to figure it out and started to walk toward inside of the mansion. There was an old butler already standing there and waiting for Riley. Hugh, having discovered Riley walking into the mansion, the old butler flinched his shoulder and rushed to Riley like a pet that missed his owner. Young Mustier. It was Ian. Riley was not sure if he should act like he is happy or sad for the first face he ran into right after entering the mansion. For now, Riley gave the old butler a hug. You came back, Ian. It's not good to age backward. Shouldn't you act your age? Cool up. It's not a bad thing for a servant to worry about the master he serves. Ian was still hugging Riley, but his gaze ran into Nanai's. Ian immediately made a violent face and started pouting. Nothing in particular happened, I hope, Ian said to Nanai using ventriloquism. Seeing this, Nanai also pursed her lips and carefully nodded. Although something did happen, Nanai was sure that nobody would let her off easy, whether it was Ian, Riley or even Andal. Did Nanai make things uncomfortable for you in any way? Ian, the one who just threatened Nanai through ventriloquism, released Riley from hug and asked if she did well or not. What's this? Were you hoping I was uncomfortable? Not at all. There's no way I would hope for such. When Riley slowly tilted his head to the side and asked, Ian denied and said it was absolutely not what he was thinking. Is that so? Riley definitely felt that Ian's words and facial expressions were different from Ian's actual thoughts. Riley started to smile with the corners of his mouth wiggling. Looking at Riley's smile, Ian started to act like he was paying attention to something else. Anyway, what's that carriage about? Riley decided to make fun of Ian later. Instead, Riley flipped up his thumb and pointed it over his shoulder to the back toward the red carriage to make inquiries. It's from Mogard family. Mogard? Yes, a daughter from Mogard family is currently visiting here. Riley tilted his head to the sides. In a tone of voice that indicated he was not sure what was happening, he asked, a daughter? Why, have you forgotten? There was an engagement ceremony 2 years ago. It's that family. Having heard the words engagement ceremony, Nanai, who was standing in the back, had her face twisted into a strange look and then turned into a stone. About Lady O'Reilly. That is most unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Inside Ryan's personal office, there was a woman wearing a dress full of lace enjoying a tea made for a guest. My mother brought it on to herself. It's just that, I don't think my mother is a horrible person. After all, she is my mother who gave birth to me. The person sitting in front of the woman was the eldest son of the Falata house, Ryan. He was the one that people believed will most likely be the successor of the family. You intend to bring her back? Yes. Once I win the successorship, I intend to bring my mother back to the mansion, although I'll have to convince my father first. By the woman's question, Ryan nodded with a saddened face. About merchant company, the news don't sound so good, so I'm worried, but it will be all right. That person is tenacious. I have been trying to find out in any way I can. I'm sure there will be a good news soon. Thank you. Thanks to you, I feel a little bit at ease. Ryan had a sad look on his face, but he tried hard and smiled gently. He held the woman's hand. Feeling the warmth of his hand, the woman blushed. Young master. The ring on her finger was identical to the one on Ryan's finger. Young master Ryan's fiancée? Sarah and Nanai's job for the day was washing bed blankets. Sarah was doing both the daily task and made lessons for Nanai. When Nanai asked the question, Sarah started to explain about Mogard's daughter. That's right. The daughter from Mogard family that visited us today is, Ucha, the young master Ryan's fiancée. They had their engagement ceremony 2 years ago. Sarah hung a large blanket on the laundry string. She quickly turned her head toward Nanai and looked at her. Nanai was just standing there with a blank stare and a blanket in her arms. Nanai. Although Sarah called her Nanai was not answering, she was just standing there with a vacant look on her face. The look on her face wasn't giving any clues on what she was thinking. Nanai. Yes? Yes. Nanai finally opened her ears after being called twice. She tumbled and answered. By how surprised she looked. It seemed that she really didn't hear Sarah. Just what were you thinking so hard about? It's nothing. It's just. She said it was nothing. And Nanai started to hang the blanket she held in her arms on the laundry string. Based on how Nanai was giving a blank stare, Sarah was certain that something was up. Sarah narrowed her eyes mischievously and asked, "What is it? Did something happen with young master?" Pardon? Nanai was still somehow looking rather absent-minded. But suddenly, her eye focused. It was like a fish that bit the bait. Nanai turned her head to Sarah after hearing Sarah's question, as if she didn't quite hear the question. Nanai had a question mark floating above her head and she was blinking her eyes. You are acting strange, so it's odd, you know. You had that blank look on your face ever since you went to Fa village with young master yesterday. That is, having heard Sarah's question, Nanai lowered her head and bit her lower lip. She thought about what transpired in Fa village. Here, you are my servant. Are you his servant? Nanai was thinking about how Riley gently patted her on top of her head and how he said she was his servant. She was thinking about his hand gesture and voice. Nothing happened. Nanai slowly shook her head and got rid of futile thoughts in her head. Meanwhile, she was still biting her lower lip. It's so foolish. She was still biting her lower lip because of something else. She was thinking, I'm feeling relieved. Her heart sunk for a moment when she heard Ian mention the fiancé. She felt relieved when she learned that it was actually young Master Ryan's fiancé. Nanai was feeling guilty for feeling that way. I'm going to die soon, so how dare I? Even if it lasted, it was going to be only until the autumn. Also, there was a stark difference in class. That is not all, isn't it? The right side of her face was horrid, and she was missing 2 fingers. She thought that having such feelings were a sin. Sarah, what's the schedule after washing the blankets? Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? Yesterday. Right. That starts today, right? Haha. So, something did happen, didn't it? Something happened. Right? No, absolutely nothing happened. Sarah asked with a suppressed laughter, and Nanai shook her head in denial. Alright, I won't pry anymore. Sarah hung the very last blanket on the string. She roughly wiped off the water on her hands in the apron and turned back to look at Nanai. Have you ever held a wooden sword at least? Not even once. In response to Sarah's question about a wooden sword, Nanai shook her head again. Sarah laughed as if she thought it could not be helped. Well, I can understand that. Actually, I got to hold a sword for the first time after coming to the mansion. Sarah promised Nanai that she would teach her sword if they finished the day's schedule early. It was something Nanai asked first, but also, it was because there wasn't any servant in Falada that didn't know how to use a sword. By the way, are you right-handed, Nanai? Sarah remembered that Nanai's middle and ring fingers were not alright, so she carefully asked. As a woman just like herself, she figured Nanai would not like being asked that question. I was. With a bitter expression on her face, Nanai said she used to be. Having lost her fingers, she had no choice but to become left-handed after the experiments in the magic tower. It was because her fingers were still alright on her left hand. I can still use my right hand to some extent, but if it is about holding a sword, Nanai murmured as she looked down at her right hand. Because her right hand was missing 2 fingers, it looked like it didn't belong to a human being. It was certain that it could not be called a pretty-looking hand. Left hand would be better, right? Nanai forced a smile as she asked. Sarah also had a bitter expression on her face just like how Nanai was until a moment ago. Sarah nodded and said, yes, left hand would be better. Missing 2 fingers was a big difference for a person holding a sword in comparison to having them. It was a woman's hand, and on top of that, the missing fingers were not the pinky, but the middle and ring fingers. Explaining it any further was only going to hurt her lips. We will be stared at by other servants if we went straight to the training arena, so let's try practicing the form while holding a wooden sword. Wait for me and stretch your wrists, I'll go get a light one. Sarah went into the storage room to find a wooden training sword, and Nanai was left alone in the corridor. A sword, huh? Sword. Nanai thought about swords with a blank look on her face, and she started to think about Riley. He was the youngest young master of the Felita house that she met for the first time in Salia. How they met was definitely not under good circumstances, but there were many things that happened thereafter. His skills were incredible. Once, when she saw him slicing through her magic attacks, and once again but to a greater extent, when she saw him defeating Astroa by throwing a sword at him, all she could think of was the word, incredible. Despite all that, he hides his true power from the people in the mansion. Why is he doing that? Nanai thought Riley's humbleness was as deep and wide as the sea. It was making her head to lower on its own, as I thought, young master is. Before Nanai could finish her thought, Sarah came out of the storage room while holding two wooden swords. Here. Yes. Sarah gave a wooden sword to Nanai. It was relatively small and light. It was a wooden sword designed for a beginner. It feels strange. I wonder if young master feels like this when he holds a sword? Nanai tried closing and opening the fingers of her left hand that was holding the sword. It felt awkward. To explain how she was feeling, it was like that. Now, then. Shall we start with the basic form? Do I need to just follow what you are doing? Yes, I'll be starting with the easier one. With her maid lessons concluded for the day, Sarah's sword lessons started. In this pose, put strength in your shoulder. Your gaze should be toward the front. Like this. Is this right? It seemed like Sarah was determined to teach her properly now that she was the one teaching her. There was Sarah who became a fierce teacher like a tiger. And there was Nanai who is still sloppy at using a sword but trying hard to learn. And there was someone hiding in a corner of the corridor and watching them. Chapter 65. It was during the dinner time. Lloyd came to the front of Ryan's door and knocked on the door a few times. Big brother, it's me. He wasn't sure how long he waited after he knocked, but he could hear the reply a little while later. Come in. After getting the permission, Lloyd carefully opened the door and entered the room. It appeared Ryan was not the only one inside the room. Sister-in-law, it has been a while. Oh dear. Sister-in-law, I'm so embarrassed. The woman who was called as the sister-in-law by Lloyd, the woman wearing a graceful dress, responded as she blushed. It has been a while since I saw you last. Young Master Lloyd, you look so different compared to how you were several years ago. I think it would be difficult to joke that you look like a child now. Annabelle Mogard, it was the name of the woman who was engaged to Ryan 2 years ago. To the people, she was a woman more well known as the daughter of the Mogard house. So, what is she like? After Lloyd and Annabelle greeted each other, Ryan quickly walked next to Lloyd and asked. He was asking about Nanai, the one who Riley brought in as a new servant. Well, she was as we expected. Lloyd shrugged with a confident face. He didn't have much to report. As expected, that was all. It seems she is just a lass with nothing extraordinary about her. I went and took a glance at how she was doing in her sword training taught by Sarah. It didn't look like she was particularly good in her sword skill either. Big brother, you worry too much. If I must point out anything unique about her, there was a disgusting scar on her face that almost made me puke, and she is missing 2 fingers on her right hand. That horrible scar. Those disgusting fingers. Other than those, it could be said Nanai had quite a fair face, but those problems were cutting down even that one good thing about her appearance. Honestly, even I think it is strange, and it makes me wonder too. I'm talking about why that runt Riley brought in a lass like that and made her work in the mansion. Lloyd continued as he shook his head. Even on his second thought, he just could not get used to that face. After all, Riley's taste in woman was always a mystery. If he has a thing for something like that, well, that would explain why he brought in a lass like her and made her settle in the mansion. As if he was trying to say he had no idea of his brother born from a different mother like that kind of woman, Lloyd murmured as he wiggled the corners of his mouth. I'm sorry I'm not able to maintain the expression on my face. I couldn't help myself because it was so funny when I just thought about it. Lloyd was thinking about paying back Riley for making a fool out of him with the medal when he returned to the mansion from Salia. Lloyd was thinking he would be able to make fun of Riley with this, so he was not able to hold himself from laughing. Still, it is so strange. I can't shake the feeling that there's something wrong with all this. Seriously, Big Brother, you doubt people too much. He isn't called the lazy sort inside and outside the mansion for no reason. Having heard what his older brother said, Lloyd stopped laughing and shrugged. It was because it looked like there was no need to mind it no matter how many times Lloyd went over it. He felt that there was no reason to worry about Riley or the last-named Nanae that he brought. In that case, should I take a look for you as well? Lloyd was looking at Ryan, but after hearing the question, Lloyd turned his head toward Annabelle. Sister-in-law, would you like to? Yes, it's been a while since I visited Fallata Mansion, so I have to greet young Master Riley as well. So, tomorrow, I can whenever I find the time. Will you be alright? Ryan looked at Annabelle with a gaze of someone that genuinely worried about his beloved. In response, Annabelle gave a refreshing smile and she put forth an expression on her face that said not to worry. Of course, Nanae's schedule for the day was pretty busy during the morning when Ian was next to Riley. Now, is it the right timing? The tea is not quite brewed yet. Try again. With Sarah supervising, Nanae's maid training and tasks were completed within that time. Also, in middle of all these, she was also trained in swordsmanship. Like this, you will be losing your wrist if you did it like that. What do you think you should do? If I lowered the angle a little? Yes, a little further. You should lower it a little further. Maid work, maid training, swordsmanship lessons. It was around 4 o'clock by the time all three things were roughly over, and that's when she switched places with Ian. From there, Nanae served right next to Riley until it was time for bed. Of course, she had to prepare magic lessons for Riley in middle of all these. She had the right to say that having two of her was not going to be enough to handle everything at the moment. You have done a good work, Mr. Ian. Ugh. It would be fine if I continued to look after him. Nanae switched places with Ian at the garden a little after 4 o'clock when she roughly finished most of her things for the day. Nanae sighed heavily and stood next to Riley after surviving a deadly gaze from Ian. Is he sleeping? Under the garden tree's shadow, Riley was lying down on his designated spot where he always slept during the day. Nanae quietly lowered her eyes and looked at Riley's sleeping face. He had his eyes closed, and she could hear a regular breathing that sounded like he was asleep. Together, they felt like they were protesting and saying not to bother him because he was taking a nap in middle of a day. So, he is sleeping. He looked so relaxed. It was making the person that watched him feel relaxed too. Nanae quietly smiled. Let's see. It looked like Nanae was trying to do something. Nanae lifted her left hand. She stood like that for a moment, as if she was trying to feel something. Nanae started to look for something as she turned her head all over the place. There is no wind. With her hand raised, she confirmed that there was no wind around the area and carefully recited a spell to cast a one-circle level wind magic. Would this be enough? To make sure she would not wake up Riley who was taking a nap, Nanae whispered in a quiet voice to recite the spell. It appeared she successfully cast the spell. Wind started to blow at her and make her hair wave in the air. It worked. It was almost at the end of the spring season. Because the summer was almost here, the sunlight was quite warm. Therefore, the wind that was blowing right now was something to be welcomed very much. Riley, who was taking a nap, started to smile. The corners of his mouth were tilting up to indicate he was happy about it. This was the proof. Oh my. It was around 5 p.m. Nanae was quietly keeping her place next to Riley, but she moved her eyes to look at a woman who was walking towards them. It was because Nanae heard her voice. The woman was wearing a lavish dress with excess number of lace. Even at a glance, it was obvious that the woman was a nobility, someone of a higher class than Nanae. This person is, although Nanae didn't know her name, she knew who she was because Sarah have explained about her before. She was the daughter of a nobility family and also the fiancée of Ryan, Falata House's eldest young master. Oh my, young Master Riley. It was a high-tone voice. It looked like she did it on purpose to wake Riley up from his nap. Oh my, young Master Riley. It's been 2 years since I saw you last, but you are still such a sleepyhead. Instead of lowering her voice, the woman was making it louder and louder. Having noticed this, Nanai slightly furrowed her eyebrows. However, she could not let it be noticeable. It was because she was taught by Sarah about it. Annabelle, the daughter of a nobility family, took a step closer to Riley, who was lying down. Following the education she received, Nanai lowered her head when her eyes met with Annabelle's to express her respect toward Annabelle. He was born from Falata family, yet he is so foolish. Nanai still had her head lowered, but she could hear Annabelle's voice. She was definitely speaking ill of the young master that Nanai served. After disgracing your own brothers in the family, you sure are shameless. She was pouring harsh words at Riley, who was still asleep. Nanai lifted her head slightly to confirm the expression on Annabelle's face. Annabelle's face was full of intense hate. How dare! Nanai lowered her head down so Annabelle wouldn't notice. Nanai's eyes became violent. She was not the type that could just stand and watch the master she served being bad-mouthed by someone. Nanai wanted to threaten the woman with a fireball right next to her face and force her to apologize. Excuse me, young Master Riley, how about you get up soon? Aren't you pretending to be asleep? Even if you were called by the family, you should at least greet me, don't you think? Where are your manners? Although Nanai wanted to, she did not step in carelessly. It was to practice the advice, take a step back. Also, it was because there was a possibility of putting Riley in a difficult position if Nanai took action right now. Those were not all of her reasons. If this keeps up, young master might wake up. She was also concerned she might interfere with Riley's sleep. She didn't want to do that when Riley appeared to be enjoying his nap. She wanted to protect that leisurely expression on his face. It looked like Nanai concluded that things must not continue this way and decided to do something. It looks like I won't be able to use sleep in this situation, so, to make it simple, Nanai started to move her lips with her head still lowered. Seriously, if you resembled even half of Ryan. Silence. Nanai successfully cast a spell quietly so Annabelle would not have heard it. Sometime soon afterwards, Annabelle's voice suddenly stopped. Nanai cast silence, a magic that silenced the affected person so that the person would not be able to make any sound. That was not all. Nanai modified the spell in a unique way so the affected person will not notice that the person's voice had become silent. It was a magic that Nanai thought of recently as she taught magic to Riley. She had been thinking hard recently about what kind of magic spells would be useful for Riley. With this, young master won't be woken up by her voice, and she won't be pestering young master about her voice being silent either. After doing all that, Nanai used search magic and confirmed there wasn't any eyes or ears spying on them from a hidden angle. Relieved, Nanai sighed inside. Young master is good. He is still asleep. Nanai gently smiled after checking that Riley was still in middle of sleep. She was a 6 circles mage. It was the next day. With a wooden sword in her hand, Nanai stood in front of a training dummy. She asked Sarah, who was standing on the back, should I try swinging it? Yes, you are starting to have proper form. So, I was thinking it's time you really tried swinging the sword and hit the target as a practice. Sarah answered as she nodded. Nanai's face became somewhat confused and hesitant. Finally, all this time, she had been learning the proper form for holding a sword. It was the first time she finally got to swing it, and she could not quite believe that she was actually doing it. It was different from how she managed to use the light magic and have the sphere float on the palm of her hand. You should start with the first movement. You know that, right? Having heard Sarah's question, Nanai nodded. It felt like she was taking a test. In her mind, Nanai murmured that she must do well. She tightened her grip on the sword. At first, you should get a feel for it, so try striking it with all of your strength. Having heard Sarah, Nanai adjusted her stance and aimed the sword she held in her left hand at the training dummy. She briefly took a deep breath, placed a foot to the front and moved her shoulder and arm to. Along with her shouting, Nanai's wooden sword struck the training dummy. Perhaps it was because she had a solid training in the basics. She had a clean form. Nothing in particular about her movement could be faulted. There was not much else to it other than the fact that Nanai was actually thinking about Riley's movements in her head. Huh? Sarah's eyes became large. It was because the end result was far from what she expected. The look on Nanai's face was not so different from Sarah's. Thump, with a blunt sound, the training dummy's upper body fell to the ground. This is why, surprised, a question appeared in Nanai's eyes. Nanai did strike the dummy with all of her strength, however, she did not expect the training dummy to be cut clean in half. She figured it would make a puke noise and make her palm feel shaken up from the impact. Nanai, yes, by chance, did you use it? Is she talking about magic? Nanai shook her head and answered number. I just swung the sword, that's all. With a look of disbelief, Sarah stared at the upper half of the training dummy that was on the ground. The dummy that was rolling on the ground had a flat surface as if it was proudly showing off that it was cut clean. She almost felt sorry for the straw and wood frame. This is impossible. On the other hand, the someone who was hiding in the corner could not hide the shock from witnessing the training dummy that was cut in half. Where did a monster like her? The one that was staring at Nanai with a dumbfounded face and his jaw dropped was Lloyd, the mansion's second eldest young master. Chapter 66. It was a little after lunch. Today, Riley decided to read instead of taking a nap. He was sitting on the garden's bench and flipping pages. Next to Riley was Ian, who held a teapot to tend to Riley's teacup. Young master, Sarah Octl. This is the sound effect for flipping a page. Riley was turning yet another page of the book, but he quietly shifted his eyes toward Ian after hearing his voice. Have you heard? It was a very general question. Not having any clue as to what Ian was talking about, Riley directed his eyes back on chasing after the words on the book. The book he was currently reading was about magic. It was one of the few that was in the library that was about magic. It was a fiction titled The Legend of a Certain Mage. Half of it was true and the other half was fiction. With those two mixed together, it made a perfect book to pass time away. It also occasionally had explanation about magic, so it was helping Riley on magic lessons. He would have given the book a high score if it wasn't for the part about a mage swordsman that seemed to be forced into the story just to include a story related to swords. What? During yesterday evening, Riley asked back as he flipped the page. Ian continued. Nanai obliterated the training dummy. She cut it in half clean in a single strike. Nanai, training dummy, a single strike, obliterated. The four key words made Riley's ears rise up. It was certain that what Ian was talking about was far more interesting than the book he was reading. Really? Riley took his eyes off the words and murmured. Nanai was a fragile-looking girl. She looked like she could collapse to the side if you lightly bumped into her. Where was she hiding such a strength all this time? She did it to Falata House's training dummy. In a single strike, Riley had the teacup under the shadow. It had become cooler, and it was at the right temperature for drinking. Riley put his hand toward the cup and took a sip as he complimented Nanai. Wow, that's not bad, right? Could it be that she has a hidden talent that we didn't expect? You think so too, right? It could be that she was talented at swords. It could be just that she used a trick with her magic. It could also be that she was just lucky. Regardless, the fact remained that she cut the Falata House's training dummy in half with her very first sword strike. It was something worthy of a praise. Maybe she could become a mage swordswoman like the main character from the book I'm reading right now. Wow, to think my servant is a mage swordswoman. That's cool, right? Riley cracked a smile as he mumbled. Ian, who was standing next to Riley, smiled widely and said, yes. By the way, unlike his smiling face, his voice was serious. Having heard his voice, Riley turned his head and looked at Ian. The training dummy that she struck was a training dummy, but, noticing something strange in how Ian was going about it, Riley furrowed his brows. Thinking Riley might change the subject, Ian quickly continued. That training dummy was a brand new one, except that a certain someone struck it once a few weeks ago for fun and then said I'm sick of it as he left. No matter how talented Nanae may be, she has difficulties with her hand. How do you think she managed to cut it down so cleanly? Ian mumbled as he brushed his beard. How he had a question mark added to the end of the sentence seemed like he would mumble one over and over unless Riley responded. Well, I heard she had a perfect form because she learned from Sarah. Even so, Ian's gaze moved toward Riley. Riley was reading, but as if he felt awkward because of Ian's gaze, Riley started to scratch the back of his head. Young master, by chance, do you know anything about this? I'm not sure. After a brief moment of silence, Riley asked back as he turned a page. He sounded like there was nothing wrong, but it was of course just an act. Having served young master for a long time, Ian could tell. Could it be that she used magic? Sarah doesn't know much about magic. Maybe that rascal was sneaky about it and tricked her. Riley mumbled as he drank tea. The tone of his voice sounded like he felt he couldn't let this conversation continue on. As the master, I can't just sit and let my servant going about things in the wrong way. Don't worry, Ian, I'll scold her. That rascal. Where is she? Unlike what he was saying, Riley was still looking at his book. It was not being closed. Having noticed all this, Ian sighed heavily enough to make the ground sink and poured more tea into the teacup. Koruru. It was around when the sound of the tea being poured into the cup stopped. Oh my, young Master Riley. A clear voice could be heard from the back. Ian was pouring tea, but Ian's gaze turned toward the direction of the voice on its own. This is unexpected. Were you reading today instead of taking a nap? The woman appeared to be wearing a pretty tall pair of high heel shoes, but she managed to walk across the grass. It was quite impressive that she managed. Annabelle Mogard, Ryan's fiancée, made an entrance. Ian briefly lowered his head to pay his respect and hardened his face. It was because he couldn't show any strange expression to a daughter of a marquis family. Since you can't hold a sword, if it is going to be something like reading, that's not bad. It looks a lot better than you taking a nap. Annabelle quietly looked below as she talked to Riley. It was to check what he was reading. After having glanced through the content of the book's open pages, she inquired quietly, magic? Magic? Young master, you are not serious about it, right? Annabelle was ridiculing Riley directly to his face. Watching this, Ian had veins popping out on his forehead. Currently, all he could manage to do was holding back his mouth that was itching. That was the limit of his patience. Magic in Falata House? Haha. You are reading it because you enjoy reading books, right? You have no idea about our young master's true skills, yet. You have no idea about our young master's true power, yet. Ian chewed on the words in his mind. His shoulders started to flinch. It looked like a time bomb that was about to go off. I heard you even received a Medal of Honor from the Salia Castle. From what I heard, you apprehended Astroa with another mage. Is that why you became interested in magic? Riley was not showing any response to Annabelle's voice. Instead, he only flipped the page as he made the page flip noise. Even magic will take talent, don't you think? How should I say this? It seems a little hard for you. Well, either way, I don't think you will be getting a good result from it. Either way, sword or magic, regardless of which one it was, it would be hard for Riley to get a good result. Annabelle was saying that. She was obviously patronizing Riley. Having heard what she said, Ian started to furrow his eyebrows. He was not able to take it anymore. His mouth itched. He wanted to say something. Young master, I think I should just say it. If this keeps up, I'll die from frustration. Ian felt like his throat was completely blocked. Ian felt a strong urge to go shout it out loud to the entire town about Riley's true power right now. He wetted the inside of his mouth. Ian was about to say something. Pop. Foo ha 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 ha. Riley suddenly broke into a laughter. The way he was beating on the table that he had his book on seemed like it was definitely not an act. This is such a nonsense. If Andal saw it, he would be flipped and rolling on the ground. Kick. It seemed that he found a funny part in the book. Riley had the corners of his mouth slightly tilted up. Noticing this, Ian thought Riley must have not realized the situation yet. Ian slightly bent his upper body and whispered to Riley, "Young master." Did he not hear anything because he was so focused on the book? Riley was still laughing as he looked at the book. Noticing this, Ian raised his voice a little and called him, "Excuse me, young master." What? If it is about the training dummy, I'll talk to Nanai later. You have a guest. A guest. Annabelle had veins popping out on her forehead because of the conversation that went on in front of her that completely ignored her. Fortunately for her, because of her makeup, it was not noticeable. Having heard what Ian said, Riley finally turned his head and looked at Annabelle. Their eyes met, and it was Annabelle that greeted Riley first. How do you do, young Master Riley?" This was the second time she greeted Riley. In order to straighten her crumpled pride, Annabelle flinched her facial muscles several times. She tilted her head to the side and showed a refreshing smile. Those with keen eyes would have figured out that her smile was a forced one. Riley gave a hollow stare at her face for a moment. Breaking the silence, he simply answered, "Yeah." Riley said yeah as if he was responding to a servant. He turned to look at Ian and quietly asked, "Who is this?" His bent eyebrow was suggesting a question mark. The look on his eyes seemed to be indicating that he really didn't have any idea who this woman was. Ian whispered to Riley as he broke in cold sweat, "It's Miss Annabelle." "Anna what again?" Mumble. It looked like he was trying to say things in a lower voice so Annabelle could not hear it. But their voices were leaking out. The voices that she could hear were wrecking her pride. Annabelle's fingers started to twitch. If there was anything that she could grab, it would have been torn to pieces by her artificial nails. "She is Miss Annabelle, young Master Ryan's." It looked like they could finally continue their conversation. As if he finally realized it, he said in a long stretch. Riley still had a question mark above his head. He asked Ian, "Is she my big brother's maid?" It was still in a low voice, but Annabelle could hear it just the same. It was not certain if Riley knew it or not. Riley kept on asking more questions to Ian. "By the way, Ian, even if she is my big brother's maid, you have no reason to use such respectful language toward her, don't you think?" "And no, young master, Miss Annabelle is not a maid." "That's enough, Ian." Having heard a woman's voice that sounded angry, Riley turned his head toward the direction of the voice and tilted his head to the sides. "Yes, if that's your wish. Yes, I understand." "Hey, you are just a maid. Why are your lips so light, weak?" Annabelle turned around before Riley could finish his sentence. She took firm steps back across the garden toward the mansion. Watching her back, Riley shrugged and directed his gaze back to the book. Riley was going to indulge in the book again, but he felt the heat from Ian's gaze. Riley complained as if he was wronged. "Seriously, I'm telling you, I really don't know that person." The look on Riley's face seemed to be saying, "I don't know her, so what am I supposed to do?" Ian had a confused look on his face. He sighed heavily enough to sink the ground and started to rub his face with both of his palms. It was inside the mansion. Nanai just finished dishwashing, the very last job for the day. She was heading toward the training arena to work on swordsmanship training with Sarah, but she saw Annabelle walking toward this way from the other side. How dare he? How dare he? It looked like something had happened. She was breathing hard as she walked this way. Nanai noticed Annabelle and pulled her chin a little as she looked at the direction that Annabelle came from. "It looks like she is coming from the garden." "Did she run into our young master?" It was a straight corridor, so Annabelle, who was quickly walking through it, found Nanai who was standing on the other side with her head lowered. Annabelle furrowed her brows. When their eyes met, Nanai lowered her head first and paid her respect. After that, it didn't really lead to a conversation. Annabelle was thinking about making a fool out of Nanai, Riley's servant, but she soon snorted and started to walk again. "He dared to ignore me? Just watch. I'll make him regret it." How could a lazy sword dare to?" Annabelle mumbled as she walked past Nanai. With the voice now behind her, Nanai lifted her head. Nanai narrowed her eye as she looked at the back of Annabelle walking away. Judging from the situation, it looked like it could only lead to a trouble for Riley. It didn't look like anything good would come of this for Riley. "Nanai, I kept you waiting, didn't I?" It was when Nanai was steadily staring at Annabelle's back. Sarah, who went off the tangent and had gone somewhere else for a moment, rushed back and tapped Nanai on her shoulder. Nanai? Sarah was standing right next to Nanai. When she couldn't hear any response, Sarah checked the look on Nanai's face behind hand and tilted her head to the sides. Ms. Sarah, could you please wait in the training arena? Pardon? Nanai just finished the dishes, the last work for the day. Nanai agonized over how she was going to start explaining. Nanai continued, actually, I don't think I completely wiped off the stain on the very last dish that I washed. I think I should go check it. Chapter 67. That lass. It seems there might be something more to her than meets the eye. It was at Ryan's room, with his older brother standing in front of him. Lloyd started to explain what he saw. 2 days ago, Lloyd saw the wooden sword that Nanai swung sliced the training dummy in half. It was still clear in Lloyd's head. I have no idea how she did it. It's intriguing. How about her form? Her form was clean, but it was a basic stance. Having heard what Lloyd said, Ryan murmured as he fiddled with his chin. In that case, it couldn't be that she is just powerful or is good at waving her hand around. It would be the most plausible explanation to assume she used mana without realizing it. She's a maid who claims to have never held a sword in her life, yet she sliced the Falata House's training dummy in half, in one strike. On top of that, it was a clean cut. Ryan, who was mumbling, had a pretty serious look on his face. As expected, the maid that Riley brought in was not an ordinary person. I had a bad feeling about this all along, but where did he find a maid like that? That story was already all over the place. It was the story about how Nanai cut down a training dummy in half with just one strike. Even Stein was interested. He was watching Nanai. Because of the situation with Nanai, Ryan was concerned Riley might get pretty high points in the successor competition. If it is possible, I wish I could see it again. Lloyd mumbled as he bit his lips. After all, he was the second son of the Falata House. He was a swordsman. It was only natural to have emotions such as admiration or envy toward others who had better swordsmanship. What should we do? Lloyd was mumbling as he bit his lips, and how he asked Ryan a question. Ryan had to make his thoughts brief, and he had to make a quick decision. Lloyd was asking Ryan about what to do with Nanai, Riley's maid. Should I put pressure on her? Lloyd asked carefully to his older brother. It was understandable. It didn't seem like a good idea to do something to Nanai, a maid that Stein would be watching. It was a problem that required a serious thought. Ryan fiddled with his chin. He was holding himself from giving a reply. It was at that moment. Bam. The closed door opened wide and Annabelle walked in. Judging from her red face, it didn't look like she came with a good news. Annabelle, sister-in-law. Shocked by Annabelle's sudden entrance, Ryan and Lloyd called her. Step. In her high heels, Annabelle walked in and frustratedly plummeted in the sofa. Did something happen outside, big bro? There's no need to even guess. It must have been Riley. He must have done something bad to her. No. Annabelle opened her mouth and interrupted Lloyd. With a question mark above his head, Lloyd looked at Annabelle. There wasn't an incident. Like that, Annabelle said as she bit her lips. Again, she said there wasn't an incident like that. It would be best if you didn't touch my young master. Of course, I would like to also advise you against running your mouth carelessly. Those were the words she heard from Nanai just now in the corridor. Annabelle ran into Nanai the maid again in the corridor, and Annabelle just came from being threatened by Nanai. It appeared that Nanai was a mage who had been hiding her true identity. Annabelle thought about how Nanai made threats with a ball of flame floating on her palm. Annabelle's shoulders were still shivering a little. I heard you are a daughter of a famous house. However, that is not all that important to me. I only act for the sake of my young master. Annabelle was half scared and half infuriated. That girl, she is just a lowly commoner. Yet she dared to talk to me like that. The thought was dominating her head at the moment. I'm not expecting an apology from you, so I'll advise. I'll warn you once again. If you pester my young master again, I'll demonstrate my abilities to you. Since you are well educated, you do understand that this is the first and the last warning, right? It was a threat that stated Nanai will demonstrate her abilities if Annabelle displeased her. She is just a maid. but she dared to make threats to a daughter of a nobility? This was the first time Annabelle ever heard of a threat like this. She felt there wasn't anything more humiliating than this. Although Lloyd couldn't tell, Ryan noticed that Annabelle's shoulders were shivering. However, he didn't know why she was choking in fear or why she was so infuriated. So, although I don't know how many circles she has, she is saying that she's a mage, is that right? Annabelle tightly grabbed the sofa's armrest. When Nanae made threats to Annabelle, Nanae didn't say anything about how many circles she had. Recalling this, Annabelle made up her mind. I don't know where she learned the magic, but I bet she is at 3 or 4 circles at most. Annabelle knew that even 3 or 4 circles was enough to hurt her. Nanae's threat was effective. This fact was the reason why Annabelle was so infuriated. 5 circle or above will be enough to kill. TL. The author left it vague as to what or who will be killed, but I presume it is Nanae that she wants to kill. Because of her desire for revenge, Annabelle started to show deadly aura. Excuse me, young Master Ryan. Yes, may I use a homing pigeon? For a personal reason? A homing pigeon? Yes, Annabelle responded with a smile. It was a perfect control of her facial expression that belied what she was really feeling. A day, or two. And subsequently, after several days have passed, Riley, who had been excusing himself from having to greet Annabelle, was finally going to see her when she was about to leave the mansion. Riley, you can't do that to her. Miss Annabelle is a daughter of a nobility family. That is, the thing is, Riley was at it because Iris advised him. Riley said he will be having a word with Ian for reporting the incident with Annabelle to Iris. TL. Who did Riley said this to? Author didn't say. Iris? Who knows? Riley walked the corridor with Iris. He forced himself to hide the expression on his face that screamed just how annoyed he was. He was annoyed because they were on their way to greet Annabelle in an official capacity. Her dress looked too much like a maid. There was the thing about the lace on her dress too. Riley mumbled and complained as he thought about the conversation with Annabelle a few days ago when Annabelle was pestering him. Of course, Annabelle's dress didn't really look like a maid dress in Riley's opinion. Ugh. Watching her son scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Iris sighed and continued. It probably could not be helped. Since it is dinner time now, looks like we could greet her by joining her for the dinner. You need to apologize to her properly. Do you understand? Although she just sighed, she smiled soon after. Watching this, Riley responded as if he understood. Yes. After walking for about 3 minutes, they reached the front of Annabelle's room. Iris first fixed her son's clothes. After that, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Who is it? Miss Annabelle. It's Iris. Oh. A surprised response could be heard from inside. Along with the stepping sounds of the high heels on the ground, the door opened, and Annabelle revealed herself. She welcomed Iris. Lady Iris. Welcome. Annabelle's eyes met with Riley, who was standing next to Iris. That made her voice stop for a moment. However, she smiled refreshingly soon as if nothing happened. She greeted both, including Riley, with a smiling face. Welcome, young Master Riley. You are here too? Yes. I was thinking if you would like to join us for dinner. You didn't have dinner already, right? Riley asked with a refreshing smile. Having seen this, Annabelle responded with a smile as if she was trying not to lose. Of course, as much as you want. Riley and Iris lead the way toward the dining room. Meanwhile, Annabelle stood there and watched the back of Riley and Iris. Annabelle's face started to twitch. It was because of the maid that was always sticking next to Riley like glue. It would be best if you didn't touch my young master. Nanae, who was sticking right next to Riley, casually turned her head to look at Annabelle. Nanae looked at Annabelle with her narrowly open eyes. Annabelle felt like Nanae was threatening her again. Annabelle tightly grabbed her skirt. Cuck. Nanae, Sarah is in charge of the kitchen today, right? Iris, who was leading the way in the front, asked Nanae. Having heard the question, Nanae immediately changed the look on her face and lowered her head. Yes, Lady Iris. For today's dinner, Nanae summarized what would be on the dinner table. Meanwhile, Annabelle was following the group from the back as she watched the back of Nanae. The inside of Annabelle was boiling. Riley did it once, and Nanai did it once as well. They both seriously spoiled her mood, but as if that was not enough, Nanai even threatened her. This was the reason why Annabelle's insides was boiling. How dare! There was one thing that made her even more infuriated. It was the fact that she was shaking in fear because of Nanai's threat with a grey-colored flame. Annabelle couldn't snap back and say, "Do you have any idea who you are talking to? Just go ahead if you think you can do it because of Nanai's flame. You just watch. Just wait and see." Annabelle thought about it over and over. Riley, Iris and Annabelle finally arrived at the dining room. It looked like Stein, Ryan and Lloyd already came by and left the dining room. There were a few maids and butlers carrying empty dishes. "Annabelle, I'm sorry about what happened before. I'm really dense. So, haha," Riley said as he cut the meal on the dish with a knife. It's fine." Annabelle was scratching the dish with her dining knife. "For now," Annabelle responded politely with a smile. It was because she could not afford to reveal her blade edge of vengeance. "So, when are you going back?" "When did you say it was again?" I think I'll be heading back as soon as the carriage from the family arrives. I'm not in position to stay here for long. I also have personal matters to handle." She had two personal matters. First one was investigating about Test Trading Company. It was Ryan that asked her that favor. "Excuse me, a carriage has arrived at the mansion." A butler came into the dining room to say a carriage has arrived. Annabelle's face brightened in an instant. The second personal matter was about the 5 circles mage that she called. She wanted to have him obliterate Nanai. "It must be the carriage from my family." Annabelle's plan was to expose that a mermaid threatened her. The plan was to use that to corner Riley and make him lose the competition for Falata House's successorship. She was certain this was going to help Ryan, her fiancé. It is not from Mogard House. Pardon? Until now, Annabelle had a bright expression on her face. Now, a question mark floated up on her face. "If it is not the carriage I called for, then where did it come from?" "It is a carriage from the Salia Temple." "Salia Temple?" Annabelle tilted her head to the sides. "Salia Temple? Why would a carriage from the Salia Temple be here all of a sudden?" Is it because of that?" Riley mumbled with his mouth full. Annabelle noticed that Riley seemed like he knew something about it. That made Annabelle to have yet another question mark float up above her head. "Looks like he is here." The butler, who came in to tell everyone about the carriage from the temple, left the scene. Immediately after the butler left, an old man in white walked in. Even at a glance, it was obvious he was a high-ranking priest. "Oh my, Archbishop Rabathra?" Iris greeted him first. "Haha, Lady Iris, have you been well?" "Of course, what brings you here?" Annabelle had no idea what this was about, so she still had a curious look on her face. "Is he here to see Lady Iris?" Annabelle knew Iris had an illness. It was an illness that Iris had for a long time. "Is he here to check up on her illness?" Annabelle was thinking that. In that moment, young Master Riley, and, with his head, the Archbishop Rabathra bowed to Nanai, who was standing next to Riley. "Miss Nanai, it's been a while." Annabelle was surprised that he addressed the maid so respectfully. Clueless about what's happening, Annabelle's face became weirder. Chapter 68. Instead of standing there, "Please come and have a seat." Iris got up from her seat and recommended a seat for Rabathra. Accepting her generosity, Rabathra sat down. Iris was reaching for a fork on the table, but she asked as she lowered her head, "Have you had dinner?" It's embarrassing. But looks like I'll have to be in your debt. Actually, I'm glad you haven't had dinner yet. I would have been disappointed if I didn't get to have you eat dinner with us." "Nanai?" Iris called Nanai, who was standing in the back, and asked for a serving of dinner for Rabathra. "Yes, Lady Iris." Nanai bowed and received her order. Nanai left for the kitchen for a moment. Impressed by the politeness that Nanai just displayed, Rabathra said, "Oh my." Miss Nanai became a maid in Falata House. "Even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes, I still cannot believe it. She is a nice child. She is diligent too." "Right now, is she serving young Master Riley?" "Yes, it turned out that way." Rabathra was a famous archbishop from Salia Temple. Even Annabelle knew of him well. He said, "Miss Nanai, he is an archbishop, but he called her with respect like that. It did not appear to be out of his polite mannerism. How he greeted Nanae was too proper and respectful. "Excuse me for asking this so late, who is this young lady?" While Annabelle was in a deep thought with a vacant stare, Rabathra turned his head and asked Iris. "She is the fiancée of our young master Ryan. She is a daughter of Marquis Mogard family. Please introduce yourselves." "This is Archbishop Rabathra from the Salia Holy Temple." "Ah, it's you, Miss Annabelle." Having heard what Iris said, Rabathra opened his eyes wide and started to compliment Annabelle's good looks. "It seemed he have heard rumors about her." "I kept hearing rumors that you are beautiful." "It seems the rumors I have heard didn't do justice." "Not at all." "That's too much of a compliment." They exchanged greetings briefly. Afterwards, Annabelle had her gaze toward her dish, but she turned her head and looked at Rabathra. It was because this did not make sense to her no matter how much she thought about it. "But Archbishop." "Yes, why are you using respectful language toward that maid?" Annabelle had an anxious look on her face. Annabelle asked carefully. Having heard her question, a question mark floated above Rabathra's head. He asked Annabelle, "What do you mean?" "Why do you ask?" Rabathra turned his head to look at Iris and Riley. Riley looked like he was not interested in the conversation. He was focused on enjoying his meal. As for Iris, she only had an awkward look on her face. "By any chance, are the people of this mansion unaware of it?" That is, having heard Rabathra's question, Iris blurred the end of her sentence. She agonized over what to tell him. Eventually, she said with a slightly embarrassed smile, "Yes, I totally forgot about explaining that." "Oh my, pardon me." "Just what are you?" Annabelle revealed to everyone that she was anxious. She was not able to take it anymore, so she butted into their conversation. She was well aware that it was quite rude, but the situation was such that it was difficult for her to assess what was happening. "Here, I brought your meal." Soon thereafter, Nanae, who went to the kitchen, returned to the dining room and laid down the dish for Rabathra. Nanae returned to standing behind Riley. "Ah, thank you, Miss Nanae." Again, Rabathra spoke to Nanae in respectful tone. Annabelle was not touching food. Instead, she had a confused look on her face. Noticing this, Rabathra, who picked up a piece of food with a fork, said, "You asked why I'm using respectful language towards Miss Nanae, right?" "Yes." After Annabelle's response, Rabathra took a moment to look at how Nanae was doing. "That is because Miss Nanae." After observing how Nanae was standing behind Riley, Rabathra concluded that it would be alright for him to explain it. He continued, "Is the Six Circles mage that played a big role in stopping Astroa during the incident last time in Lower Salia." Crash. The fork that Annabelle held was dropped to the plate and made a loud noise. It was revealed that the maid that was hired in the mansion recently was a Six Circles mage. Of course, the entire mansion was turned upside down. "So, Riley." "It was at Stein's office. There were 3 people there to have a conversation." Needless to say, the atmosphere was pretty odd. Stein called for Riley and the maid that served him. Facing the 2 in front of him, Stein held his palm on his forehead and rubbed it. It looked like he was having a headache. "I think an explanation is due." "How did it all come to this?" "About that, what you have heard is everything. There's nothing more to explain." Riley scratched his cheek in a leisurely manner. Watching Riley doing this, Stein moved his hand from his forehead to his eye. "I heard you heard from Ian?" "I heard that she is a mage." "I didn't hear that she is a Six Circles mage." Bam! Stein slammed the desk with his fist and threw a hissy fit. Having noticed the look on his father's face, Riley's shoulders flinched. Right after that, Riley smiled like a good-natured human being and put forth his palm. "I have no talent for explaining things. Still, I can roughly answer your questions." TSK. Stein was well aware of this about his youngest son. Stein clicked his tongue and sighed. It looked like he was thinking this could not be helped. He asked the first question. "I'll ask first." "Is she really?" he asked as he looked at Nanae, who was standing next to Riley. "A Six Circles mage?" "Yes," Riley answered promptly. This was better than showing him her magic since Stein didn't know much about magic. Stein was not going to be able to tell the differences between 5, 6 or 7 circles magic spells. If that is the case, Then why? Stein asked as he glared at Nanai. He looked like he was about to punch a hole through her with his gaze. What is she doing here if she is a Six Circles mage? Why are you serving Riley as a maid? You don't have to do this. She was a Six Circles mage. If the word got out, people from cities everywhere would be all over her and begging her to be their city's mage. After all, a Six Circles mage was considered as powerful as someone classified as a grand mage. She appeared to be in her teens, so she had a bright future ahead. That's what Stein was thinking. Iris told me not to scold her too much. Iris said she is a kind child. However, what I'm about to ask is a different matter. She could be a spy or have some other intent for coming to this mansion. Do you understand? Stein was the master of the Falata house. His reaction was understandable. He had to consider the possibility, and the situation warranted such a concern. Yes, well, that makes sense. Stein had a serious look in his eyes. Meanwhile, in front of Stein, Riley scratched his hair. Riley's response was so dense and nonchalant, it was making the person watching this to feel overcome with a sense of futility. So, Nanai. Stein felt like he was going to explode from frustration if he stared at Riley any longer. In the end, he decided to turn his gaze away from Riley. Now, he started to stare at Nanai as if he was going to punch a hole through her with his gaze. I presume there is no need for me to address you with a respectful language, is that right? After all, you voluntarily became Riley's maid. Yes. Nanai gently lowered her head to express respect towards Stein. I'll ask, you are a Six Circles mage. Why are you doing this then? Having heard the question, Nani was hesitant to answer. She held her lips closed. It appeared she was thoroughly considering what to say because she could not afford to respond so carelessly. You had a big role in apprehending Astroa in Salia. You are in a very good position to be treated accordingly for your exploit. Why are you working as a maid instead? You even hid your true identity as well. For what? Having heard additional questions by Stein, Nanai carefully shook her head and opened her mouth. I was not trying to hide it. You were not? It is just that I forgot to tell everyone. Forgot? Yes, it was true. Ever since Nanai came to the mansion, she was extremely busy. Ever since she started to work as a maid and even had the swordsmanship training, she felt like having two of her was not going to be enough. She was actually really busy, but despite that, she never complained. If anyone were to ask why, it was because, I like the diligent lifestyle in the mansion and working while breaking sweat as a maid. If you are asking why I'm working as a maid, that's all there is to it. It was because she felt like she regained something that she lost when she was at the magic tower. Stein steadily gazed upon Nanai's eye. His gaze was as expected of the master of Falata house. It felt like you could get sliced just by meeting his gaze. His gaze was sharp like that. However, Nanai was no pushover. Stein was glaring at her as if he was going to punch a hole through her with his gaze, but she didn't even flinch. Instead, she only looked right back at him. She was standing her ground proudly. In a corner of her mind, she also had her pride as Riley's maid. Alright, fine. People say that there are instances where a simple exchange of gazes is far more effective than 1,000 words. This was one of those. Stein didn't let it show, but he was actually impressed by Nanai's gaze. Soon thereafter, he asked the third question. I heard you followed Riley from Salia, is that right? Yes, it was the truth, so there was no need to hide it. So, Nanai responded right away. How much did you know about Riley? Father? Riley felt that the conversation was going off the tangent to the wrong place. Riley furrowed his brows. Stein raised his right hand and made Riley to close his mouth. Stein continued to stare at Nanai's eyes. I'm aware that the rumors are not good. Although Riley received a Medal of Honor from Salia Castle recently, even now, the rumors about Riley were mostly bad. Because of how Riley had been behaving until now, the Lazy Sword trademark stamped on him was still firmly stuck there. His reputation as the Lazy Sword had not left Riley. What do you think of Riley? You are a maid that serves Riley, so I would like to hear your thoughts. It was an unexpected question. Nanai had a blank look on her face for a moment, but she soon had a refreshing smile on her face. Meanwhile, Stein was looking at Nanai's face. and he got a glimpse of her scar through her hair. Having noticed her scars, Stein narrowed his eyes. He is a good man. Hey, Riley bumped Nanai with his elbow. He is very kind. A lot more than how others know him as. Also, bump, bump. Riley kept on bumping Nanai with his elbow. Nanai moved her eye toward Riley and noticed Riley's face. He was warning her with the look on his face. Riley didn't want her to say anything more, as if she figured she can't do this anymore. She smiled awkwardly and quickly stopped talking. Until the day my life runs out, I think I will have no regrets even if I served him until that day. Autumn. Number. It could be up to the summer. She didn't have much time left, and she was going to spend it for Riley's sake. By doing so, she wanted to find the meaning of her life. She mumbled those thoughts in her mind. Stein didn't know about Nanai's remaining lifespan. However, it looked like he understood the sincerity in her gaze. The corner of Stein's lips was slightly tilted up. That was the proof. I see. Did Ian make your life miserable? Stein smiled widely and asked, as expected. They are father and son. Nanai noticed that Stein's smile was similar to Riley. Having watched it, Nanai had a vacant look on her face for the moment. She said, "Pardon? That friend of mine doesn't like mages very much. I think there will be many instances of quarrels with him. What do you think? Won't that be of an inconvenience to you?" Riley quietly turned his head away and started to laugh. It was because Ian could get detached from Riley as his servant depending on Nanai's response. And no, Mr. Ian is actually looking after me in many ways. He is teaching me so I won't make mistakes. He is being strict for that purpose, so no. Not at all. Nanai's face was a little red. She looked a little embarrassed. She was like that because, based on the flow of the conversation, she felt like Stein acknowledged her. Is that so? Well then, Stein slowly turned his eyes and looked at Riley. Riley, who stood there with a nonchalant look, met his father's eyes. Continue to take good care of Riley. Stein finished the conversation and tilted his head to gesture that they could go now. Well then, I'll be going now. Riley turned around first and escaped the room. Nanai stood there with a blank look on her face. She regained her senses and bowed all the way down toward Stein. It was an excessively large motion for a bow. It looked like she completely forgot the body posture education she received from Sarah or Ian. Still, Stein didn't mind it much. I'll try hard. Nanai straightened her back, because she felt like she was acknowledged. Her face was quite red. It showed she was feeling very happy, like nothing could top this. Nanai quickly tumbled her way out of the room to follow Riley. Stein was now left alone in the room. He started tapping the finger he had on the desk. A 6 circles mage. How did my youngest son, who I had no hopes or expectations for, ended up having someone with such a talent working for him? Stein was still tapping the desk with his finger before he realized he had a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 69. Well then, please stop by later. I will always welcome you. Riley had Nanai take the gift that Rabathra put forward. At the same time, Riley made a gesture with his hand. It meant he roughly understood the meaning. Well, if I feel like it, I will. The attitude Riley had toward Rabathra was very rude. It would have been no surprise if someone saw this and cringed. Despite that, Rabathra didn't even flinch an eyebrow. Instead, through his entire stay here in the mansion, he maintained a respectful attitude. Please be safe on your way, young master. I'll be praying for your well-being as well. They exchanged farewells in the form of formalities. After seeing the Holy Temple's carriage leave the mansion, Riley turned around and snorted as he glanced at the gift box that Nanai received from Rabathra. He is making it way too obvious. Too obvious. Following Riley, Nanai also looked below to see the gift box. She asked as she tilted her head to the side, "What's so obvious?" His official story is that he is here to check up on my mother's illness, but the actual business is something else. What did you think it was? It seemed Nanai got what Riley was saying. Nanai, who was looking at the gift box, opened her mouth with a blank stare. Is it about that thing that Priestess Pregia said last time? Back in the temple, Nanai and Pregia became friends, so she had been calling Pregia by the name without the title. Out of habit, Nanai casually called her by the name, but she corrected herself and looked at Riley. Right, it's about that. Riley nodded and responded. It was about the divine message. Riley was thinking about the favor that Pregia asked. It was about slaying a dragon that was going to appear in Salia Castle soon. The real reason he came to the mansion yesterday is probably not about checking up on my mother's illness. He probably came to give me that gift. What I'm saying is that this is a bribe. Since you were fed, pay us back by working as much as you had been fed by us. Well, that's probably what he is thinking. Riley was walking with his fingers locked between two hands and having them placed on the back of his head. Nanai carefully asked, "Excuse me, young master, by any chance, are you insane?" Riley felt like he knew what she was going to ask, so he cringed. He found the question unpleasant. Obviously, I won't do it. Why would I bother with something that troublesome, as I thought that would be, right? Nanai smiled awkwardly as she mumbled, "He dares to think I'm a tool. He must be thinking I could be talked into being taken advantage of if he served up a few bribes. He doesn't realize I'm a bastard who has seen it all." It seemed that the nobilities of this world had a pride of a specific kind. It was about being sure to return the favor after receiving help. It appeared that the temple, hence Rabathara, had a plan to invoke that sense of obligation out of Riley and lead him to act. However, unfortunately, the person they were trying to do it to was Riley. "Tell them this, over my dead body. Tell them to gut my stomach." Actually, Riley was thinking about taking advantage of the temple as if it was a tool. He was going to suck the honey right out of it. He cracked a smile and mumbled, "Gut. Stomach." It sounded pretty violent. Nanai was concerned because of it, so she asked as she looked at Riley's stomach. "The lower Salia doesn't have a phrase like that about gutting stomach. It means I don't care what happens afterwards, although I received something." Having heard Riley's explanation describing it in plain words, Nanai thought about what he meant as she coughed out a word of exclamation. It was to make sure she does not forget what it means later and get confused again when Riley uses the phrase again. The divine message was definitely about a dragon, right? Having finished memorizing the phrase about gutting stomach, she nodded and then mumbled about the dragon. "It turned out to be something that should not have been asked to you." During that day, in the Salia Castle's bathroom, when Riley was asked by Pregia to do the favor, Riley suddenly started laughing as if he found the favor to be ridiculous. Nanai felt like she could finally understand why. "How would you feel if someone asked you out of the blue to slay your friend?" Nanai thought about Handel, a dragon who was on an amusement trip by having himself transformed into a human and running a pub in a town. Nanai had a suppressed laugh. "I think I would have found it funny." Nanai was in the middle of imagining about Sarah insisting and begging Nanai and saying, "I'm very sorry, but please slay Priestess Pregia." That's right. It is ridiculous, as if she was indicating that she was not going to ask about it anymore. She used the leather bracelet, one of Astroa's belongings, to bring out the dimensional container from thin air. She placed the gift into the container and said, "Young master, after this, I was thinking we could have the magic lesson until dinner time. What do you think?" "All right, I think the timing works out well." Riley led the way, and Nanai followed behind him. "She is a Six Circles mage?" "What nonsense." It was at Ryan's room. The fact about Nanai, her being the Six Circles mage that played a big role in suppressing Salia's Grand Mage Astroa, became known to everyone in Mansion. Lloyd was in a state of panic. "Gosh, like I said before, I thought there was something more to her. If this is the case, then what I saw before makes sense too." "Lloyd, she used magic." "She used magic to obliterate the training dummy in a single strike." "She must have used a wind magic too." Lloyd, having heard his name being called for the second time, Lloyd closed his mouth that he was using to yap away. Lloyd looked at his older brother. "For now, just proceed." "I understand." "Annabelle, did you know about this?" Ryan asked Annabelle, who was sitting in front of him. Annabelle, not being able to refuse to answer, nodded. Her hand was shivering. It was indicating that something did happen. "Still, I didn't know that she is a Six Circles mage." "She wasn't just any Six Circles mage. Nanai was a powerful practitioner of magic that brought down Grand Mage Astroa in a single strike when he was flying in the sky using the fly magic. Just how? How did Riley get? It must have something to do with the Medal of Honor that he received from the castle. Just like his father had, Ryan started to tap the table with his finger. It looked like it must be a habit of his that came out when he got in a deep thought. What are you going to do? We can't just sit and watch. We need to go achieve a great exploit of our own. They had to win the competition for the successorship. They had to, because that was the only way to bring back their mother who was kicked out. In this situation, the news about Riley having Nanai, a Six Circles mage who wants to serve him, was not pleasant to hear. That's right, I heard that there is a dark mage that's wreaking havoc all over the place and causing headaches. How about we go cut off this dark mage's head? Ryan sighed with a clamp face. It wasn't that he didn't know how his little brother was feeling. However, it was going to be a difficult one to actually carry out. That was the reason. In that case, how about just telling people that the last named Nanai is the Dark Mage? It just so happens that her appearance. That won't work. With his face twitching, Lloyd was giving out his opinion. Watching him, Annabelle quietly shook her head. I personally called for someone from the Magic Tower and asked. Her exploit was officially recognized. Also, she was even considered as the candidate for being the master of the Magic Tower. Because of this, I don't think your idea would be possible. That someone, who she called from the Magic Tower, was the Five Circles mage that Annabelle called to return the favor to Nanai for having humiliated her. However, the mage, after seeing that it was Nanai in the mansion, simply said, I can't do anything to that person. Lloyd, acting frustrated, got up from his chair. He started to grind his teeth and throw fists toward the wall. He couldn't think of any other way to handle the situation with Nanai. Damn it, Lloyd. What's today's date? Today? Having heard his brother's question, Lloyd, who just slammed the wall, tilted his head to the sides. Lloyd was not able to answer. Watching this, Annabelle responded instead. To be exact, starting tomorrow, probably. The summer will start. But why are you asking about that? Summer. Thinking about the season which was about to change soon, Ryan narrowed his eyes. It was at the mansion's library. Having finished their dinner, Riley and Nanai were back in the library to study about magic. There were a few books open on the ground. They were studying about time magic. Time magic. It certainly is an interesting area of study. I think the magic could be used in various ways if we researched the time magic. Although Nanai was a Six Circles mage, even Nanai didn't know much about time magic. Because of this, Nanai had to study the area first before she could teach Riley about it. The book she was reading was not about a mage. Instead, to the very end, it was about a mage swordsman. Because of this, the book had insufficient amount of explanations. However, she didn't mind it much. Things like the traveling speed of a magic is generally fixed. However, looking at it from theoretical perspective, if you utilize this aspect, I think it would be possible to shoot a fireball that would be fast enough to be undetectable to eyes. It could be due to the experimental drugs from the Magic Tower, but her memory was pretty good. She was able to mumble like that because what she read in the books when she was in the Magic Tower still remained in her head. I see. It's intriguing. I like it. On the other hand, Riley was listening to Nanai's mumbling through one ear and letting it out through the other ear. His eyes were lacking focus. Why do I have to be so bored? Riley's eyes shifted in a 3 seconds interval. They shifted toward the slowly falling stream of water on the right side, and then they shifted toward the books that were waiting to be read by him. His eyes moved back and forth like that. This is the Two Circles. What again? It's the Two Circles slow magic. Riley asked the question. Having heard the question, Nanai responded. The magic that Riley was practicing at the moment was slow. A Two Circles time magic. It was a magic that used mana to make the subject move slower. It's boring me to death to just watch it drop. They had a glass container with water in it. The container was tilted to let the water fall by the gravity, and he was practicing the magic on it to make the water fall slower. I think it would be more fun to do something that is faster. Can we change the order of doing things? For the moment, Nanai became a teacher instead of a maid. With an apologetic face, Nanai asked, "Young master, by any chance, have you ever tried riding a bicycle?" A bicycle? They have bicycles in this world. Although Riley never tried it in this world's life, he had in his past life, so he told her that he had experiences in riding it. When learning how to ride a bicycle, we learn how to stop safely first before riding it fast, right? It's to make sure you don't get hurt. It was to prevent accidents. The explanation was an obvious one, but it made sense. TSK. Riley clicked his tongue and redirected his gaze back to the glass bottle where water was falling. He started to focus on the glass bottle again. It doesn't feel like I'm using magic at all. It is somehow really boring. Please be patient for a little while longer. At this pace, you will be able to get to the next step very soon. When is the next step? I'll teach you the next step if you can make the falling water to stay in the air for 2 seconds. Riley had his chin supported by his palm as he looked at the falling stream of water that was falling slower due to the time magic. Riley mumbled, "Now that I think about it, it is going to be summer soon. It will be hot. Right? It will be. Right?" Nanae was studying time magic that she was going to teach Riley. She turned her head and looked at him. "I hate hot weather." Having heard her young master mumbling about how he hates hot weather, Nanae tightened her fists and said, "Don't worry, young master. I can make it cool for you. That means I'll die from the heat during the morning and afternoon. That is." Nanae blurred the end of sentence as she thought about Yin greeting Riley with a smile and saying, "Haha, young master, it's a great morning again today." It was because Nanae could be next to Riley only during the evening and night. Ian was the one that served Riley during outside of those time periods. This was the line in the sand that Yin proposed. To say it bluntly, Ian's fanning is the worst. Riley made a tight fist with his hand that was open. The water inside the glass bottle, which was falling slowly, started to fall at its normal speed. Ugh! Now that it has come to this, that's the only answer. Riley was mumbling on in a frustrated tone. Having heard this, Nanae was feeling sorry for Ian. Chapter 70. It's hot. The month changed. Riley was under a garden tree's shadow and killing time. He murmured again. It's hot. He had said it so many times. Countless times. "Ah, it's too hot, young master." Riley, who was lying all stretched out while leaning against the tree, moved his eyes after hearing someone's voice calling for him. "It will only feel hotter if you keep saying it is hot. How about you think of something else?" It was Ian. "Look who's talking. You are standing in the sun and sweating all over." "How could you say that?" Thinking that, Riley asked, "Aren't you hot? If you change your attitude, it is possible to not feel hot." "Cut the nonsense." Riley furrowed his brows and interrupted Ian's words. It was summer. Summer came. It was the time period where the sunlight was at its hottest. It was no use, even if Riley surrounded his entire body with mana. By the order of nature, it was still hot. It's not like I'm mentally ill. It's hot. So I should say it is hot. Am I supposed to say, "Oh my, it's so nice and cool"? Should I? Ugh, young master, that is a problem for you. It's because you are not moving. If you broke some sweat as a youth, you would actually welcome a hot weather like this. Bullcrap. Do dogs have horns? As if he was trying to tell Ian to stop, Riley waved around his right arm. Ian's face and neck was full of sweat. If anyone was watching the two just to see who was going to collapse from heat exhaustion, it was probably apparent that Ian was in danger of collapsing that way. It looked that serious. "It's a matter of mental power." As if he was trying not to lose, Ian said one more thing. Riley's eyebrows wiggled. "Ian, by any chance, do you want to quit?" "Haha, have you forgotten who recommended me for this job?" "There is Lady Iris, so I think you can set aside a worry like that." Riley tightly shut his eyes and cursed inside. To Riley, who always got stretched out from the heat during summer, as if that wasn't enough, Ian's existence was about as annoying as cicada or a mosquito. However, Ian was also someone who Riley would miss if Riley sent him away. "Ian." After barely managing to suppress his frustration, Riley called Ian. "Yes," Ian responded with a strong voice. Unlike ordinary people that got worn out from the heat, Ian was the type that got stronger from the heat. He was an odd one like that. Riley's frustration, which he just suppressed, came right back up. Riley mumbled, You're really terrible at fanning. Did you know that?" Having heard what Riley just said, Ian, who was diligently fanning Riley with a fan, stopped fanning. You are absolutely terrible. It seemed Riley realized that attack on Ian was effective. He said it once again. In fact, Ian was bad at fanning. It was enough to add the adjective words, absolute worst, to describe his fanning. If there is a talent called only picking warm air to fan, then you have a talent. There should be cool breeze here and there. However, somehow, Ian only generated warm wind. It was making Riley feel disgusted. Riley's internal gauge for discomfort had reached its maximum value. Riley pointed at Ian. Really? You are really bad at this. Yes. In the middle of the sentence, Riley got stretched out due to the heat. Ian's shoulder lost strength and lowered after hearing what Riley said. From how Ian responded, it seemed that Ian was thinking he was pretty good at fanning. Young master. During a summer day, it was not certain how long Riley and Ian was there stretched out like that. It was a little after 2 p.m. Nanai, who just finished her work in the mansion, came to Riley. She rushed to be at his side. She even used Blink, a 4 circles magic that enabled a short-range teleportation. Oh, you finished already? Riley, who was all stretched out, suddenly changed his attitude and welcomed Nanai. Having heard Riley's question, Nanai gave a refreshing smile and responded, "Yes, I got things done as fast as I could because I figured you must be feeling hot." Her face was laced with sweat. That was the proof. Nanai, who rushed to finish her work and came right over to Riley, used her magic. It was to cool Riley's surroundings. First, I'll vent the air. She used ventilation magic. It was a 5 circles magic that could cool on the surrounding area's air. It could even clean the area's air and mana. She even used a lower level wind magic to generate cool breeze toward her young master. Having finished all that, Nanai looked at Riley with a concerned face. I feel like I could live again. Riley stretched out again, but this time, in a different pose. It felt like even his clothes, which were soaked with sweat, were being cleaned. It made Riley smile. Are you all right? When Nanai carefully asked, Riley mumbled with a face full of contentment. Yes, it's good. It's perfect. I'm relieved. Nanai sighed in relief. In the contrary, the look on Ian's face was not looking good. Ugh, young master, excuse me. I worked hard today. Ah, is that so? Yes. To Nanai, Riley gestured as if he was trying to tell her to come to him, as if she was waiting for it, like a little puppy. Nanai approached Riley and carefully leaned her head toward Riley. You have done well again today. Riley gently patted Nanai's head in a natural motion. How Riley was leisurely patting Nanai, the blushing look on Nanai's face as she smiled. The scene looked very natural, as if it had happened before. Young master, can't you say things like that to me too? Ian was glaring at Nanai. Ian's gaze was full of jealousy. Instead of an old man, Ian looked more like a child. Having seen the look on Ian's face, Riley also said to Ian, as if he was trying to say that he was giving in. All right, Ian, you worked hard too. Ian had a look on his face. It looked as if he was protesting for a wrong that was done to him. Ian asked Riley, somehow, the tone is different, don't you think? I think it's the same. Why are you asking? Riley, who mumbled as if he was thinking it was all nonsense, leaned against the tree again. He never thought it would be this nice to not worry about the heat anymore, thanks to Nanai. As I thought, a mage is the best. Cup. Riley unintentionally said it. Having heard it, Ian brought out a handkerchief and started to wipe off the tears in his eyes. Come on, Mr. Ian, don't cry. It's nothing. It was at the mansion's corridor. Ian was sniffling due to his runny nose. Sarah, who was walking with Ian, was lulling Ian as if he was a child. Young master doesn't want me to be his. It's just because of the heat. You know how he becomes irritable like that every summer. I'm crying because I'm not sure if I should be happy or sad. He had been studying recently. But he isn't studying about swords. He is studying about magic. Ugh. Sarah sighed as she shook her head. Ian, who barely managed to stop crying after sniffling several times, asked Sarah about Nanai. So, how is she? You mean Nanai? Ian nodded when Sarah asked back. Well, lately, she is not doing so bad. Actually, I could even say that she is doing a lot better. Better? For instance, in the past, Because of the scars on her face, people all clicked their tongues when they had their eyes met with Nanai, but nowadays, how should I say this, things are completely different. As Lady Iris said, she is diligent at her work. As Iris said, Nanai was working diligently as a maid. There are many people that are looking at Nanai positively. Although she is a Six Circles mage, she doesn't use tricks or try to cut corners. Also, we can see that she is working very hard for our young master. So, Ian couldn't talk back because they were all true. Feeling a sense of rivalry, Ian cringed. Having noticed his face, Sarah, with a mischievous look on her face, mumbled, "Did you know? Nanai is quite popular." "Popular?" Terry asked this last time. What did Terry ask? Terry, of all the butlers in Falata Mansion, he was one of the younger butlers. He asked how old Nanai was. Bullshit. Having heard what Sarah said, Ian's bad habit popped out. "Hey, Mr. Ian." In panic, Sarah quickly turned around and looked at Ian. Having realized his mistake, Ian covered his mouth with his hand. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone, Stein for instance, passing by there. Come on, he was probably just wondering how old she was. It didn't have that kind of atmosphere. Ian, who just put down the hand he was using to cover his mouth, glared at Sarah's face as if he was going to punch a hole through her with his gaze. Having noticed this, Sarah looked away and mumbled, "Probably." "Sarah, that is, you know, as I said earlier, Nanai is quite popular. There are still a few people that avoid her because of her scar and missing fingers, but we know that people will get to realize she is a good kid once they get to have a conversation with her. That is why everyone." Sarah, who sighed because of Ian's mood, declared surrender as if she had no other options. "Ugh, I got it. I know Nanai is a kind child. Even Lady Iris said so. It would be fine to say it is proven. I was actually feeling quite proud for her when I heard that she was acknowledged by the Count." Ian continued, after directing his gaze to the front. Ian was also well aware that Nanai was a good child. However, no matter how much he hated mages, Ian still knew how to separate private and business matters. It is just that people shouldn't go too easy on her. It has not been long since she started serving our young master. Having an atmosphere like this could actually have negative influence on her. She could get complacent and become overconfident. Ian was thinking that it was because one could never tell how and when a person could have a change of heart. Ian, who was betrayed by someone he trusted in the past, was painfully well aware of this. If she intends to continue to serve young Master Riley, therefore, Ian made up his mind to be very strict toward Nanai. Even if everyone else around her went easy on her, he was going to watch her with strict standards. It was because she needs to do it right. "I don't know how much longer I will be able to serve young master." It was because he was hoping that Nanai would take on the role when Ian was gone. "Come on, don't say things like that." Having noticed the sadness in Ian's face, Sarah bumped the old butler's arm with her elbow. "By the way, Mr. Ian." Still, Nanai had many hardships and scars. "I think this much is fine. I have no idea what she is talking about here. Is she talking about Terry the butler, or is she talking about people being nice to Nanai?" "Sarah, can't you be mindful of the atmosphere?" "Ah, I got it." "Come on, Mr. Ian." Gosh, the face, which was all red and complimenting Nanai, was now yelling in anger. Sarah promptly ran away with a suppressed laughter. I gave it a serious thought. And it was dinner time. In a place where the 5 people who were with Riley during his trip to Salia Castle, Riley spoke. "As I thought, I think I'll have to go there again this year." Having heard what Riley just said in the dinner table, Iris, with a question mark floated up on her face, asked, "Are you talking about Rainfield?" "Yes." Having heard his nonchalant response, Sarah smiled with a suppressed laughter. Meanwhile, Ian's face was gradually turning into a face full of pain. Perhaps because this was the first time she heard about it, Nanai was the only one tilting her head side to side. "We went there every year. It's not like we have a reason for not being able to go." Still, I figured you won't go this year because of Nanai. Having heard what Riley just said about having been there every year, Sarah shrugged her shoulders and mumbled, I think I'll dry up and die during the morning and afternoon. It's shortening my lifespan. Ugh. By the sound of Riley complaining out loud with no intention of hiding it, Ian flinched as if he just got shot by an arrow right on his chest. Why, young master, there are some bad rumors about Rainfield this year, so I think it would be best if you just stayed in the mansion. Ian, who struggled and smiled, said it to convince Riley. Come on, you have been telling me to stop being so lazy and do something outside of the mansion, but why are you always like that during the summer? Why can't you be consistent? Huh? Riley said as he pointed toward Ian with a fork. Ian, who didn't have anything in particular to say in response, looked at Iris for help. If it is Rainfield, won't that be alright? As Riley said, we have been going there every year. In Rainfield, Ian explained as he made a tight fist. You can't break sweat and youth in Rainfield. Riley, who was pointing at Ian with a fork, stared at Ian as if he was staring at a lunatic. Riley was wondering if there really was a Dumas that enjoyed heat, and today, it seemed like he'd discovered that Dumas. Excuse me, Ms. Sarah, if it is Rainfield, is it the Rainfield that I know of? Nanai, who was looking at each of the three people having a conversation, quietly went next to Sarah and asked carefully. Yes, it is. Rainfield. It was a name of a city that was different from Salia. According to a survey, it was the top-rated city for people wanting to go on a vacation during summer. Chapter 71. Did you say it is a city where it rains all the time? Yes, it was during the morning. Nanai, who was getting maid lessons from Sarah, could not hide the surprise when she heard Sarah's explanation about Rainfield. The city's name came from that fact. It rains whole day long without stopping. So, it is called Rainfield. Morning, afternoon, and even during the evening. Not only that, throughout the all seasons, there was a city where it always rained. Rainfield was that kind of city, and it was pretty close to Salia. Its land size is not as large as Salia, but it is still one of famous cities. Sarah explained as she cleaned a porcelain decoration in the corridor by making mist to it with her breath. The author didn't explain what it was other than that it was made of porcelain/ceramic. It's a city where everyone, commoners, nobilities, and even royalties, goes to when the summer heat hits. There's no sunlight there, and because it rains whole day, it is cool there. It was a city where it rains whole day. Nanai figured it certainly would not be hot there even during summer since it rains whole day in Rainfield. Nanai nodded as she cleaned a porcelain object like Sarah. That's probably the reason why young master wants to go to Rainfield. It gets pretty warm when Mr. Ian is serving young master. Sarah did that, just like how the Salia's main plaza lighted up with festivities during the swordsmanship tournament. Rainfield also becomes lively with festivities during summer. A festival. There are lots of beautiful things there. The fireworks along the waterfall path, for instance. Fireworks along the waterfall path? It's pretty complicated to explain. How should I put it? Having finished with cleaning one porcelain object, Sarah put it down and started to explain more about Rainfield's waterfall path. Buildings on Rainfield are built with consideration for the endless rain. Thanks to this design choice, the roof design is quite unique. There is a pathway where the rainwater falls beautifully like waterfalls from these roofs. Having heard what Sarah just said, Nanai flapped her wings of imagination, but then she tilted her head side to side because she couldn't quite get a feel for it. Anyway, it is a really pretty pathway. As for the fireworks, they are literal fireworks. Excuse me, Ms. Sarah, you just said it rains endlessly in Rainfield City. In that case, how does the firework? How could there be fireworks on a place that rains endlessly? When Nanai pointed out the contradiction in the idea, as if Sarah knew it was coming, she explained as she shrugged her shoulders. A long time ago, I heard a certain alchemist invented fireworks that does not get wet even in rain. The fireworks I'm talking about are these kinds. Sarah, who have picked up the next porcelain object, continued as she tilted up the tail end of her mouth with confidence. The waterfall path's firework is pretty amazing. I can say with confidence that it is one of the most beautiful scenery I have seen in my life. It's that good. Rays of lights and sparkling glitters of fire beyond beautiful waterfall are, gosh, although I'm from Salia, I can dare to say there is nothing in Salia that can beat that scene. Looking at Sarah's sparkling eyes, Nanai also sparkled her eyes in curiosity. Alright, I'll allow it. You have been telling me every year to try going outside. Why are you being so hesitant this year? They were at Stein's office. Riley, who had a business with his father, looked away and peeked a smile. Stein answered, I was concerned you might bring something like another Medal of Honor. Ha ha ha. Stein's gaze was full of expectations. Having noticed this, Riley stopped laughing so nonchalantly. He shook his head and said, absolutely no way. To Stein, who was shrugging his shoulders as he mentioned the medal, Riley said that will never happen. He promptly turned his body around and escaped his father's office. Now that I have his approval, shall I make a quick preparation and get going? Having received Stein's approval, Riley cringed as he flapped his clothes to vent the air inside. Ugh, it's hot. With a cringed face, he thought about Andal, his buddy, as he looked out the window. It was because of what Andal said before. Because Andal, a red dragon, was within the area. Falata Manor's summer might be a little hotter than other places. A little? Do dogs have horns? If it is going to be like this every summer, I think I'll have to chase him away. Although Riley had been getting helps from Andal, it was still hard for Riley to endure the summer heat. Even the servants in the mansion were rolling their tongues because of the heat. It was to the point they were begging Nanai to use cooling magic. There was no need to explain it for a second time. That would have only hurt Riley's mouth. Young master. Ah, Ian. Ian greeted Riley from the other side of the corridor. With firm grips on his own hands, Ian asked Riley, did he approve? He didn't. Right? Looks like you were hoping that my father wouldn't approve the trip. Is that right? Yes. Honestly, I was hoping he wouldn't approve it. Ian, with a sincere look on his eyes, answered Riley. Having heard Ian's response, Riley twisted a tip of his lips and said, unfortunately, he approved? This can't be. Ian's palms, which were in praying position, moved toward his temples. To begin with, it would be odd if he disapproved it when he had been approving it every year. Don't you think? Riley, as if he was taking on the lead on the offenses, he started to make fun of Ian. Ian was a strange man who liked sweating in the heat. However, he didn't like being wet due to rain. Ian absolutely hated rain. It could be said that rain was Ian's mortal enemy. Ian, what about you? Are you going to stay in the mansion this year again? Ugh. Well, if you are going to stay here, I can have Sarah to come with us. Actually, no. This year, I think I can just take Nanai instead. It would be convenient too. Ian had a look on his face. He was protesting a wrongdoing done against him. He stared at Riley with that look. Ian was like a dog that couldn't quite fight back. It looked like Ian was not going to be able to go with Riley to Rainfield for vacation this year either. How long are you going to stay there? Ian, not able to figure out what to do, asked Riley. He was asking when Riley was going to come back to the mansion. I'm not sure. Riley tilted his head side to side as he walked toward the library, a place that was at least cooler than the rest of the mansion. I probably will stay there until late summer. Late summer? Why? I stayed there for about 2 months last year. Don't you remember? 2 months. I'm not sure about this year. How long will I be staying? Hearing Riley's mumbling, Ian's face became more serious. It looked like he was agonizing over if he was going to go with Riley. I was hoping if you could look after my mother in the mansion while I'm away. Will that be okay with you? Having heard what Riley said, Ian started to make grumbling noise. It was because Ian had no reason to refuse it if that was Riley's wish. Actually, if I leave the house, having just Sarah isn't enough, isn't it? That's why I'm doing this every year too. Having heard Riley's words indicating his trust in Ian's abilities, Ian asked carefully, you said 2 months. Right? Well, depending on the situation, it could be sooner. and it could be later. Ugh. Ian sighed big enough to make the ground sink. That was his answer. Riley put his hand on Ian's shoulder. Riley was showing Ian that he is trusting Ian with the task of looking after his mother. Riley smiled big, and Ian too smiled as if he was trying to say he will yield. It was the next day morning. A carriage was prepared and waiting in front of Falletta Mansion's entrance. It was waiting for departure. I installed a gate on Lady Iris's hand mirror. It enables frequent communication using magic, so there is no need to worry so much. Having explained about the communication magic to Iris, Nanai used Astroa's leather bracelet and opened the storage space. As Sarah advised, Nanai meticulously checked the items inside the storage space. They were the items necessary for the trip. Having finished checking the contents, Nanai closed the storage space and looked back toward Riley. It seemed like she was meaning that the preparations are complete. We are ready. Well then, shall we get going? Iris, Ian and Sarah were there to see them off. Perhaps it was because it was still very early in the morning. The three were the only ones there. In that case, please have a safe trip. Ian decided not to protest anymore. It was because Riley asked Ian a favor. Hence, Ian was there to see them off. Ian was sniffling his runny nose. Riley got on the carriage first. Sarah tapped on Nanai's shoulder and said to Nanai, who was about to get on the driver's seat, "Nanai, you just need to do as you were taught." Yes. Having heard Sarah's advice, Nanai gave a refreshing smile and sat on the driver's seat. As Iris watched this, as if she suddenly remembered something, Iris called for Nanai. "Ah, Nanai, wait." Iris was holding something. Iris lightly stepped toward Nanai and gave Nanai something that was wrapped in a fabric. "What's this?" The object inside the fabric felt thin and sturdy. Nanai, wondering what it was, floated a question mark on her face, looked at Iris and started to tilt her head side to side. "I don't know if you will like it, but I made it for you to say please take a good care of Riley during the vacation." Iris smiled with her mouth covered with her hand. "It's what Riley used to use. I fixed it a little. I wonder if it will look good on you." "It's something that young master used to use?" Nanai looked once at the gift, which she was curious about, and looked once at Riley inside the carriage, who was eagerly waiting for departure. Nanai decided to open the gift later. She lowered her head to express gratitude to Iris. "Thank you, Lady Iris. Since I received a gift from you, I'll work even harder and make sure to properly serve young master." "Okay then, I'll count on only you, Nanai." Iris took a few steps back and moved away from the carriage, because it looked like it was going to be okay for them to depart now. Nanai waved her hand to the three and moved the carriage. "Let's see. According to the map, it will take about 4 days without taking any rest, with hotels in between. That is about a week." Nanai used a simple telekinesis magic to have the map float up next to her as she drove the carriage. Using the map, she checked the distance and direction. Hey, while Nanai was in the middle of driving the carriage, Riley poked his head through the window. With his head toward the driver's seat, Riley started to talk to her. "Yes, young master." Nanai, who was going back and forth between looking at the frontal view and the map, responded in a hurry. "Are you really going to drive all the way there with a carriage? Can't we just teleport?" When Riley asked about teleportation magic, Nanai responded in a bitter tone, "Young master, unfortunately, teleportation is a 7 circles magic, so I cannot use it. Also, even if I was a 7 circles mage, it would be difficult to get the right coordinates without a tool because Rainfield is too far. If things go wrong, one's body and legs could be teleported apart. So, is that so?" Her reasons made sense. Riley, who still didn't know much about magic, scratched his cheek a few times and said, "In that case, it cannot be helped. I'll just use Chance again. Since there's just 2 of us now." "Chance?" Nanai looked back at Riley as she tilted her head side to side. Riley continued as he twisted the tips of his mouth. "If you go over the facts, it became hot all of a sudden as soon as the month changed because of that rascal. He needs to take the responsibility. Take a left here." Nanai, who had a confused look on her face, turned the carriage to the left as Riley ordered. "Excuse me, young master, by any chance. This direction, it was familiar to Nanai. It was a path that she traveled a few days ago. The tree branches, the ones that she sliced with wind magic, passed by quickly. With a mischievous smile, Riley said, "After all, what do you do with a friend?" Chapter 72. It was a little after early morning. Andal, who was asleep in his personal space under the pub's change room, was forced awake and made to stand in front of the pub by Riley. Riley had only one request to Andal. "You crazy rascal." Andal, who didn't even manage to get rid of eyebeggars, first started to pour out curses and swears after seeing the carriage that was stopped in front of the pub. "You dumbass rascal." Andal was annoyed all the way to the tip of his head. His curses and swears were sincerely coming from the bottom of his heart. The author was being sarcastic here about the whole sincerely and bottom of his heart. "Hey, Andal, what's so difficult about using teleport for us? What's all of this complaint about? It's a piece of cake for you, isn't it?" Riley asked as he laughed mischievously. With his face completely crumpled, Andal created a red-hot flame on top of his palm and said, "Hey you, god damn it. If you were sleeping comfortably but someone came and woke you up and told you, 'Hey, chew on this cake,' would you feel great about that?" "That would be the worst." Andal promptly threw the fireball at Riley and shouted, "You rascal." "What? Then don't pester a red dragon to buy you a cake." Riley pressed down Nanai's head and also lowered his body to barely dodge the fireball that was coming right at them. Boom! The lump of flame that Riley dodged collided with a tree in front of the pub and started a fire. "Ugh, you piss me off. You are fucking good at dodging." "Just where did you learn that kind of language?" "From a granny who is a regular to the pub." "Why, I don't know who is the dumbass here." Although there was a loud ruckus happening right at that instant, the people of Fatown didn't even come out of their homes to check it out. Instead, it appeared they were still enjoying sleep through the morning. It was probably Andal's doing. "Ugh, I got it. I'll pay you back later for this favor, alright?" Watching Andal complaining and grinding his teeth, Riley started to laugh again mischievously. Riley, who took a glance at Nanai as he had a small quarrel with his friend, moved his eyes to direct toward the tree that was on fire. "Yes, I understand." Although Riley didn't say it in words, Nanai, who figured out what he meant, carefully walked toward it and used water magic on the tree. Nanai was calmly suppressing the fire. Andal, who was watching Nanai's black-colored water magic, narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. In some chapters, the author says Nanai's magic has gray color, not black. "Hey, Riley." "Yeah, I'll shoot a teleport magic." "So, as a debt," Andal continued as he pointed at the back of Nanai who is suppressing the fire, "give her to me." "Andal, I have been telling you for a long time now, if you want to enjoy your amusement trip, you need to ease up on your tendency to treat people like objects." Also, Riley's tone toward Andal said he found the proposition to be ridiculous. Riley soon shook his head and refused. "I can't give her to you. I'm going to use her as air conditioner during summer and a space heater during the winter," Riley responded while putting up a high and mighty pose. Andal looked at Riley as if he was looking at a weirdo. Andal asked, "What the hell is an air conditioner? What's a space heater?" "There are things like that. Anyway, I'm telling you that I won't give her to you." Having heard the response, Andal proposed something even more appealing. "In that case, how about this? I have a guardian who's quite useful. She has higher number of circles than Atlas, and she is very diligent at work too. She is a spirit type who lacks emotion, so she would be substantially more efficient at other tasks as well." Andal was talking about a guardian that he had in his cave connected to the basement of his pub. This guardian was among the best. Andal was making a proposition to exchange the guardian with Nanai. "Did you say she has higher number of circles than Nanai?" Riley, with an intrigued face, looked at Andal. Andal shrugged his shoulder and nodded in a pleasant mood. He thought an agreement was about to be reached. "I'm not a human, so I don't know much about your kind's preferences, but I can proudly say that she is far prettier than Nanai. Do you want me to show her to you?" With just a hand wave, Andal created a mirror in midair and asked. Riley cringed and pushed away the mirror. Hey, no thanks. Do I look like I would decide things based on just the appearance? TSK. So, you're saying that she is more skilled than Nanai? Riley asked after moving the mirror away. Having heard the question, Andal nodded and explained more about the guardian he mentioned. That's right. If she pushed herself to the limit, it is possible for her to use up to 8 circles magic. She is an artificial spirit of the Spirit King types. Because she is an artificial spirit, she doesn't have a specific innate type. She's very useful, I'm telling you. Is that so? Nanai, who almost finished putting off the fire, even prepared a plant magic to raise the collapsed tree back up. Roots-like things grew from black-colored buds and carefully surrounded the tree that was split. The roots started to slowly raise up the tree. Well, Andal asked Riley again as he poked Riley with his elbow. It seemed Riley was thinking hard about this for a while. Riley had the same look on his face since a while ago. Soon, Riley shook his head firmly and responded, no. It appeared that the answer was already decided before the proposition was made. No thanks. Why? It looked like Riley was intrigued, but the response that came back to Andal was still no. Andal stared at Riley with a look on his face that said he doesn't understand Riley's thoughts. That girl, she has a part that's similar to me. It doesn't feel right to hand her over to someone else. That's why, Riley mumbled. A similar part. To be precise, Riley was talking about himself from his past life. Similar to you? That's right. Looking at Riley mumbling with a look on his face that Andal have never seen in Riley before, Andal suddenly laughed as he blocked his mouth with his hand. On the other hand, Riley's face was crumpled. What the hell? Hey, that's a nonsense. As you can see there, your servant is so diligent. What about you? You are here because you find it to be too much of a bother to go to Rainfield on a carriage. You are here throwing a tantrum at a dragon after waking him up from his sleep just to ask him to use teleport magic for you. How could a runt like you claim to be? What was that now? Similar to her? Riley wiggled his eyebrows. It was because Andal wasn't wrong about it in any particular way. I have a reason. The kind that a dragon bastard doesn't know about. Yes, it must be something quite extraordinary. Young Master Lazy Sword, stop yapping your mouth and just get the teleport spell ready. Riley, who had a vein popping up on his forehead, held in his anger and nagged Andal about the teleport spell. You must be thinking everything will be easy if you just use teleport. It actually takes planning. By making fun of Riley, Andal was able to relieve some of the stress he incurred. Andal said, first, tell her to come over here. Andal pointed at Nanai, and Riley made a hand gesture to Nanai to ask her to come. Yes, Nanai, who restored the collapsed tree using her plant magic, came toward Riley in light steps. Servant Nanai, I'll explain this to you only once, so listen carefully. Because Andal started talking to Nanai so suddenly, Nanai looked at Riley as if she panicked. Hear him out. He said he has something to tell you. Nanai nodded as if she understood. Andal, who clicked his tongue, started to explain. Do you have a map? Yes, I have it. Bring it out. Nanai brought out the map from her pocket and opened it. The map had the path from Falata Mansion to Rainfield all marked up in wavy lines. It was the line that Nanai drew with a pen. When you two get on the carriage, I'll use teleport magic as requested by that wretch. I will. However, what do you think will happen if you guys suddenly appeared in middle of Rainfield City? Having heard Andal's question, Nanai, who thought about it for a moment, said what she thought might happen. Those that don't know about magic would panic, and others that do know about magic would be wary of us. In the worst case scenario, they might even think about arresting us. You know very well, teleport was a 7 circles magic. Even if that fact was ignored, it was certain that the responses from the people would not be good if Falata House's carriage appeared in middle of Rainfield City out of the blue. Therefore, in order to avoid bothersome consequences or chaos from that, I'm going to teleport you guys to. Andal paused for a moment and raised his hand toward the map that Nanai was holding. This location. The location that Andal pointed at was in middle of a nameless forest that was not far from Rainfield. You understood? right? Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Having heard Andel's explanation, Nanai promptly nodded as if she understood. You are bright. If it was Riley, he would not have understood it at all and asked me again. Andel, cut the crap already. Seriously? I'm going to kill you? Ugh. Andel, who sighed big enough to make the ground sink, looked at Nanai. It seemed Andel was disappointed that he didn't get to have Nanai. Andel pointed toward the carriage with his chin. Get on. Having heard Andel, Nanai, who glanced at Riley, went ahead first and got on the carriage's driver's seat. Riley, who followed suit and was about to get on the carriage after Nanai, turned his head in response to Andel's voice calling him. What now? About Nanai, your servant. Unlike his tone of voice until now, Andel's voice was serious this time. Riley vacantly stared at Andel's face. Andel just stood there with a dramatic pause. So, Riley asked first. Is it about her lifespan? As I thought, you already knew? Actually, it would be weirder if someone like you didn't know about it. Andel mumbled like he figured as much. Andel continued. What are you going to do about it? This time, it was Riley who fell to silence. Because Riley was keeping silence just like how he was a moment ago. This time, it was Andel that spoke first. Of the human guests who I met yesterday, Andel, who was on an amusement trip as a human, was currently working as an owner of a pub. I met someone who had a unique kind of profession. I became very interested in trying that once. A unique kind of profession? Listening to Andel continuing his story, Riley wiggled his brows. It's taking him quite a while. Meanwhile, shall I clean the carriage a little? Nanai, who was already sitting on the carriage's driver's seat, vacantly turned her gaze and looked at the carriage. I heard that it rains endlessly in Rainfield, so there is probably no need to wash the carriage. If there isn't anything to clean at the moment, is there anything I can get done while I wait? Nanai, who didn't want to just wait without doing anything, moved her eye around. Her eye eventually found the gift that Iris gave him before Nanai and Riley departed for Rainfield. Should I open it now? Nanai took a quick glance at Andel and Riley. It looked like their conversation was not showing any sign of coming to its end. She figured she will have time, so she moved her hand toward the gift. It had been a long time since Nanai received a gift. She couldn't remember how many years it had been. I wonder what it is? Nanai traced back her faint memories of her childhood. The very last gift that she received was during her 9th birthday. It was a chocolate bread from her mother. That was all. What's this? Opening the gift wrapped in a fabric, Nanai confirmed what was inside. Her eyes opened wide. She was wondering what it was until now because it was something thin and hard. It was a mask. A mask. It was the mask that Riley was wearing when Nanai met Riley for the first time in Salia. The mask was modified by Iris. Now, over half of its coverage was cut off. The remaining coverage was just enough to cover Nanai's scar. Ah, Lady Iris. Without her realizing it, Nanai had a fragile and tender look on her face. Nanai touched the mask. For a mysterious reason, from the mask, which was modified to hide the injury on the wearer, Nanai thought she could feel warmth. She didn't know how others would feel about this gift. However, to Nanai, it was the best and an incredibly warm gift. Thank why. Kolak. Nanai was mumbling words of gratitude toward Iris for making this gift. However, Nanai started to cough. Kolak. In haste, Nanai covered her mouth with the top of her hand. She continued to cough. Kolak. For some reason, the coughing was difficult to stop. Nanai furrowed her brows. With one of her eyes cringing, she looked at the top side of her hand. Coughing barely came to a stop. Nanai, who was looking at the top of her hand, couldn't do anything but open her mouth vacantly. There was lifelessly dark blood on the top of her hand. Nanai, who had her mouth open vacantly, recalled what Pregia said back in the Salia Holy Temple. I can't completely cure the illness. I can extend your lifespan. If it is short, it may last until the summer. If it is really long, it may last until the winter. I think it will last until the autumn. Soon, Nanai, who had her mouth open, smiled gently. Still, looking at the mask that she received from Iris as a gift, Nanai was smiling. Her smile looked like she had never been happier. I feel happy, Nanai murmured as she touched the mask. Thank you, Lady Iris, a magnificent gift like this. Honestly, I think I don't deserve such a gift. As if she was embarrassed, Nanai was blushing as she smiled. Chapter 73. It seemed Riley finished his conversation with Endel. He was walking toward the carriage to get on it. Oh, right. Nanai, who was sitting in the driver's seat with a blank stare, was concerned that Riley might notice the black blood on top of her hand. She hurriedly cleaned it up and pretended everything was in order. Are you ready? Riley got on the carriage. Endel, who came to the front of the carriage after Riley, asked if the two people were ready. Yeah, Riley, who just got on the carriage, said as he peeked his thumb outside the window. Endel, when we are coming back, I'll be asking for your help again. Alright, stop talking bullcrap. Endel cringed big time, snapped right back at Riley, and turned around. Endel, who just looked at Nanai sitting in the driver's seat, still had slightly crumpled face. It was because he noticed a little bit of blood stain that Nanai did not manage to wipe off. Ready? Nanai, who had the area around her mouth hidden behind her right arm, nodded as a replacement for a response. Having heard it, teleport. Endel moved his mana and cast teleport, a 7 circles magic. He didn't recite any spell. A large magic circle was generated below the carriage just from Endel murmuring the name of the magic spell. Nanai's eyes were wide open. Incredible. How is he able to do it? If Nanai was going to cast teleport, she would have first closed her eyes to focus on the coordinates and then recited the spell for a long while. Only then the magic circle would have appeared and activated the magic. I don't think it is a normal method. It is definitely different from how us humans use magic. The magic circle that Endel generated was at a whole another level from the teleport that Astroa had been using. It was not for just moving within a city. Endel's magic was for teleporting a great distance to a different city. It was perhaps obvious that the size of the magic circle would be larger. However, Nanai was still impressed. Could I be able to do it? It was obvious why Nanai would wonder about such a thing. After all, she was a mage as well. Buy me a gift there and bring it to me. If I remember. You rascal, you gross me out. As Riley and Endel's conversation continued, the silver light exuding from the magic circle underneath the carriage was starting to become more intense. Soon, when the light was completely extinguished, let alone the carriage, there was no trace of Riley or Nanai. Is that the sound of rain? Because of Endel's teleport magic, Nanai's vision was blurry at the moment. Nanai, who blinked several times while sitting in her seat, could hear the sound of screams. What is this sound? Gosh, of all places to send me, why did he send us here? Soon, she could hear Riley's voice. It was a voice mixed with a full dose of frustration. A war. As if it was in response to Riley's voice, the roar could be heard again. The roar was incredibly loud and fearsome. It was enough that Nanai wondered if its breath could be felt on her face. Nanai cringed her face and narrowed her eye. It was to regain her sight somehow. Just what is going on? While Nanai still didn't have her vision recovered, she could hear a sharp noise through the roar. Have been taught swordsmanship from Sarah, Nanai was well aware of what the surung sound she just heard was. It was the sound of a sword being drawn. Young master, stop. Nanai felt the seat. No. The entire carriage being shaken. A large something was shaking the ground. The shaking was growing stronger, and the roar was getting closer. They were telling Nanai that there was something rushing toward where they were. You still can't see, can't you? Riley asked Nanai. Nanai, ashamed, responded to him. Yes, I still can't. Gosh, that bastard Endel. He was going to send us to a crappy place like this, yet he wants a gift. What a nonsense. Really. Kick. The sound of the carriage door opening could be heard, and step sounds of someone coming down from the carriage by stepping on its stairs could be also heard. It was most likely Riley who was on the carriage. Wait quietly for a while. Keep your ears open. Okay. Nanai had no idea what was happening at the moment. However, Nanai had made up her mind back in Salia that she will follow Riley unconditionally. So, Nanai simply nodded and sat there quietly in waiting for Riley's next order. Kuar, stop. The sounds of steps that shook the ground stopped. Nanai could feel a chill above her head. She figured that a giant existence must have come all the way to the front of the carriage. Despite that, Nanai waited quietly. From the distance, I thought it was just a stick, but I see you are carrying an entire piece of tree plucked right out of the ground. You are pretty strong, Riley's voice could be heard. The voice was somehow saturated in frustration. There will be blood splatter to the carriage, so have a protective layer cast. Nanai immediately used a barrier surrounding the carriage. A round semi-transparent layer was created. Kuyur, Tsua. Now that Nanai listened to it more carefully, she realized it was not the sound of rain. It was the sound of leaves shaking in the wind. Kuar. In midst of the sounds of the leaves shaking, there was a very small sound. Nanai have heard that sound before. It was the same sound she heard when Riley swung his sword back in Salia. Kuyur. After hearing a beastly roar, drip, drip, something was dripping onto her barrier. It was not rain. It was something sticky. She could guess that it must be blood. Finally, my eye is slowly. Nanai opened her eyes. Her vision, which was blurry, gradually returned. She was finally able to observe her surroundings. The carriage was in middle of a forest. With her vision back to normal, the first thing besides the scenery that she noticed was a giant monster that had one of its arm cut off clean. The monster was taking steps back. It had yellowish peach-colored skin. It had a huge stomach like a glutton. Despite that, its face and arms were wrapped in tough muscles. It gave off terrifying aura. The creature was ogre. It was about 5 times the height of an adult human and had an ugly face with fangs popping out from the lower lips. It even had strange tattoos pasted on its face. Everything about the ogre was a match to what Nanai have seen in a book. This is an ogre, right? Resting on his shoulder was the sword that he just swung. Having confirmed that Nanai could see now, Riley turned around and asked about the identity of the monster. Yes, I believe it is. Look at this. Andil dropped us on a place with a monster. That lunatic bastard. Riley, with an annoyed look on his face, tapped his shoulder with his blade to massage his shoulder. He turned his head again and looked at the ogre that had an arm cut off by Riley. Kuyur. It's so noisy. Nanai. Yes, Nanai nodded and used silence magic. The loud beastly roar coming out of Ogre's mouth was blocked, and the forest became quiet as if it regained its peace. That Andil rascal. No matter how I think about it, I think he sent us here on purpose. Young master, this ogre, if you don't finish it off quickly, it will go berserk. Although the sound was blocked, it was still screaming with its mouth wide open. Nanai noticed the ogre's eyes were gradually getting saturated in bloody red. She prepared a magic and asked for her young master's permission. Berserk? Yes. Running berserk was an innate ability of ogres. It became activated when an ogre's eyes turned completely red. When activated, ogre used all of its might. If you do not mind it, shall I finish it? There is no need. Pardon? Actually, I was in middle of testing it. So, testing it? Well, it is actually working pretty well. Riley turned his body and shrugged his shoulder. When he did, the ogre, which had its eyes turned completely red and entered the berserker mode, charged toward Riley with its mouth drooling to below the chin. Young master, it's dangerous. Nanai was going to shout that it was dangerous to stand there. However, Nanai stopped before finishing the words. It was because the drop of drool falling from the ogre's mouth was gradually falling slower. I tried using the time magic, and the ogre's drool drop fell from its chin first. Following suit after it with a bit of time delay, the ogre's neck slid off and fell. Perhaps it was because Nanai's silence magic was still in effect, but the silent scene was somehow eerie to watch. It started with the ogre's drool. Then there was the head, and now, the head was faltering and tilting because the neck was cut off. The scene was quite disturbing. Since I can do this much, will it be alright if we got started on the next step? Thump. There was no sound from the impact because of Nanai's silence magic, but the ground shook quite violently from the impact of the ogre's body falling. Why? Yes, Nanai looked at the ogre's shoulder and neck which were cut off clean. and then she looked at Riley's sword. As I expected, young master. There was so much blood splashed onto the barrier that Nanai cast. On the other hand, there was not even a drop of blood on Riley's sword. What are you staring at so hard? Impressed, Nanai was at a loss for words. Having heard Riley's voice, she woke up from her shock. I was thinking you are simply amazing. Are you trying to flatter me? So, what did you think of my time magic? After she came to the Falata mansion from Salia, Nanai had become Riley's servant before long. However, when it came to magic, she was pretty strict. It was to make sure Riley didn't struggle in the future because of having learned faulty magic. However, in this instance, Nanai had no choice but to give him a great score. 100 points. If I could give you more, I would. It was perfect. All right, Riley murmured as if he was satisfied. He put the sword back in the sheath and approached Nanai. Where are we now? Please wait a moment. By Anvil's teleport spell, they should be at a forest near Rainfield. When Riley asked, Nanai used the Astroa's leather bracelet and brought out the map that was stored inside. I think we are near this area. However, there isn't any definite landmark around us, so, making a hasty decision about which way to go is, with her finger at the map, Nanai double-checked the direction and path leading to Rainfield. Finding all this to be ridiculous, Riley made a hollow laughter. Instead of Rainfield City, they were teleported to a forest near Rainfield for a reason. It was to avoid unnecessary chaos or bothersome consequences. Avoid bothersome stuff? Do dogs have horns? Riley ground his teeth for Anvil's not-so-considerate consideration. He scratched his head hard. Meanwhile, Nanai said, Young master. What? I used the search magic just in case. And I think there are a few carriages parked in a place that's not far from here. I think they are headed to Rainfield. Should we join them? Riley was concerned that they might have to wander around aimlessly. So, what Nanai just told him was definitely a good news. Is that so? Riley could not think of any other option. It was summer, and it was hot. Riley didn't want to stay in a forest in this weather any longer. He walked toward the inside of the carriage with a cringed face and said, All right, let's join them. It's not like we have any other option, right? That's right. Having confirmed that Riley lied down inside the carriage, Nanai removed the barrier that she had cast around the carriage and started to drive the carriage. It was after Riley left the scene. Perhaps several tens of minutes have passed. Ogre's dead body started to show strange symptoms. Twitch. It moved. The dead body started to move and twist in all sorts of disturbing directions, along with a sound of bones snapping. The ogre, which was dead, opened its eyes wide. Its eyes were completely black like black pearls. Chapter 74. There were roughly 8 or 9 carriages that were parked and resting in a pretty wide empty space in middle of the forest. I think this should be enough. Nanai parked the Falata's carriage next to other carriages, put on the mask that Iris gave her, and approached the people gathered there. Excuse me. The people gathered there, who were engaged in loud chatter, all stopped talking and looked at Nanai. People who have discovered Nanai in maid uniform, all tilted their heads to side with different expressions on their faces. A maid? She's a maid, right? What's a maid doing here? What are the mercenaries doing? Hey, it's not like an orc showed up. Why are you getting angry again? What brings you here? Was it because of the mask that Iris prepared for her? Thanks to the mask, Nanai was able to avoid the worst first impression possible. Sighing in relief, Nanai went straight to the point. By any chance, are you headed to Rainfield? Yes. Why do you ask? In that case, will it be alright if we followed you? This is the first time I'm traveling to Rainfield, so I'm confused about the path. Having heard what Nanai said, the people gathered in the open area all exchanged gazes and then looked at her. Are you alone? Number. There is another. Having heard Nanai's response, the people exchanged gazes again. Some were shaking their heads left and right. It seemed like not everyone was in agreement. In middle of it, a young man that appeared to be the representative of the group smiled like a good man and asked, Excuse me, but if the other traveler is a nobility, Then we will have to ask the name of the family. Is that all right with you? It would be even better if you could show us an identification. An identification? To put it bluntly, it could be that you are trying to scam us. You get it? Of the group, a boy that appeared to be the youngest of them all said it stingingly while glaring at Nanai. Ugh, this runt is talking like this again. Excuse me, miss, please don't think of him too badly. You can see that it would be very bad for us if we ran into bandits. That's the reason why. The man that appeared to be the representative of the group explained why he asked what he did. I see. Looking at from their perspective, Nanai and Riley were definitely more of unwelcomed guests than anything else. They had no way of knowing who Nanai and Riley were. To put it bluntly, she would have been at a loss for words even if she was accused of being a henchman of some bandits. I understand. We are the ones asking you for the favor of leading us the way, so I see no reason why we can't show you something like an identification. Nanai nodded as if she accepted the terms. She sent Mana to Astroa's leather bracelet and opened the dimensional space. Phew, that is, people who witnessed the dimensional space opened their eyes wide. It seemed that this was their first time seeing it. My young master is inside the carriage at the moment, so I cannot introduce him to you. However, I believe you probably have heard of him at least. Having finished her explanation, Nanai put her hand inside the dimensional space, brought out a badge that symbolized Falata House and showed it to the people gathered. This symbol is definitely from a house of Count. It's a symbol of Fin Falata from Salia. Ah, it's famous for swordsmanship. Yes, my young master was heading to Rainfield for a vacation. However, because I started this job only recently, Nanai placed the badge back into the dimensional space and bowed properly. Please, can you lead us the way? Could it be that all the training she received from Sarah finally showed its effectiveness? People exchanged looks with each other, mumbled it's probably fine, and nodded. All right. After talking to the group for a while, it became apparent that the carriages that were resting on the forest's open field were not for people on a vacation trip toward Rainfield. We are not famous, so I'm not sure if it is worth mentioning this to you, but we are a small trading company that was established recently. We happen to have a business in Rainfield, so we are going there to sell goods that are in peak season. It was middle of summer. The summer's heat wave was in full force. Because of it, there were people from all over the world coming to Rainfield. If the group sold merchandises in Rainfield at this time, they would be able to make a good profit. That was the explanation by Ritri, the group's representative. So, what you are saying is, you are going to suck on the honey. Having heard what Ritri said, Riley, who apparently came out of the carriage possibly due to boredom, mumbled as he got a piece of sandwich that the group was eating. Oh, this is tasty. Soon, he even took the group's brown sugar beer. Riley leisurely enjoyed the drink, but he felt a gaze glaring at him from the side. Riley turned toward the gaze and narrowed his eyes to glare right back. It was a "What are you staring at?" Look, you got something to say? Riley asked. The trade company's boy asked with his eyes strained. You are supposed to be a nobility from a count's house. Don't you have any conscience? What is this kid talking about? Riley chewed on the sandwich as if there was nothing wrong, turned his head, and asked, Aha, my apologies, Horai, this rascal is still young. Also, he grew up in a city without any nobilities, so he is not used to this kind of things. Please understand. Having heard Ritri's voice trying to mitigate the situation, Horai, the red-haired boy with a stern look on his eyes next to Riley, got up abruptly with a frustrated look on his face. Uncle, are you a sap, a tool? You are a merchant. What are you going to do if you give everything away for free? If you give something, shouldn't you receive something in return? Horai, you, uncle, you don't know anything. Damn it. The body yelled and turned around. With his teeth locked, he started running. It was an exemplary behavior for of an immature child. TL. The author was being sarcastic with the word exemplary. Horai. Ritri hurriedly got up and put forth his hand, but he scratched his head awkwardly after looking at Nanai and Riley. I'm sorry. He is still young. Indeed, it shows. Horai tripped over a rock and fell while he was running. Watching this, Riley peeked a smile and mumbled. He is like that because he is the type who only believes what he can see immediately in front of him. Does he know that his uncle is doing business right now on making connections? Haha, was it obvious? It's a basic foundation for merchants, so, ha ha ha. A few sandwiches and a few glasses of brown sugar beer. With just those, Retri was being given an opportunity to make an impression to the Salia's Falette house in person, although he could not be certain about it, and even if that was not possible, this was an opportunity to have a conversation with a nobility. To Retri, it was certain that this was a profitable business. I see that you have 1, 2, 3, huh? Weren't you going for a big score? These carriages aren't all that big. And there aren't many carriages either. What do you plan to sell in Rainfield? Having counted the number of carriages with his fingers, Riley turned to Retri and asked, "Ah, they are umbrellas." Having heard Retri's response, Riley, with his head tilting side to side, asked back, "Umbrellas?" It rained endlessly in Rainfield. It didn't skip a day for many long years. If Retri was going there to simply sell umbrellas, Riley could say with certainty that it was not going to be a particularly good choice. Yes, it's not just an ordinary umbrella, it's made to be a little special. It could be considered as an invention. That would make it easier to describe it. Is that so? An invention. Would you like to see it? Number. It's fine. It's not like I'm going to buy one. Retri had a bright look on his face in excitement for the opportunity to show Riley his umbrella. But hearing Riley refuse so leisurely made Retri's face to sulk. "What about guarding?" Riley asked Retri, who had a disappointed look on his face. It was because he didn't notice anyone around the carriages that looked like mercenaries or knights. "By any chance, are the ones on the outer perimeters all you have?" 4. Number. "About 5 people." "Ah. Yes, mercenaries?" "Yes." Riley looked toward the outer perimeter of the open area after widening his senses. Looking at the direction where Horai ran toward, Riley was asking about the guards. Having heard his question, Retri responded awkwardly, "This is my 4th time traveling with them. How should I say this? Quality over quantity? It feels like they are each worth 100 guards. Instead of traveling around with many guards, I find this to be a far better arrangement. I can save on food as well." Having heard Retri explaining while scratching his head, Riley mumbled with a mischievous look on his face, "Each worth 100 guards? I'm not sure." Riley soon turned his gaze. His gaze met with Nanai's, and Nanai turned her head side to side, blinking her eyes and wondering what it was about. "To claim that they are worth that much, I think they allowed our carriages approach too easily. Isn't that right?" Having heard Riley's question, Retri flinched as if he just got stabbed right at the weak point. "I guess so," Riley asked because there was no sign of any guards while Nanai drove the carriage toward where the trade company group was resting. Where could they have gone? It was when Retri mumbled on in panic. Footsteps of approximately 4 people could be heard. "Hey, Mr. Retri." Everyone's gaze, including Riley and Retri's, were turned toward where the voice was coming from. Uncle, take a look at what Basil hunted." Look, Horai, the one who ran off with gritted teeth, was among the footstep sounds. His face was full of excitement. How he was talking seemed like he just saw something intriguing. "Huh? Mr. Retri, I think this place is no good. In this area, I think there are ogres roaming about. I killed one that was coming this way, but if there is a partner, another bastard might come this way." Riley narrowed his eyes after observing the appearances of the people coming with Horai. It was because there was another boy, who was walking in front of the group, holding the head of a monster. It was an ogre's head. "So, I think it would be best if we got ready fast and get going." The boy, who had the ogre's head on his right hand, quickly turned over the head to the back and moved his hand toward the spear that was hanging on his back. "What's this? An unwelcome guest?" Noticing the boy's words and behavior, Nanai, who was standing by behind Riley, narrowed her eyes and focused mana. 3 seconds. Nanai was going to make a preemptive strike against the boy using a wind magic if the boy tried to swing that spear to Riley or didn't let go of it within 3 seconds. No, no, they are guests. Retri hurriedly got up and waved his arms around. The boy let go of the spear and sighed. What's this? I was worried that something happened while I was out killing an ogre. No, Basil, these guys are unwelcomed guests. What, they are? Having heard Horai's words, the boy was not sure what to make out of the situation. He looked at Retri again. No, Retri immediately said that was not the case. Retri came right up to Horai, made a tight fist, and gently nudged the top of his nephew's head. Kek, they are guests. They are from pretty high nobility. The boy with the spear was laughing from looking at Horai in tears after getting a nudge from Retri. Having heard what Retri said, the boy tilted his head side to side and asked, high nobility? Now that I think about it, I haven't made introductions yet. Retri was nudging Horai's head again, but he got a grip and started to make introductions. This is Mr. Nara Basilisk, the representative of the Lightning Boulder Mercenary Group. He is currently guarding our trade company group. Retri finished introducing Nara Basilisk, the boy with a spear. Retri turned his head to introduce Riley. This is Falata. Retri was going to introduce Riley, but he stopped talking. It was because a boy named Basilisk spoke first. You knew? Having heard Retri's question, Basilisk pointed to the badge on Riley's clothes and narrowed his eyes. That symbol. It's the symbol of Falata House, a house of count, right? Riley, with a so what kind of look on his eyes, tilted his head side to side and asked back, so what? At that moment, Basilisk moved his hand toward the spear on his back. Noticing this, Nanai used Blink, a close-range teleportation magic. Nanai, who appeared in front of Riley in blink of an eye, widely opened the eye on the side that was not covered by the mask and had her right hand raised. Ian. Basilisk drew his spear in an instant and was in a stance to thrust the spear. Basilisk murmured someone's name. What? Riley, who furrowed his brows, asked back. Basilisk asked again by saying the name of someone. Ian, the mercenary hero. I heard he is currently residing there. Is that right? Having heard Ian's name being abruptly mentioned, Nanai, who was shielding Riley's front, narrowed her eyes. Chapter 75. You know, Mr. Ian? Nanai had her right hand to the front and her left hand near the handle of a blade on her waist, facing Basilisk who was wielding a spear. Nanai asked, of course I know who he is. There isn't anyone among those who make living as mercenaries that doesn't know his name. With the tip of his spear aimed diagonally toward the ground, Basilisk answered. His eyes were still as fearsome as before. What should I do? Basilisk's attitude said to go ahead and fight him if she had any complaints. Noticing this, Nanai looked toward where Riley was sitting. If he is someone that knows who Mr. Ian is, I don't think I should be rude and treat him carelessly. However, if I let it be like this, young master's position will be. Nanai was hesitating for a while. Having decided that she could not let this be, she was about to demonstrate her abilities. It was at that moment, Riley, who have successfully completed eating a whole sandwich while sitting leisurely, dusted off his hands and got up. So, although there was a spear aimed at him, Riley's attitude was still leisurely as if he was on a picnic. Why are you aiming your spear at me? You even mentioned Ian's name. Why? You probably know that I'm a young master of a count's house, don't you? Since he knew the house's name, Falata, and Ian's name, Basilisk probably knew Riley is a high nobility from a count's house. Basilisk's behavior was most certainly rude. Rainfield may be a city without nobilities, but still, don't you think you are being rude? Riley was right. I'm a guest of your employer. Can't you see? Excuse me. After that, Riley crumpled the look on his face that was leisurely only a moment ago. Riley glared at Basilisk and created a cold atmosphere. Because of this, Retri, who was watching from the side, started to break cold sweat. The mercenary hero. Responding to Riley's gaze, Basilisk also narrowed his eyes and said, Ian was a mercenary that I admired the most. Gwack, TL. Sound effect for someone tightening one's grip on a handle. Basilisk tightened his grip on the spear and said with his crumpled face toward Riley, however, when I heard that a hero like him retired, and he is now working at some nobility house as a butler. That felt like everything in me was being shattered. So, I want you to show me. Show what? Before Riley could ask back, Basilisk's spear charged forward. Nanae was not able to respond to the situation that occurred in a blink of an eye. Concluding that it can't go on like this, she decided to use her 6 circles magic and fight back. It was when she was about to use magic and send Basilisk's head flying away from his body. In Nanae's head, Riley directly sent a message, saying there was no need. Weak. Slicing through the wind, Basilisk's spear charged toward Riley's face. It stopped just before his nose. Show me. Prove it to me that it was the right decision for Ian to work as a butler in that family. Using what method? It seemed like there was no need to ask that question. The spear that was stopped right in front of Riley's nose was explaining how to prove it. All you are saying is that you just want to have a fight. Why are you going about asking it in such a brutal way? Peeking a smile, with the tip of his mouth twisted, Riley took a step forward. He stepped forward despite having a spear aimed at him right in front of his nose. Seeing this, Basilisk shriveled and took a step back without realizing it. The distance between the tip of the spear and Riley widened by that much. Seeing you asking me for a favor made me curious. Riley took another step forward, and the tip of the spear moved another step back. Noticing Basilisk narrowing his eyes, Riley asked, Why should I? Having heard the question that Riley tossed, Basilisk vacantly opened his mouth. It seemed he was not understanding Riley. Why should I fight you? Riley tossed the question at Basilisk and tilted his head to the side. It was because Riley had no reason to fight him. What do I gain from fighting you? That is, there isn't anything, is there? In that case, get that out of my face. Basilisk was not able to answer right away. Watching this, Riley waved his palm with a disappointed look. Chlsk. With that sound, the wide side of the spear's tip was slapped. There probably isn't any reason to have this conversation go on further. Riley arrogantly slapped Basilisk's spear, vacantly turned his body around and started to walk toward the carriage. Ugh, I'm sleepy. I'm going to take an afternoon nap. Nanae, wake me up when we get there. Yug. Riley stretched big, yawned and started to walk away. Watching this, Basilisk started to grind his teeth. It seems he felt quite humiliated by how his spear's tip was slapped by Riley's palm. Commander, wait. This isn't time to be waving a spear around in this place. Have you forgotten about the ogre that you hunted down a moment ago? We need to pack up and move. It seemed that others thought they could not afford to let this continue. 2 of the members of Lightning Boulder, a small mercenary group, came to Basilisk. Each grabbed his arms and started to drag him away. You think ogres matter in a moment like this? Let go. You guys remember Mr. Ian too, don't you? You have not forgotten him, right? He is our mercenary hero, of course. Still, it is no time to be indulging in such nostalgia. Don't you see? Commander, if we idle around like this here, what are you going to do if ogres come and attack us? While being dragged away by his comrades, Basilisk started to struggle. Who cares about ogres? Who cares? Did you say who cares? Nonsense. If a battle broke out near the carriages, that will destroy them all. It's not like you can cover for the aftermath. Stop your whining and just go help people with packing. With Basilisk now gone, taken away by his comrades, Retri, who was watching the situation with an anxious face, sighed in relief. The carriages started to move. Coming out of the forest, the carriages were running on open field. Their destination was Rainfield, a city with endless rain through all seasons. Perhaps I should say it was as expected of an ogre. We hunted it together, but I think it still took 30 minutes to kill it. I'm saying it was that tough. Basilisk, who was driving his carriage relatively further in front of everyone else, was telling others about the ogre that he ran into at the forest. After a long battle, the final blow was delivered by me with my spear. It was a clean end. Wow! Of the 3 carriages in front, Horai, who was on the left side, was tuning into Basilisk's tale of bravado. Horai, if you keep on sticking your face out like that, you might fall off from the driver's seat. Ah, come on, Uncle, it's fine. You know how long I have lived my life riding the co-driver's seat. TL, normally, I would have said shotgun seat, but since they don't have guns or shotguns in this world, I cannot say that. Ha ha ha. Mr. Retry, please don't worry. I just need to catch him when he falls. Gosh, I said I won't fall. Retry drove the carriage on the far left. Basilisk drove the one in the center. Perhaps it was odd to call it naturally, but, to the right, Nanai was driving her carriage. Excuse me, Ms. Maid. Having heard the voice coming from left, Nanai slightly turned her head. Yes, it was a dry and uninterested response. Nanai was still cautious against Basilisk, the one who aimed his spear toward her young master. What do you think? I'm talking about how our mercenary group killed an ogre. Are you talking about an ogre? That's right, ogre. You have heard of it, right? Basilisk was asking with a proud face. Nanai looked at him with a blank stare. With an unimpressed look, Nanai answered, yes, I have heard of it. Actually, she did run into one earlier today as well. Kuo, as expected. Actually, now that I think about it, would it be odd if someone didn't know what an ogre is? There was an old saying that if you tell a crying child that an ogre will come, if the child didn't stop crying, the child would stop crying. Just like that, it was a famous monster. TL. There is an old saying exactly like this in Korea about a tiger. The sound of the ground shaking from its steps, generated by its mountain-sized body, was fearsome, but it was most famous for its ridiculous strength. Ogres were about as famous as orcs, the main foes of human race. We are always ignored because we are made of few elites. After this mission is over, if we toss this ogre's head in front of the guild, even the guild members will see us differently. Dulkung. TL. Sound effect for the carriage shaking from rolling over something on the ground. The carriages were driving through the field. One of it ran across a bump and shook. Basilisk, who was mumbling on his own, turned his head toward Nanai and asked, Miss Maid, you work at Salia's Falata mansion. So, at the same place as Mr. Ian, right? Yes. That's right. How is he? What do you mean? Nanai, who still didn't relax her face, asked back toward Basilisk with a face full of wariness. I wonder if he is still in good health. He is quite old now. The mercenary hero. Ian was like a god to mercenaries, not just from Riley, but from Sura as well. Nanai have heard a bit of stories about Ian's past. Nanai struggled because she could not think of a way to respond. Eventually, she answered honestly, he is doing just fine, if you don't count the fact about his back giving him a bit of trouble. Is that so? As if he was feeling awkward, Basilisk scratched his cheek after hearing Nanai's response. Basilisk's response was like a child who just received a gift. Noticing this, Nanai eased her wariness a bit and asked him, do you admire Mr. Ian? He is so cool. If we were to go over all of his exploits during the Great War, there would be no end to the conversation. That much? Because Nanai have heard about Yin from Sura and Riley, she had some awareness to the fact that Yin is a skilled warrior. However, she believed it was exaggerated a little. Recapturing a forbidden herb field, rescuing a kidnapped queen, slaughtering orcs, hunting down Silver Witch. Beside those, there are several dozen other smaller exploits. Also, number of towns he saved are in order of hundreds. Despite all that, he had no greed for wealth or entitlements. That's why he is even more legendary. Basilisk proudly explained Ian's accomplishments. Listening to his stories, Nanai had an impressed look on her face. She thought about Ian, who stayed behind in the mansion. Is it because I only saw Mr. Ian hanging out with young Master Riley in the mansion? Ian seemed to grow ever so weaker in front of Riley. On the other hand, there was a different Ian that Basilisk was describing to her. Comparing the two different versions of Ian in her head, Nanai made a bitter smile. So, what do you think of the ogre? I'm talking about the ogre that we killed. Actually, of all mercenaries, there were only few that could kill an ogre in 30 minutes. This is the first time we ran into one. I didn't think it would only take 30 minutes. With just 3 mercenaries from the lightning boulder, cutting off that monster's head in just 30 minutes was definitely a jaw-dropping story. Yes, well, the problem was that it was Nanai who was listening to the story. I guess about 30 minutes is pretty fast. She was the designated maid of Riley, the one who worked a red dragon as a friend. Also, she was a Six Circles mage who was not even in 20s. About 30 minutes, yes, pretty fast. Basilisk, who was driving his carriage, looked at Nanai and flinched his facial muscles. In response to his question, Nanai said with an uninterested voice as if there was nothing wrong with her statement, "Yes, it definitely is." Those who knew Nanai well probably would have thought there was nothing wrong with her talking like that. However, Basilisk didn't know anything in detail about Nanai. So, it seemed Basilisk found Nanai's response to be ridiculous. He sighed big toward the sky and hardened his face like the first time he met her. "Miss Maid, are you full of exaggerated sense of worth like your master?" Having heard the provocative question, Nanai, who finally have just managed to relax her face for the moment, narrowed her eyes. "I'm talking about making people angry just with words." That Basilisk put up a violent look on his face and glared at Nanai as if he was going to punch a hole through her face with his glaring. "Are you trying to pick a fight with me?" The look on Basilisk's eyes seemed like he would have grabbed the spear on his back and attacked if he was not driving a carriage right now. "It was probably your side that picked a fight with me first." Although Nanai merely told him the truth, Basilisk was not able to acknowledge it. Instead, he was exuding his intent for a fight. Looking at him, Nanai didn't just sit back and watch either. "Back then, you said to prove it, right?" Nanai, who just remembered how Basilisk was aiming his spear at Riley, asked casually. She continued before a response could be heard. "All right, I'll really show it to you."